Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. In Illusionary Power Part 1-234 Chapter 1. A Change in Perspective. A.N. This is something new. I've had this idea sorta brewing up for a while and I wasn't exactly sure how I was going to tackle it. Honestly, I still don't, in some parts. I do have a general idea of what I'm doing though, it's just filler and setup that need the most work in the writing phase. This first chapter will be the test, so to speak. It's the hardest chapter to typically write in any story, so there's that. I've always been a Mysterio fan, and the Far From Home movie did a really good job with him. Expect some elements from that movie. I really hope this works out. I'm going to clarify a few things before this officially starts. 1. Izuku will never be getting one for all in this story, so he will be 100% quirkless. One for all will be passed on, however to whom I will not say. I will say though, it's probably not going to be Mirio. 2. The sludge incident will be pushed up a few years, mainly for plot convenience. Izuku needs time to learn what he needs to learn and whatnot. 3. This story will, for the most part, be told in Izuku's perspective. He will not be attending UA, so information on canon events such as the USJ attack and the sports festival will remain limited. However, for the sports festival, I'm going to have Izuku take an interest in it though, and probably watch it, though I'm not going to retell the whole thing. 4. Regarding Katsuki, he is a problem, mainly with how I'm going to write him. I mean, he's going to be the main reason this alternate timeline will happen. Though, in this story, he will be different, in a better way, at least when the main part takes off. I'll try not to bash him too hard. 5. Regarding villains, I am probably going to add original ones from time to time. They're probably going to mostly be one-offs though, and I'm definitely not gonna forget about our canon MHA version of the boys. 6. Regarding the Infinity Stones, I'm on the fence about whether or not I should or shouldn't include them. I have interesting plot points in mind if I do. Especially with the Reality Stone. Let me know what you guys think about that. 7. Regarding a pairing, I'm just going to go out and say now that I'm not going to take suggestions. I have a pairing in mind already, but I'm not 100% sure if it's going to take off or not. We'll see. It's going to be an underrated pairing though. 8. No, Spider-Man will not be in this story, at least not now or anytime soon. Sorry to disappoint anyone. However, like I said in number 5, I may incorporate some villains. I've been thinking of someone like Vulture or Electro-based, not sure yet though. We should probably get through the first phase of the story first, right? 9. Eri has yet to be decided on the role she'll play in the future. I'm aging her up, that much is certain, and no she won't be the love interest. We'll have to see what happens coming up, and if anyone has suggestions then I'm willing to take them in a review. 10. I'm also considering adding a multiverse, so to speak. This means other Izukus and stuff. I know a lot of other people do this already, but I've always been a fan of that sort of thing and it actually goes well with the stuff I'm trying to incorporate. Let me know if you guys are up for that as well. Alright, that's enough for now. I'm going to get on with the story before I bore you people to death. Midoriya Izuku. It was the name of a green-haired, freckled boy that would go on to inherit one of the most powerful quirks in his time and go on to be the greatest hero that ever lived. His hero name, Deku, once used to bring him misery was turned into something he could instead be proud of and give people hope. From a bullied boy to an inspirational hero that saved the world. This is not the direction this story took, not one bit. It all started when a young boy found out he was quirkless. You should probably give it up. It was then the heart of a dreaming young boy, shattered. He dropped his All Might action figure to the floor as his body unintentionally freezed. He became lost in his thoughts as his mother and the doctor conversed about his condition. Izuku was smart, he was aware of what the word condition meant. It meant something was wrong with him, and from what he could gather, it was the fact he was never going to have something that made everyone else so special. A quirk. After that, he would only watch one particular All Might video non-stop. It was something he could cling to in this desperate time, desperately reaching out for something to cling his heart to. His mom didn't even try to encourage him, only repeating the phrase, "I'm sorry," whilst hugging him tightly and crying. He couldn't help but hurt a little more because of that, and he ended up wondering if she had some kind of changed opinion over him. That was the first time he became utterly broken. The second, that was arguably a bit worse than the first. It was when he had told his best friend, the one that he had grown up with since birth, about it. Peeved, quirkless. What hero is gonna need someone like you? Give it up. That's what sparked years of torture and torment. Years of hurt and pain on both a physical and emotional level. Years of being later a useless, worthless Deku. Years of being an outcast and a loner, all for one reason, being quirkless. He still dreamt though. Heroes were still amazing in their own right, and through the years he never gave up hope on becoming like one of those great heroes. Like All Might. A hero that said anyone could be a hero. That's what makes the third thing sting ever so slightly more than the rest. A school day at Aldera Middle School has just ended, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. A recent incident had made it all over the headlines, and the boy possessed an almost unnatural eagerness to write it all down in one of his many notebooks. It was a natural hobby he picked up a little over a year ago, and he even surprised himself with how into it he had gotten. Just as he grabbed his notebook and prepared to put it in his bag, a hand reached over and grabbed it out of his hands. "So, Deku, I hear you still have a certain dream of becoming a hero." The now petrified boy glanced up only to see a scolding face looking down at him. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's former childhood friend and current bully, subtly waved the notebook in front of him. Izuku began to unconsciously sweat bullets and give a small reach forward. Katsuki was always a popular child. It was all due to his powerful quirk, Explosion. He was always praised and followed, almost like a sort of godly figure, and because of that people followed him to Izuku, and bullied him. That never did stop Izuku from following Katsuki though, much to his disdain. "Hey, Katsuki, what's that?" Another boy approached from behind, questioning his leader curiously with a smirk on his face. Katsuki gave the journal a glance. "Huh? Hero analysis for the future 13?" The goons behind Katsuki mockingly laughed at Izuku's expense, and Katsuki still held the notebook. Please give it back. It's fine, right?" All Izuku got in response was an explosion greeting itself to his notebook. Izuku was once again left hurt, on the verge of tears after seeing his notebook being blown up. Katsuki then tossed Izuku's prized notebook out the window. Izuku jumped and flailed his arms in dismay. The spiky blonde fixed him with a fierce glare. "I really don't get why it hasn't gotten into your head at this point." He trailed off as he backhanded the green-haired boy, making him fall to the ground due to his frail structure. The explosive spiky-haired blonde glared down at him. "I don't know why you still think you have a chance. Just give it up." He then crouched down and picked Izuku up by the hair, lifting him up a small ways. "Do it before I make you do it." He popped off a few small explosions near the greenette's face for good measure before releasing him. It was then the trio began to walk away from the boy on the ground. The two lackeys laughed and began calling him pathetic, among other things. Izuku wasn't really listening though, as he laid prone on the ground, his fists balled, and tried his hardest not to let the floodgates open. Katsuki suddenly stopped walking only a foot or two away from the door, and with a smile he turned around with a wicked smile. "You know, there's a quick and easy way to get a quirk." Izuku perked up after hearing that, despite his gut telling him what was about to be said would hurt. "Take a swan dive straight off the roof, and believe you'll be born with a quirk in your next life." The goons laughed while Katsuki gave a small chuckle before leaving the room. That's when Izuku finally let the floodgates open, and the tears began to flow. Eventually, he gathered his bearings, wiped away the tears, and left the room with his belongings. He went outside to try and recover his notebook, which luckily landed in a small box of water. Maybe not water, is it sewage? With fish attempting to eat it. Izuku grabbed the soaked and burnt notebook as the fish swam away. He looked at it, reminiscing in old memories before walking away from the school and toward his home. He soon found himself under a bridge, which unknown to him was notorious in other universes. He stopped walking, looking down at his own shadow as his grip unconsciously tightened around his notebook. Maybe they're right, I should just jump, maybe I'll be more useful in my next life with a quick instead of a useless. He kicked a rock with his right foot, making it skip ahead. He sighed sadly, Deku. He let out an emotion-filled sigh as he walked forward again. Just before exiting the tunnel however, he caught a strange noise filling his ears. Curiosity killed the greenette as he turned around to investigate. His eyes grew as he began to tremble at witnessing the rising of sludge from a manhole nearby. The boy immediately knew it was a villain, as it began to clump into a larger blob forming glaring eyes that looked down at him. A mouth formed into a devious smile as it spoke, a medium-sized invisibility cloak. The boy immediately tried to make a run for it, but all was for naught as the sludge villain jumped and immediately pounced on his prey. "Don't worry. I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. He spoke more after that, but Izuku's senses started to fail him, as his vision blurred and his hearing became distorted. He could barely render what was around him. He couldn't breathe and his eyes began to water as the sludge filled into his mouth in an attempt to steal his body. He desperately and reflexively tried to grab what was over his mouth, but to no success. The sludge villain made a snarky comment about how he was fluid, and thus couldn't be grabbed, among other things, but Izuku couldn't understand him. He began to feel his strength deplete as he desperately yelled for help within his own mind. Eventually he closed his eyes, tears still flowing, partly accepting this fate. Perhaps now everyone would get what they wanted, was something he thought. That's when, suddenly, the manhole cover behind them blew open with a cloud clang. The sludge villain turned around with wide eyes. The boy had since lost his senses completely, now fully unaware of what was happening around him. The sludge villain began to panic as it attacked the newcomer, only to get blown away a mere moment later by an extreme gust of wind. The boy was released and he opened his eyes, his senses returning. His vision fell in and out of blur, but he was able to see the image of the number one hero before he completely blacked out. When he awoke, All Might, his favorite hero, was slapping him in the face repeatedly and at a rapid speed to attempt and wake him. "Thank goodness," he commented. Izuku scooched back in a hurry and panic at seeing the hero in front of him. A part of him was in shock and another in disbelief. "I'm glad you're okay," All Might continued. He then apologized that Izuku had gotten caught up in his villain fighting. He then thanked the boy and showed off the captured, and promptly knocked out, sludge villain in a bottle. Izuku was still freaking out about how he was actually in the presence of such a renowned hero, not to mention his all-time favorite. As Izuku was about to ask for an autograph, All Might pointed out he had already downed it in his notebook, in which Izuku promptly freaked out and began thanking and complimenting him. All Might was then about to leave. "Well, I need to take this guy to the police station," he said as he patted the bottle in his pocket. The small and frail green-haired boy began to internally panic. There were still so many things that he needed to ask him. So, just as All Might took off, he patched himself into his leg. They then sprung up into the sky. It didn't take long for All Might to notice something was wrong and quickly looked down at his legs. Hey, 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 he commented before gently trying to get Fanatic off of his legs. "If I let go now, I'll die," was Izuku's protest. All Might quickly found that he was correct and stopped trying to shove the boy off. They then landed on a nearby building. "Good grief, I'm sure if you talk to the people downstairs, I'm sure they'll let you down," All Might said as he began to walk away from the recuperating boy. "I seriously am out of time, so I really must go." Izuku quickly recovered, standing up with sweat pouring down from his body as he tried to go after the hero. "Wait, He tried reaching out to the hero, despite the fact his back was turned and walking the other direction. "No, I will not wait." All Might continued walking away, and Izuku's hand began to fall as he remembered everything about his childhood. Everyone criticizing him for his lack of a quick and so-called idiotic dream of becoming a hero. This was his last chance. He needed to ask All Might, the one who said anyone could be a hero if they tried hard enough. "Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero?" he quickly spouted out. All Might stopped walking. "Can someone without a quirk be like you?" All Might turned around to look at the boy before suddenly disappearing in a puff of smoke. Izuku was shocked, to say the least, and when the smoke cleared he was even more so. All Might had essentially deflated. All Might went on to explain that he was, in fact, All Might, and that it was similar to guys at a pool flexing and posturing. He showed the boy his injury, a crippling weakness the hero had gotten 5 years ago that shortened his hero time to a mere 3 hours a day. All Might told him he can't simply say he could be a hero without power. Izuku was shocked and saddened. He knew what this meant. If you truly wish to help others, then you could become a police officer. They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but that is also a fine occupation. All Might then opened the door to leave, but he didn't go until one last thing was said. "It's not bad to dream. But you also have to consider what's realistic, young man." With that said, he closed the door behind him and left. Still on the roof, Izuku couldn't help but let loose a few tears as his teeth grit and a fist became ever so slightly tighter. He was frustrated, that much was certain. Nobody believed he could do anything. Not his best friend, the teachers at school, not even his own mother. Now though, not even All Might, the number one hero, the hero that said anyone can become a hero, told him no, you need power. An explosion in this distance brought him out of his thoughts. He became shocked and began to rush toward the door, geeking out about what heroes would show up. But, he stopped. He remembered what All Might said. What they all said. Then, he made the decision to go home. Though, on his way home, he walked by the site of the villain attack. He didn't know why exactly he had shown up there, but he assumed it was by a force of habit. He felt meaningless and without a purpose as he sadly approached the crowd of people. He managed to look between them enough to see a familiar sludge villain. His eyes widened. Why was he there? Didn't All Might have him? Then it occurred to him, if it weren't for him latching onto All Might, he would still have the villain in custody. It was his fault. He caused this attack. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? A person nearby asked another. The other person looked over to the questioner to respond. They can't. Apparently the villain caught a junior high schooler and it's been like that for a while. Izuku looked more closely into the chaos, more specifically the sludge villain. He began to wonder how someone was able to bear the suffocation long enough to be able to go on for a while. Izuku further blamed himself as people spoke about how the villain had somehow escaped All Might. He was useless. There was nothing he could do here, so with that thought he left the scene. His head hung low as tears threatened to release once again. It didn't take him long for him to reach his home, in which his mother worryingly asked him if he was all right. He didn't give her too much of a response, but he did display a fake smile and with hands held up assured her that he was all right. He then retreated to his room. He couldn't help but get on the computer and watch the video that had once sparked his dream to become a hero. He only watched it once, though, because the emotions were just too much for him to handle. All he wanted was to save someone with a smile, but instead. "You're just a useless Deku, you should probably give it up. What can you do? You're quirkless, I can't simply say you can be a hero without power." He unconsciously slammed his hands on the desk, actually managing to hurt himself. He was too frustrated for those thoughts, and figured he may soon lose himself. He took out his notebook, flipping to an open page and thought about writing about some kind of new hero or something. But he just couldn't feel up to it, at all. He, instead, thought about when he was really little and used to watch really old television shows about fictional heroes, predating the era of quirks. He used to get lost in them when he was little, always fantasizing about being a hero similarly to them. He remembered this one hero. He was dark and smart, always able to uncover a mystery and take down any bad guy. The best part about him? He was quirkless. He was a master strategist and only used his own custom gadgets to help him fight, but he knew all types of fighting techniques too. He thought further into heroes than he really had before, as he became lost in his own mind. It really wasn't fair, was it? People like Katsuki Bakugo, who tormented people below him his entire life, get to apply to the best hero school in the country. Someone who had an attitude of a small child not getting what they want, always attacking and spouting "die" at anyone who opposes him. Was that really fair? No, it wasn't. The more he thought of that, the more angry he became. The comic he was holding began to wrinkle as his hands tightened around it. Now that he thought about it, people became heroes for fame and fortune nowadays too, didn't they? People like Uwabami only wanted fame and public spotlight from being a hero. People like Mount Lady craved the attention and glory of it. The heroes at the scene earlier only stood there being useless as someone was suffocating. They were all fakes, not heroes. They didn't deserve to be a hero, none of them. They didn't take it seriously at all. He instantly got drawn out of his thoughts as a sudden noise entered his ears. A rip, to be more precise. He looked down at his hands to see he had been unconsciously gripping at a sheet in his notebook, which was slightly ripped now due to his own anger. He tried his best to straighten it out so he could fix it with tape. He got out tape and began to fix the page as his mind wandered once again. He thought about it more and more, about how the heroes of old were able to do so much more with their kind and prowess and not just some power they were born with. He ended up thinking, could he do it too? Was it actually possible to be something big without a superpower? He vaguely remembered some old comics from when he was younger. They didn't have the money to buy any, but Izuku would often go to the store and browse their many selections of old comic books. There were multiple heroes and villains that utilized technology to make them a feared combatant, like one used gear and weapons, another an armored suit, and he vaguely remembered a villain that used special effects as well as illusions to manipulate his enemy. There were many more, but those were the big ones that had always stood out to Izuku, especially after he found out he was quirkless. That's when it hit him. How could I have been so blind? He gave a frustrated chuckle to himself as he thought about the one that could help him. Technology. Technology was so advanced now that the potential uses for it could be almost limitless. Hell, without quirks even existing they would have colonized Mars by now. But this was simple yet complicated. Heroes used support gear all of the time to help them fine-tune their quirks, and help them hone their strengths and funnel their weaknesses out. For a quirkless person, it would depend on what they were trying to do. For strength, they would need weaponry of some sort. Guns, bows, melee, with more branches of custom options. But to Izuku, brute strength wasn't necessary enough. It was all about the mind. If you could outsmart your opponent and prepare ahead of time, you could win almost every time. Though, it would depend on the opponent and what mind games are played. But he thought, knew, that was the most effective way to win a fight. Maybe instead of hitting someone's physical weakness, someone pokes their mental ones. You get them stirred up, off-balanced, confused. You could use their worst fears against them. Hallucinations, hypnosis, trickery, are just a few examples of accomplishing that. He could learn those things and implement their ideas into different things. Izuku knew he would have to learn them, and learn how to build certain things, but he knew he was smart, he knew he could accomplish the task. Screw being a hero. They were corrupt and hypocritical. He couldn't take them seriously anymore, he hated them. With what he knows now, what he's figured out, he could purge the fakes out. He needed to climb to the top, use the influence of a top hero to manipulate the standards and rules. He'd need to play the part of a hero. This was something he could do. He knew he could do this. He would use this illusionary power to show them show the world that Quirkless isn't helpless. He would fix the corrupt hero system and bring it back to what it was supposed to be, while encouraging others like him they could step up and be something greater. He'd show them all, by any means necessary. Well, that's the first chapter, mainly set up for what's to come soon, and the next chapter will pick up where this one left off, so that will be set up for the main event too. The third chapter is probably where we'll see what's happening in other perspectives, and where the main story will start. Sorry for any grammatical errors. I don't have an editor, so things are probably going to end up slipping through from time to time. Anyway, let me know what you think of this first chapter and if the setup was pretty good. I know it's nothing exciting yet, but that's what next chapter will start doing. Anyway, thanks for reading. 234 Chapter 2. Start of Mysterio. The first chapter seems to have gone pretty smoothly. I'm hoping those that have decided to stick around enjoy what's to come. Like I said before, this chapter will be the last of Izuku's origin, actually a two-parter. I'm a liar. Before we move to the next two major players in the game. Next chapter won't be as long as this one, definitely won't. Next chapter will most likely be a Bakugo chapter to show his development from where the last chapter left off. The chapter after that will showcase the One for All successor, their story, how they met All Might, etc. You'll find out who that is in this chapter though, but I'm not gonna tell you because it's a surprise. Sorry, I know this is full of boring origin story stuff so far, but you can't have a proper story without it usually. I've also got an idea of what I want to do with Eri in the future, so, yeah. Another notice, 1A and 1B will not have the same students in them as in canon. But, don't worry, I plan on making both classes shine, or at least get involved equally in the main story. For the names, there's going to be a reason why I say, Izuku, for him, and Bakugo, for him and other characters. In Japan you say someone's first name when you're close with them, so I decided to do that for the people you, as the readers, are close to, and will be in detention. Be the same for the character you're following. Say, if we are following Bakugo, I'll probably just call him Katsuki, since we're following him. I hope that made sense. One last thing, I hope you guys don't disapprove of my One for All successor choice. It's something that's never been done before and I have a good backstory planned for it, as well as the person themselves. It's unique. I hope you enjoy what's coming in the future. Anyway, here we go. Well, that was a bit overdramatic, he thought to himself, calming down somewhat as he just sat on the floor in his room. He knew what he wanted to do, for certain, however, he knew there would be problems along the way. A lot of problems. His heart rate steadily increased out of nervousness just thinking about it. There was one thing he knew would be a bigger problem for him than the rest. His mother. He didn't know what to do about his mother. She had, more or less, been there for him his entire life. Yeah, she didn't quite say he could be a hero, but what was one negative to all of the positives she's done for him? She was always so kind, understanding, supportive in every way possible. He knew she worried a lot, and that's normal for mothers. The issue was, should he tell her? Should he confide in her this time? Would she support him? Would she hate him? Would she get mad and disown him as her son? He wasn't sure, not at all. However, the more he thought about it, the more he thought she had the right to know. To know about everything. She deserved to know what had been happening to him his entire life. He lied to her on a daily basis, saying everything was alright when everything wasn't. He knew she worried and she probably knew he was lying, but she respected his privacy and trusted him to come to her about it. That made him feel awful. He felt like a terrible son for probably making her think he didn't want to talk to her. He then decided he would tell her. He would tell her about everything. He would even tell her his plan, and if she supported it or not, he would still go for it. He just hoped she would still love him. He stood up from his spot on the floor, his heartbeat increasing and sweat starting to pour from his pores. He went over to his bedroom door, shakily grabbing the doorknob and twisting it open. He stepped into the hallway and made his way to the kitchen, where his mother was currently getting ready to make dinner. Here we go, he thought, taking in a deep breath and preparing himself. Hey, Mom? Can we talk for a little bit? Inko Midoriya looked at him, immediately noticing how her son was sweating bullets and shaking like he had just been on some kind of drug. She knew better though about that, but still began to worry. Izuku, honey, what's the matter? Are you alright? She stopped what she was doing and went over to him, putting her hands on his arms. He thought for a moment, hanging his head and staring at his feet. He then spoke to her truthfully, No, I'm not. His mother gasped in worry and quickly gave him a hug. She began to worriedly ask him tons of questions about what was wrong, but he stopped her and separated from the hug, gesturing toward the living room. Can we sit and talk, please? Despite Inko's worry, she was able to calm down enough and sit down across from her son so he could talk to her. She was extremely worried, scared, and saddened, but in a way she was happy. She was happy her son finally realized he could talk to her about anything. That's when it began. A long confession as to what had been happening to him since he was 4 years old. They had lost track of time, but it felt like hours had gone by. Inko had teared up more than once and hugged her son with all of her might, even more than she had cried. To say she was in shock would be an understatement. She had always thought everything was alright in school. He hadn't talked about it much, but she had been told from old friends years back that teenagers never really shared too much about school with their parents. She thought it was something normal for a teenager. But this, it wasn't normal, it was sick. Her own son was being ostracized and pretty much tortured by his peers and the staff of the school. His main bully shocked her more than anything else. His old best friend, Katsuki Bakugo. She didn't believe it at first, whether from shock or denial she didn't know, but it took him having to show her burn marks from his quirk to prove it. Apparently he would rally other students to do similar acts, but he was the main tormentor. He had even told her what he said to her this very day, and that got under her skin. Inko has known Katsuki's mother, Mitsuki Bakugo, for years. That's how Izuku and Katsuki became friends when they were so young in the first place. She would have called Mitsuki immediately if Izuku hadn't stopped her. She didn't know why he stopped her either, but she listened to him, and settled down as he continued. She was furious. She wanted to take down the entire Aldera school system right then and there, but she knew she couldn't. There wouldn't be any chance for them. They had too many people to take their side. Most likely, they'd get in trouble for falsely accusing them. He had even told her about his meeting with All Might, excluding his weakness and frail state. He told her that even the person that said everyone could be a hero had declined him. Through her own sadness and anger she saw a glint of anger in him too. For the time being, she didn't question it. When Izuku had finished confessing everything, Inko had to take a moment to herself. She had excused herself from the room and cried to herself in another. She couldn't help it, really. She felt horrible for not noticing sooner. She felt like she failed. She went back into the living room a little bit after she stopped actually crying. She noticed that he quickly wiped his own tears when she re-entered. She couldn't even imagine what he was feeling like, or felt like for all of those years. Once she sat down in her previous spot, he told her had more to say. At first she feared it was more bullying, but he assured her it was something else. She took notice of the fact he started to sweat more and his previous shaking and once again started again. She took a deep breath to calm her own nerves, deciding to step up as his mother and assure him it was okay. Izuku, I love you. No matter what you tell me, that will never change. You can always talk to me about anything. I'll always be here for you. With the message sent, she only needed to wait for him to receive it. He did, and took his own deep breaths to calm himself. With the confirmation from his mother, he calmed down and found a complete resolve to tell her this. Mom, I have a new goal, he started, and explained to her what he wanted to do. He told her how he wanted to reshape the current hero society by any means necessary. He told her the role he'd play to do it. He gave her his reasoning. To say she was shocked would be an understatement. Any normal parent would have probably flipped or something, but, somehow, she just remained perfectly still and lost in her own thoughts. From what he had told her, he would be playing the role of some sort of villain character. He would need to get his hands dirty, in more ways than one. But did she really disagree with him? Mom? Are you alright? He asked, drawing her out of her own mind. She looked at him with a very judging and analytical look. He was completely serious, she could see it in his eyes and could hear it the tone he spoke in before. I have some questions, I want you to answer them honestly for me. Okay, he nodded in response, beginning to twiddle his fingers nervously. It would have been worse if she had not said what she did earlier. How would you do it, specifically? He thought for a moment before answering. I'm going to fix the hero system, one step at a time, by using my own support item and technology. Yes, I get that, but if that's the case, why don't you just become a hero using those items? Inko had a feeling she already knew the answer, but she just wanted to confirm it. He paused, thinking again before he spoke. Eventually, he answered, I know you may not like it, but I'm going to be a lot different from now on. I'm sorry, Mom. There was more to it than that, but she let it go for now. That basically confirmed it anyway. He would most likely fall into the criminal underworld for either money or help. She didn't like it, not one bit. But when she looked at him, she saw his determination and unwavering resolve. It scared her to death, really. She knew that no matter if she completely disagreed with him, he'd still find a way to do it anyway. She knew that once her boy had his mind set on something, it would be very hard to change it. Izuku, she spoke in a quiet tone, fearfully. She fought the urge to cry, because no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't end up disagreeing with his reasoning. He was wronged, in so many ways, by so many different people. He was told to kill himself, by his former best friend and possibly many more times. Then, after that, the very same day, the number one hero crushed his dreams and then left him on the roof of a building. She thanked the gods he hadn't jumped. Tears began to leak from her eyes, Izuku's eyes following the example. They ended up embracing one another in a hug to comfort one another. Despite her dislike of it, she would be there for him, no matter what. She made sure to tell him that, from the bottom of her heart. He cried a lot after that. After the crying session, they separated. Izuku knew his mother was on his side, but despite that he couldn't help but feel bad. He felt like he was wrong for getting her involved. He mentioned it to her, but she only told him that she didn't care, as long as she could support him. They recovered soon after that. It was settled now, after a long heartfelt discussion. Both of them felt right leave their shoulders after that, but at the same time it felt heavier. They had a lot of work ahead of them, so they started to get to work. First thing was first, they set out a plan. Izuku got dropped out of school and they set up an online learning regime to get him through middle school and high school quicker. Izuku predicted he would only need 4 or 5 months to graduate, which Inko didn't even bother denying. He wouldn't listen if she did. What was likely to happen? He'd shut himself in his room for those months to solely focus on the work he needed to do, only coming out to eat and use the bathroom. She would step in if his health became compromised, and she made sure he understood that he needed to take care of himself. The discussion about what would happen after that became a bit tricky. Izuku gave her a rough idea of what he wanted to build, but it was only an idea and needed a lot of refining. It would be expensive, very, very expensive. Luckily, online school was actually cheaper than Aldera, for reasons they were starting to suspect. That meant they would be able to save more money for that project of his, but he would only start working on it fully once he completely finished school. They both knew they needed another way to make money, though. Izuku also mentioned the fact he would need to learn other things in order to properly succeed in what he wanted to do. She knew this already, but it was good that it was mentioned. That would be something he'd officially start once he finished school. With nothing else to discuss, they both gave one another a long hug before resuming their own things. Inko started to resume eating dinner, which by now was hours late, and Izuku went back to his room to get himself started on his schoolwork. Months went by rather fast, for them at least. It took a little longer than he had thought, graduating 5 months and a week after starting online learning. It was mostly due to his health starting to waver and Inko made him take a break and fix his schedule. It was like routine to him at that point, and when it suddenly ended he felt a little lost. He was unsure of what to do next. It was funny to him too, actually. It was funny how well he was able to focus and learn. He thought that, since he didn't need to worry about a quirk, his studies would always be at 100%. People with quirks always had that on the conscious, something more of a distraction they always had to improve or use in some way. But for him, it wasn't the case for him. His mother even called him a prodigy. But eventually, after only a few days, he started learning again. He didn't just throw in the towel right away. He decided to find appropriate subjects pertaining to what he needed to know and asked his mother to sign him up. The study of holography was one of the major subjects he decided to pick up. With how technology was in their world today, holographic imaging is able to be implemented with many possibilities for use, not to mention that nobody nowadays really used it for anything due to quirks. Not to mention that it was incredibly useful for what he had in mind. Special effects and basic tricks wouldn't hurt either to go with this, he supposed. To go with that, he decided to learn robotics and computer science, as well as advanced engineering. They were incredibly useful subjects to learn, and could come in handy in a variety of different situations. Not to mention the fact he couldn't build anything if he didn't know how to. On the side, he decided it would be incredibly useful to get rid of his nervousness and stuttering. It wouldn't benefit him at all in the future, so he decided to take up an acting class of sorts. Well, not so much a class but more as a tips and tricks video and some much needed practice. He practiced with his mother most of the time, but at other times he decided to go out to random strangers and play a random, realistic role. One time he decided he would impersonate a hero using only their voice, and funnily enough nobody could tell the difference. The fun was ruined when the actual hero he was impersonating showed up, in which he had to get the heck out of there. All of those things combined took months to complete, making it so over a year went by since he spoke to his mother. If nothing had changed, he would have been in his last year of middle school and only have 10 months until the UA entrance exam began. It was funny, he never once thought about his old friend Bakugo, which he now referred to him as instead of Kachan. He couldn't care less about him anymore, and if he got into UA, it was only more of a reason to fix the system. Though he still knew better than to not pay attention to upcoming heroes, or new ones, not to mention how older heroes may have improved. So, he continued to analyze heroes on his spare time, writing notes in his notebook, just like old times. Though now that he finished learning what he wanted to learn he needed to practice. The problem was there was a complete lack of materials around for him to use. Inko had offered to get some for him using the money that had been saved up, but he politely declined. He needed to do research on how to get materials. A day or so into research he found something almost a bit too perfect. A beach, full of trash that washed up onto shore. It was full of all different things for him to just take. The best part is that it wasn't even that far from his apartment. He made a few trips with his mom using their car, Gathering materials he thought he could salvage and shape into something better. Of course, they needed tools for the job, and luckily they still had some money saved up, so they used the money to get him the tools required to do his work. Inko had also given Izuku a warehouse that belonged to her husband, and Izuku's father, Midoriya Hisashi, and let him change it into Izuku's own personal workshop. Since Hisashi wasn't around much at the moment anyway, the warehouse was free for him to use as he wished. It took a while with a lot of trial and error, not to mention the waste of scrap materials, but he was finally able to create something. It was only a simple laser pointer, a pretty big one at that, practically useless. But the fact that he was able to do it was a win for him. The next step was condensing the size, making it smaller so it could be fit into something. 2 days later, full of non-stop work, he was able to condense the laser pointer into a 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch small cube. One side of the cube was where the laser would shoot out through, shown by a small hole. A small button on the back would turn it on. He accidentally put his hand in front of it and felt a little heat coming from the beam. He noted for later that it could possibly be used for weaponization or breaching. Eventually, after taking it slow and steady for many weeks, he had gotten bolder in his creations. He used what he could find at the beach to build a pretty crappy holoprojector. The imaging was crap and the size of both the image as well as the device was laughable, but he had built it only using beach scraps. He saw that as an absolute win. He could only imagine what he could do with better materials at his disposal. A small experiment came to his mind a few days after making the holoprojector. What if he could use vibration and sound to create a sonic cannon of sorts? He got some devices together, tipped their sound to a lower frequency, along with other things. It failed, the first time, and exploded into a wave of deafening sound that ended up being broadcasted on the news. Apparently, the sound waves were so strong that it ended up going on for a quarter mile or so. He needed to tone that down. A week after that, between some testing for the other experiment, one of Izuku's main projects had begun. He was able to make his own little drones, using 4 makeshift propeller blades and a base shaped down from other scrap metals. He used actual drones as referencing by going to different stores and studying them, then sketching and taking notes. However, he couldn't actually buy any because they were all just too much money, even the smaller ones. So he carefully built his own, cheaper drones. Eventually he got it working and was able to set up a remote control to his computer for the time being. It was able to fly stably and still had room to fit what he wanted to fit. The downside was that this drone had no projection, with the propeller blades being exposed and its durability being little to none. The idea was that he would use the drones to fit a holoprojector on the bottom and be able to project an image from the drone. He soon was able to replicate the drone to make multiple and ended up with about 4 total drones by the end of the week, all fully functioning and stable. He then came to a realization that with all the technology he would be using in the future, he should probably have some kind of digital defense. He asked his mother to sign him up for a programming course, which she did and he completed within the next 2 weeks. Then, Izuku, the mad lad that he is, decided to learn how to hack and program complicated firewalls. His first hacking test was the neighbor's television. He was able to crank the volume up loud enough for him to hear. He slowly advanced his skills to where he was able to hack the police and cover his tracks. He was able to make copies of some of their files, specifically villains with interesting quirks he could write down. After he did that, he thought he was good enough in that department. He was going to go as far as hacking the government or something, but hacking into UA when the next year started did sound like something he should consider. It took a whole month after he figured out how to hack to get the issue sorted out with the sonic cannon. Izuku eventually was able to make the vibrations and sound flow in a cone once fired out, and it wasn't too loud either. The wave ended abruptly after about 30 or so feet, but will end earlier if a heavy enough blocker is in the way. Izuku discovered, while testing at the beach, it was strong enough to push smaller objects around, as well as himself. He thought that if he could make another version of this, but stronger with an added feedback loop, he could potentially make some kind of hover device. A day or so after finishing with that experiment, his mother asked him to grab some groceries for her since she was sort of stuck with something with her job and couldn't go. Naturally he agreed to go, since he didn't want his mother doing everything anyway and he wanted to help her out as much as he could. He had gotten the groceries with little to no issue. The only real problem was a minor annoyance when the stupid device absolutely refused to read the card he was swiping, which made him call for assistance and stay there for almost an hour. Thankfully he didn't have any cold things on him to worry about. On his way home, there was a lot of chatter about some kind of incident a few blocks away. Apparently someone had set a building ablaze and the heroes just stood around and watched. Thankfully, a civilian was able to rush in and save everyone. Izuku grit his teeth in annoyance. A civilian shouldn't have to step into situations heroes should be in. He hoped that civilian was alright. The same went for everyone in the building. After a few more turns on the road he got distracted by something and stopped paying attention to where he was walking, causing him to bump into someone. The other person fell to the ground with an oof, while Izuku regained his focus but dropped his groceries to the ground. He looked ahead of him to find that he had run into a girl. She had shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair, side-swept to her right with some shorter strands about the eyes. Fair skin. Bit of an athletic build with some lacking muscle. From what he could see, she had cerulean eyes and had a stuck neutral expression on her face. Her hair and face seemed to be dirty and her clothes didn't fare any better. She seemed a bit discombobulated as she still lay on the ground. Without thinking, he forgot about his groceries and reached a hand out to her. Now he was still a bit iffy on normal human interaction, but his mom had been helping him out with that, so he hoped his nervousness didn't show itself too much. Sorry about that, I wasn't watching where I was going, damn it. She looked up at him, a hand on her head. She stared at him for a moment, a bit like she was mesmerized by him, before actually grabbing his hand, and he helped her up. After she balanced and adjusted herself, she shook her head. No, don't apologize. I wasn't paying attention either. She walked past him and over to his bags, picking them up and offering it to him. You dropped these. He nodded, also a bit mesmerized by the girl in front of him, while taking the bags. Izuku decided to speak. Are you alright? You seem a bit. He didn't really want to seem rude by calling her dirty or filthy. She nodded. I am fine. I only got caught up in something earlier. She said it so casually, as if it were no big deal. Izuku was concerned for this girl's well-being now, but he only nodded. He could only take her word for it since he didn't actually know her, and it wasn't his place or business to pry her for information. While he had learned how to read people's expressions from his acting classes, this girl's expression was so incredibly neutral that it was impossible to read. Her voice was even almost completely void of emotion too. It seemed she caught a glint of the concern he displayed, but didn't say anything on it. Instead, she decided to give him a very small smile and give a short bow toward him as a thanks. No more words were said and the two parted ways. He was sure he would remember her though. He had a feeling he would see her again soon, but didn't exactly know why. By then, after the unexpected meeting, at least 4 months have passed since he started experimenting with making gear. It had gone well for the most part, despite some bumps in some places. After all the work he had done up until then, he decided he needed a bit of a break. For months he had been working non-stop on things, and he felt like it was soon going to start affecting his health. His mother would agree. And so, a 2-week break began. Though, during the break, he couldn't help but think about what he could do in the future. A main concern for him was materials, since he doubted mere beach scraps would be the best things to use long-term. A week and a half into his break, Izuku was walking to the beach to pick up some materials in preparation of a project he was going to be working on. He wasn't looking for too much either, just something he could use as a sort of conduct for a new holoprojector he was thinking up. Though, just when he was about to go down the stairs, he heard a voice from down below. Why did you suggest we meet here? Ha ha ha. Another voice boomed in laughter. Izuku unconsciously tightened his fist in rage just hearing it, but was able to realize it and calm down shortly after. He quickly found a suitable place to take cover and eavesdrop on the conversation below. Your body is not yet ready to handle one for all. If I gave it to you now, your limbs would explode. You do possess a lot of muscle already, so this will mostly be an additional workout for you. I also apologize. We should have begun a lot sooner than this, but I had some trouble coming up with a suitable fitness plan for you and your quirk. Huh? He had more than one question about that entire statement. 1. What the hell was one for all? 2. Apparently this, one for all, can be given away. Izuku at first thought it may be some kind of weapon or substance somebody could eat or inject, but he turned that down quickly because he doubted All Might would be in possession of anything like that. 3. What the hell, this person's limbs could explode. Came the short and simple reply. That's all you have to say to that? Izuku mentally exploded. He would personally have some concerns about this, but that was just him, he guessed. A feminine voice spoke. We're here because I need to build a little more muscle to handle it. All Might nodded, but Izuku couldn't see it, correct. But that's not the only reason. Izuku then decided to peek over from his hiding place to watch what was going on now. All Might had moved over to a fridge and began crushing it with a single hand. After some internet research yesterday, I found out that this beach has been like this for many years. Apparently, the current drifts objects here a lot, and because of that, people take advantage to hide their illegal dumping. Heroes these days do a lot of showy stuff, but sometimes hero work is about helping the community. Izuku glared at All Might for that comment. It was a bit hypocritical, since he was literally the highest hero in the spotlight. Granted, he wasn't as bad as, say, Uwabami, but still. Was the girl's reply, again. Izuku looked at her, noting her appearance. It was the same girl he had met on the street. He pulled out his notebook, which he conveniently had on him, and began to sketch her as best he could from what he could see now as well as memory. He left a spot next to the sketch open for any notes, since he knew this would be important later. You're also allowed to use your quirk, All Might told her, with Izuku perking up at the mention of her quirk. This is meant to be a sort of training exercise, so don't hold back. Test your quirk, bring it to its limits and improve it. However, you still need to follow this plan I made for you and prioritize gaining muscle. I know this is a lot harder due to the entrance exams starting in only a few months, but you can do it, go beyond, plus ultra. It didn't seem like he would get any more information from this encounter, so he decided to back off. He was able to sneak away as they started talking about something else. He had a sketch and some information for later. Now he really wished he had gotten the girl's name when they had first met. Although he made sure to dedicate a page to this, one for all, when he got home. Now, he knew he wasn't able to go to the beach for parts anymore without risking being seen. Well, perhaps he could still go just when nobody was there, but he doubted that since they are trying to clear it before exams started. In all honesty, he could probably get away with being seen. But overall it was just too risky with what he had planned in the future. At one point he started thinking about what kind of suit or costume he'd wear. Following that, he decided to start designing multiple suits that seemed interesting or matched seemed appealing to him. Eventually, he settled on a pretty peculiar design, but the implications for it were good, so he marked it. It'll be what the MCU Mysterio suit looks like. He told his mom about the suit and they began to conjure up ideas on what they would be able to do for it, since they obviously weren't able to build such an advanced suit just yet. What they had was a good idea, actually suggested by Inko, but it wasn't ready just yet. Using a good portion of the saved money they still had, it wasn't a lot anymore because of the amount of classes Izuku took, they were able to get a motion capture suit. The idea was that, once he was able to successfully upgrade his holoprojectors enough, they would be able to just project a suit onto his body. He realized he probably shouldn't use his official suit for villain work either, so he designed another one specifically for it. But first, he needed to work on his projectors for it, but he couldn't get the materials to work on them. He had to rule the beach out completely too, since every time he went there that girl was there working. All Might would be there sometimes too. After a few tries he just decided it wasn't worth it. The girl was, shockingly, making a lot of progress on that beach. He thought that perhaps her quirk was the main reason she was able to progress so quickly. So, he had to do something to get materials, but his mind always wandered back to the money problem they had. Mainly due to the sheer amount of classes Izuku took online, the best thing he could do was get a job. But most jobs willing to hire a kid his age paid pretty poorly, and he didn't feel like waiting months upon months just to finish a single projector. One day he was catching up on hero notes by looking at online footage. It started out normal, but out of nowhere his mind just seemed to stop and realize that the villains actually lose a majority of the conflicts they find themselves in. He came up with an idea. Whether it was a particularly good idea or not remained to be seen, but it was extremely risky. He thought that, since villains couldn't win a fight with a hero to save their ass, he could perhaps sell information to villains for them to use in confrontation. Izuku started to think of ways he would actually pull this off. He wouldn't risk physically meeting with any villains, since if things went south he'd be in danger and he's basically putting his face out there for everyone to see. The next best thing would be to do it online somehow. He did some intense research for about a week after setting up a secure digital defense on his computer, on a very specific part of the dark, deep web. Villains used a variety of sites for different purposes. Izuku found a plethora of information sites, recruitment sites, black markets, etc. It really was a jackpot of villainy. How had the heroes or police not found this yet? He set up his own digital bank account and decided to make his own website. It took him a while to actually think of a name for himself and his site, but he eventually settled on Mr. Mystery's Hero Weakness Store. Limited time only. The site was pretty plain, with a basic description on what it's about and a secure channel for villains to get in contact with him. He decided on prices for particular heroes too. For heroes he particularly hated, like Uwabami and MT. Lady, he would do it for a lesser price at perhaps 200,000 yen, because he hated them and would admit to wanting them gone. For heroes like 13, someone he considered to be a good hero, he charged more at perhaps 540,000 yen. For heroes like Eraserhead that were harder to gather information on, they were less expensive but still a lot, sitting at around 350,000 yen. He made an exception for Endeavor, since he knew that since he was a majorly hated hero and sitting at rank 2, he decided to make the price for weaknesses on him 900,000 yen. The most expensive hero was All Might, sitting at 2,200,000 yen. The reason for All Might's price was because of his singular weakness, and the fact that he was literally keeping most of the underworld in line by being the symbol of peace. Even Izuku knew that he was important, despite his hatred for the man. He posted the site after he had everything set up. Then, literally, only 10 minutes after he posted it, he got a ping. Like, what the actual hell? Izuku opened up the channel, finding the private message from some villain who knows where. Unknown. What do you have on All Might? He had to slap his face once after that. This guy couldn't be serious, could he? Did he see the price? You do know how much it costs, right? Unknown. Yeah, I'll pay you double or whatever, just tell me what you've got. He censored himself in his own mind. This maniac was willing to pay him double just for a weakness on All Might? Well, it was too good to pass up. His left side. If you have something strong enough to actually hit him, hit the left side of his stomach. Unknown. Really? Thanks. Most of these noobs don't have any weaknesses. Do you have anything else? He wanted more. What was with this dude? He wasn't going to give this guy any more info than that though. I'm afraid not. That's all I was able to get after all the research I did. Unknown. Okay, this will do. Unknown. I sent you your pay. Unknown. You seem cool, we could use someone like you. You want to join our league? He's making a league? Did he make a mistake by telling these guys this? I'm sorry, but no, I have another agenda I need to follow. Thanks for the offer though. Unknown. Damn, well, I'll tell someone I know to get people over here for information. Unknown. Bye. The guy left, and when Izuku checked his account, the guy, true to his word, paid him double. That was literally 4,400,000 yen. Then he said he would spread the word to others. He didn't know whether to consider this a success or not. Did he just make a huge mistake? It didn't take too long for him to start getting more messages requesting info. There was this one really eager, and Izuku really meant eager, guy that wanted info on Endeavor. Then even after Izuku was paid and the information was given, the guy went into further detail on how much Endeavor needed to suffer and the like. So, this businesses was a major success all around, he supposed. Throughout the week his bank account exploded with money. Izuku supposed the guy had been true to his word about telling people about the site. He ended up with more than enough to get what he needed now, and would most likely continue to get more and more every day to fund his projects. It took months of very, very precise work, but he was able to do it. He was finally able to make a top-notch projector. The image was astounding and lifelike. You couldn't even tell it was a holographic projection unless you specifically put your hand through it. Though, this came at a price. Usually, when making it, the projector would overheat and promptly lead to an explosion in the workshop. The first time it happened was devastating and completely ruined a lot of things. The second time he knew better, and he, with more trial and error, was able to complete it. This would go extremely well with the motion capture suit, he concluded. If he put that on and installed the projectors on his drones, then had said drones follow him whilst projecting the image of his suit, it would appear as if he were wearing an actual suit. It was brilliant, if he didn't say so himself. He still wanted an actual suit though. It was more for a cool factor to have an actual suit though. He'd have to figure out how it could be made later. He instead now was focusing on upgrading current gadgets into something much better. Weeks later the UA entrance exams finally began, and he completely forgot. He was too preoccupied with upgrading his drones to have a better material, actually give it a shell, and leave room for other things. Think of the drones from Far From Home. He decided he'd hack into UA's system so he could see all the possible new heroes. UA's firewalls were tough to break, but he was able to get through without exposing himself. Yay! Bakugo was there, of course. Though, something was off about Bakugo. He seemed more docile. Whatever, he didn't really care. He instead focused on some of the more exciting participants. It seemed as though Ingenium's little brother, Tenya Iida, was participating, though from what he's seen so far of him the kid could be quite still and annoying. The dude had the gall to tell President Mike that Uwa was unprofessional, in the middle of a presentation, about something he hadn't even gotten to yet. The really interesting participant was the girl he had seen with All Might. Kodai Yui, was what UA's records had her name as. Quirk. Size. Size allows the user to alter the size of objects the user has previously interacted with, activated by pressing her fingertips together. It doesn't work on living things. A simple quirk, and a quite powerful one too. Perhaps with the right training, and if the user increased the speed at which objects grew, it could be even better. He jotted it down in his notebook, along with other notes, as he watched from camera systems. Kodai's profile also possessed a description of her looks and her personality. He considered that a bit creepy, but it could be useful. Apparently she was kind-hearted, strong-willed, self-sacrificial, and more. She was a bit quiet though, not really on the expressive side. The girl would go around her designated arena shrinking robots and crushing them in her hand to gain villain points. As he watched he noticed her figure had changed a bit, now possessing a bit more muscle than she had before. There were instances as he watched where she shrunk objects and grew them to large sizes to destroy them as well. There were also a few times she sacrificed points to help people who were cornered, even helping them recover. Izuku respected her from what he saw, and thought she would be a great hero someday. It wasn't too long before the big guy showed up. The 0-pointer, as they called it. People ran from it like herds or sheep. But the strangest thing happened. Another contestant was trapped, and there was nothing they could do to move out of the way. Izuku has initially thought that the robot would stop before it hit her, but no, Kodai literally shot up into the air and punched a hole in the robot's face at the cost of some of her limbs. Needless to say, Izuku spit out the water he was drinking all over the floor. He was left stunned and wide-eyed. 2 quirks? No, that should be impossible. A case like that is so incredibly rare, with the only known case being Todoroki Shoto. Could size also apply to her physical strength? No, that's impossible too. After minutes upon minutes of careful consideration, he came to a conclusion. One for all, he thought. Was that one for all? He quickly opened his notebook to the one for all page, starting to jot down whatever he knew. So one for all is a quirk. I should have known from the start. It seems like a strength enhancer from what it could do. But how was it that she was able to get it? All Might did say he would give it to her. Does one for all have some sort of property that allows it to be passed down? That would imply that there are 2 quirks in one for all itself. He wasn't completely sure, but he jotted it down anyway. It was good to have notes on these things. And it already seemed like this could be a major problem later on. He already predicted the alibis they would contour up. Either 1. They'd play it off as part of her quirk, or 2. They'd play it off like she was born with 2 quirks. It was hard to say which option was more likely, since they could just say the second quirk appeared later due to the lack of muscle to use it, or something. He supposed that was enough of that for the day and went back to working on his drones. He thought it would be best to replace the propellers with some kind of hover device. He had upgraded his sonic cannon to be more durable, pack more of a punch, and actually have a larger range of settings for the device itself. He would implement the workings of that into a hover device. It took a few days, but he was able to make a separate version of the sonic cannon that functioned as a hover device. Instead of being a burst of sound and vibration that sent out a strong blast, it would be a constant wave of it at a lower frequency and power. It was pretty silent too. He first tested it on some materials that would balance pretty well, and it was an overall success, with a few kinks every now and then. He installed it into the drone, after making some more, so it was ready. The projector had fit rather well into the drone. It actually didn't take up too much room, and the drone itself was actually pretty roomy. He could make more laser pointers and put one in every drone. That would help with precise targeting. Also, with all of the extra room, he thought why now add the sonic cannon in there too. It was right in the middle of the drone, with the projector just under that, and the laser pointer in between. The hover device was installed into the bottom. Of course, additionally he needed to set up a computer system that programmed the drone to follow commands. It was a pretty small system he was able to make too, so the drone was still really roomy on the inside. Fairly light too. He was sure to make it waterproof, sandproof, fireproof, most of the proofs. They were still pretty easy to destroy if someone got a hard hit in, though. He went back to the beach to test it out, and as he expected, the entire beach was literally trash-free. The girl really pushed herself in such little time, didn't she? He wasn't sure if there was any way in the world he'd be able to do something like that. It was time for the test. He had gotten a small tablet that he could wrist mount and have more of a direct control of the drones. So, he connected the drone to the tablet and started its first test run. He made sure to wear the mocap suit for this as well. He hit a few things on the tablet and the drone began to fly up. Izuku started to get excited. He did a few different tests. Left, right, up, down, diagonal, speed, etc. The wind picked up for a few seconds, throwing the drone off balance a bit, but it was still alright, so he carried on. The projector started to emit a blue light, enveloping his mocap suit and replacing it with an image of his suit. It wasn't perfect, however, since the lack of coverage left a lot of spots on him exposed and unchanged. He would need more drones to fix that. He switched off the projector and thought it'd be a good idea to test the sonic cannon while it was pointed right at him. He fired it, and not only did it fling him back a good bit, but the drone was pushed so far back it tumbled in the sand. Izuku cleaned himself off and went after the downed drone. Luckily he made it so sand or anything couldn't compromise it, but the fact that it was flung so far back just from firing the sonic cannon wasn't good at all. He needed some sort of automatic stabilizer to help with that. A better way to control the drones wasn't a bad thought either. Izuku considered voice commands would be a good option, or even a way to control them remotely from his brain. First though, he needed stabilizers. By the time Izuku finally figured out how to optimize an automatic stabilizer for his drone, the first day of UA's New Year had started. He didn't much mind though, since the first day was likely orientation related and whatnot. He'd tune in the next day and see if anything was going on, but now he wanted to test his new stabilizers. He took the drone back to the beach and ran all the same tests he did last time, just in case installing the new stabilizers compromised any other systems in the computer or projector. When it finally came time to test the stabilizer, he couldn't help but worry a little. The first few tests involved a lot of sparks and explosions, most due to overheating. Though, when he did it this time, it actually wasn't too bad. The knockback was approximately 5 to 7 feet back, and the only thing concerning was the rapid shake of the drone during recoil. If he could fix that so the drone remained straighter, and the knockback was just about 3 to 5 feet, that would be nice. When the second day of UA came, he sort of checked in on the cameras every now and then. Nothing particularly interesting was happening, and from what he could gather from their system's class schedules, the hero training course didn't start until later in the day. Well, for the class he actually cared about. 1A has Kodai in it, probably because All Might was mostly going to be with that class, so he needed to keep an eye on her. He also found that Bakugo was in that class too, not that he really cared about him. He was just marked as a very dangerous potential adversary due to his quirk, so any developments should be marked. There was also Ingenium's brother, as well as Endeavor's youngest son. All potential threats, some more than others, but all still potential threats either way. Though from what he saw, 1B did have some interesting individuals. 1A did seem to have the more interesting people. Anyway, he just waited for the class to start while he brainstormed new possible ideas for his devices. When it finally came, he began to pay full attention. Apparently, All Might taught the class and he had some kind of practical training planned. Izuku would admit, sometimes practical experience taught a bit better than the basic, which was something he went through while making his gadgets. It was taking place in one of UA's fake cities, ground beta. Teams would be picked at random and it was basically a game of heroes versus villains, except there's a nuclear bomb and the heroes have to touch it. The only match that interested him was the first one, that being Yui Kodai and Kendo Itsuka versus Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida. Itsuka was an interesting one too, quirk, big fist. It was pretty generic for the most part, only able to enlarge her fists, but it possessed some useful capabilities as well, such as more power in a hit or the ability to grab larger and heavier objects you normally couldn't lift. Not to mention it could also be used as a shield depending on whether the hand becomes fatter and more durable, almost like fat gum. She was also a pretty talented martial artist and the daughter of a retired hero. He didn't necessarily want to mess with her in close combat. Bakugo and Iida were the villains this time. Despite what Izuku thought would happen, which would be that Bakugo would rush the opponent head-on, it didn't happen. Bakugo actually actively listened to his teammate and devised a plan. Izuku was shocked, to say the least. He continued to watch the match. Kodai and Itsuka went straight to the top floor, concluding it was the most likely place the bomb would be kept considering distance and practical location. Izuku considered the possibilities, and while that all was true, the villains could have easily figured out that heroes would consider that and set up a trap on that floor while the bomb was safely stored in another location. Eventually, the heroes won. Izuku noticed that Kodai had not used her second quirk during the match at all. He considered only one possibility. It was still too hard for her to control, and using the amount of power the quirk possessed would render her out of commission for the fight, so she didn't use it. They can't just play it off like she doesn't have it, since there were multiple witnesses of students and teachers that saw her punch the robot's head off. He wondered how it would go. He shortly reviewed the other matches, none really catching his eyes like the first one other than the young Todoroki's. It seemed he was keen on only using his ice. His personality seemed rather neutral like Kodai's but possessed a weird fire to it. He figured there was something up with that and noted to keep an eye on him. At the end of everything, he couldn't help but feel like there was something really off about Bakugo. Something wasn't right, at all. He'd be sure to keep it in mind as he continued to work for the next few days. One day, just suddenly, he felt like a complete and utter idiot. He hadn't considered until then, but how the hell would he be able to successfully pull off an illusion suit using the projectors if the damn drones were as visible as the sun in the day? He slammed his desk on the table for that idiotic oversight of his. Considering that the drones would need to be cloaked somehow, he would likely need to either find a way to coat the existing shell of the drone to something that can bend electromagnetic radiation, or he would have to find a new material to replace the shell that did the same thing. Additionally, there would need to be some kind of mechanism in place to activate and deactivate the cloaking device. Perhaps he could put something on the inside of the shell that created an invisible barrier around the shell of the drone. Yeah, that would work. If he could find something that could actually do it, then he could utilize a different version of his projectors to carry its effects to the outer layer of the drone's shell. Overall, this took a long time to do. For one, finding a material able to even do such a feat seemed to be impossible. That took him, what he felt like to him is, forever. Once he finally did find a material suitable enough and promptly ordered their entire stock, he had to rig the thing to the inside of the drone so it functioned. So, in summary, a lot of grueling and tedious things to do. While Izuku was having a fantastic journey, Uo was attacked. He granted himself a break to research the event that made breaking news. Apparently, some League of Villains decided it was a genius idea to charge inside of the USJ during a rescue class and attack a class of students whilst declaring that they were there to kill All Might. Wait, were these the guys he gave that info to? Well, to his relief, everything actually turned out alright. Nobody was killed or mortally injured, and eventually All Might showed up really late to save the students' asses. The two leaders were able to retreat though. And, funnily enough, it was Kodai and Bakugo's class that was attacked. He'd be sure to tune into the sports festival. The next 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival was Izuku's nightmare. The cloaking device would just never work as intended. Sometimes it overheated and would almost explode. Other times it would misfire and make other things cloaked, which wasn't fun at all because he accidentally stubbed his toe on a big metal tool. Overall, he hated it. One day, he just absolutely was so infuriated with the thing he needed to get out of there. He had gone to the beach, which was now completely vacant of trash, to cool down. It had become a semi-popular place for people to come now that all of the trash was gone. It was nice, the nice, relaxing breeze in the air and the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. It almost made him forget about everything, almost. As he stood on the beach, eyes closed, taking in the relaxing atmosphere, a voice called out to him. "It is you again." He opened his eyes and turned toward the voice. Kodai had shown up and was making her way toward him. He was surprised and a bit shaken by her arrival. He hadn't expected her to show up now, if at all. He nodded at her. She ended up next to him, and he noticed she was taller than him, as she began looking out into the horizon. "I didn't expect you to be here." "Nor I you," was her response. She looked at him. "What brings you here?" He took in a deep breath, then let it out. He could feel his nerves starting to claw their way into his voice, especially now that he knew who she was, but he kept it back. "I was frustrated and needed a place to relax." She nodded, showing that she acknowledged it. He curiously asked, "What about you?" "Same." She looked down at her hand, almost as if she was unsure about something. "Could I ask a question?" He raised an eyebrow. What could she possibly ask him? Couldn't she go to All Might or someone else about this? He decided to just help her out. She seemed like a nice person, willing to help others in exchange for hurting herself, among other things. "Sure, go ahead." "It is actually a few things." She admitted. He only nodded to show that he didn't mind. "If you were given power, what would you do with it? How would you use it?" Now, to just anyone that would seem like an odd question to ask. However, Izuku already knew the context of the question. Not that he'd tell her that, ever. He thought about it for a little bit. She was asking that if he were the one that received one for all, what would he do with it? In his frame of mind now, his answer would be a bit mixed, but still the same as it would have been over a year ago. He decided to answer. "Well, power is a pretty broad term, but if I were given one then I'd try to do the most good I could with it. With great power comes great responsibility, I think would be a good saying here. What I would do with it would depend on the quirk, or power as you called it. If you were given a power involving healing then I would likely want to go into the field so I could heal potentially injured people. Sometimes hospitals are too late, and despite the risks of going out there, I could save more people than just staying put in some hospital. For something like strength or endurance then I'd obviously put myself in front of a villain to protect people. That's what heroes are supposed to do, after all." What he said wasn't wrong. If he, right now, was given a quirk, he would try to do the most good he could do. However, his view of good has wavered a bit, as did his view of heroes. He'd help people, but not as a hero. Something in between, maybe? It was a hard topic to explain, but the general idea of it wasn't hard to pass on. His mother seemed to understand it, at the very least. After his little ramble, he noticed she had developed a weird look on her face. Her mouth gaped a little in what he assumed was surprise and shock. He would admit, he also surprised himself at how much he had ended up saying. She decided to speak again. "How old are you?" He thought the sudden question was a bit creepy, but he answered anyway, 15. "Why didn't you apply to become a hero then?" she asked, then insisted. "You would have made a great one." Izuku couldn't help but feel a little tingly inside after that little compliment, however it subsided for now. He didn't want to get his hopes up that someone would actually tell him what he wanted to hear after so long. It was too late now, anyway. He decided to test her. "I think it's my turn to ask a question, don't you think?" She was taken back by the sudden harshness in his words, but nodded anyway. He took another deep breath in and let it out, to prepare himself. "Do you think someone quirkless could become a hero?" The question surprised her, no doubt. He looked out into the ocean, as did she. He waited patiently for her to respond to his question. Finally, after what felt like minutes, she responded. "Yes, I do." He quickly turned his head to face her. She was still looking out into the ocean. "Anyone can be a hero, quirkless or not. It will be harder for them, sure, but if they try hard enough they could succeed." Eraserhead is a main example of this. His quirk does not help him fight, just even the playing field. He basically fights quirkless himself. That was true. Eraserhead did fight quirkless. All he really did in combat was erase the opponent's quirk so he could use his superior fighting techniques against them. For the first time in a while, Izuku was 100% happy. He looked back to the ocean, fully immersing himself back into the atmosphere. Someone had finally told him what he wanted to hear. Too bad it was too late. Still though, he smiled. "May I ask why you wanted to know?" she asked him. His smile dropped after that. Another test he could give her, he supposed. Another deep breath to calm his nerves. "I'm quirkless," he confessed. He knew she was processing the information still. Her face remained neutral as well. "All my life, I've been waiting for someone to say that," he admitted further. "When I was 4, my quirk never came when everyone else's quirks did." He looked at his hands, remembering when Bakugo first developed his quirk. "I was shamed, bullied, beat up, and so much more." He looked back at her. "Up till now, nobody has ever said, 'You can do it,' and that's what hurt the most." He physically jumped back a little when he felt a weight come into him and a pair of arms wrap around his back. He almost fell. She was actually hugging him. He couldn't understand why. She wasn't there, she didn't see it, but yet she still hugged him. On the inside, he felt something. It hurt, almost. A pang in his heart. Was this happiness? Sadness? Whatever it was almost welcoming? Nice? Was this how it felt to have someone other than his mother that cared about him? "I'm so sorry you had to go through things like that." Her voice still carried that bit of neutrality in it like it usually did, but this time it was a bit shaken, broken even. He knew she had figured out there was much more than what he had said. Hesitantly, he raised his arms around her back and returned the embrace. It was a bit awkward for him. This was only their second encounter, yet they had already connected on this kind of level. He still appreciated the sentiment nonetheless, even if he didn't officially know her. They eventually separated, and it wasn't until they did that he noticed something was rolling down his cheek. Tears? He thought that he had left that behind him. This girl, she was making him feel all sorts of things he didn't think he'd ever feel again. She looked down at him, putting a hand to the tearful cheek and wiped it away with her thumb. He looked into her eyes, seeing the sadness in them. She felt guilty. He could tell. "I'm sorry," she spoke softly. He was barely able to hear her. "I wish that I was there. I wouldn't have let you suffer by yourself." He shook his head, giving off an appreciative, small smile. "Don't feel bad. What's done is done. There's no changing that. And besides, if you were there too, you would have been hurt too. I would never wish that upon anyone." He felt as if what he had said didn't help at all. She removed her hand from his cheek, and backed up from him a little. She suddenly became nervous as she twiddled her thumbs. "If I," was what she started with, but she suddenly stopped. She used his primary method of calming oneself, taking a deep breath before trying again. "If I could give you a quirk, would you take it?" The question shocked him. It made his shake. He hadn't been expecting such a question. Was this a real proposal? A trick? If it was real, there could be multiple reasons as to why she asked him. It could be out of pity. It could be a test. It could be a few things, some more likely than others. However, he knew she didn't mean to hurt his feelings or anything by requesting it. He could tell she meant no hard feelings. "I would refuse," came his truthful response. Her expression didn't change much, but she looked like she was thinking about why he would refuse. He decided to explain. He gave her a heartfelt smile before speaking. "I'd appreciate the offer, but I wouldn't take it in a million years. Being a hero isn't just about power to me, it's about what's in here." He pointed to his head, and in here. He pointed to his heart. Those are the main components in heroics, not some kind of power. Yeah, a quirk would be useful to punch a villain, but a lot of the time anyone could make a device that can do something similar. There are multiple routes in heroics too, not just the fighting side. She looked at him like he had 3 heads for a moment, before smiling at him. "An admirable way to view heroics. What is your name?" He felt proud at that moment. Izuku Midoriya, even though he already knew, he still needed to ask. "And you?" He held out his hand, hoping she would shake it. "Yui Kodai," she responded, taking his hand and shaking it lightly. "If I may ask, do you live around here?" He nodded. "Yeah, I do. Right here in Musutafu, only a little bit of a walk from home to this beach. What about you?" Kodai seemed surprised for a moment. "I do as well. I live in an apartment complex, it's not too far from here. I just moved not too long ago though." Now it was Izuku's turn to be surprised. "Me too, actually. Apartment complex 2, down a few blocks." "Apartment complex 1. Was her quick response. It was quiet for a moment, but Izuku was the one that actually broke the silence. He started to give off small laughs, which she started to subtly give off as well. "We were next to each other and we didn't even know." Was her chirpy response. Though, after that, it became quiet again. They both stood there in the open, taking in the nice breeze and listening to the ocean waves hit the shore. It was starting to get late and the sun was starting to set, changing the sky's color to orange. Kodai noticed this and looked at him, poking him on the shoulder to grab his attention. "May I see your phone?" Albeit confused, he complied. He took out his phone, which she snatched in an instant while simultaneously pulling out her own phone. Izuku knew where this was going, and couldn't help but feel like this wasn't exactly a good thing, considering what he had planned for the future. But, he couldn't bring himself to tell her to stop. Maybe he still wanted friends after all. After messing with their phones for a bit, she handed him his bag. His contacts were still open, with the addition of a new number. He looked at her questioningly. "You don't have to do this, She held her hand up to stop him, which he did. She started to speak. "Nobody was there when you needed it most. Let someone be there for you now. Let me be your friend, Midoriya." It was almost a plea, and he couldn't bring himself to decline. He just accepted it. He had a friend now. A friend that would, most likely, be on the other team one day. A friend he would have to betray in favor of his own goals. The two exchanged their goodbyes, since she had to leave for a curfew or something. He stayed at the beach though, lost in thought. Maybe he was thinking about it a little too much. Maybe this friend would stay with him? Probably not, but he couldn't help but be hopeful. He felt a little lost now. He had his own goals he wanted to accomplish more than anything, but at the same time, the desire to have friends enveloped his heart and pulled. After that, he went home and made sure to relax and try to clear his mind. But, the thoughts still plagued his mind. Even as he slept that night. 234 Chapter 3. Mysterio is here. N. Here is part 2 of Izuku Mysterio's origin story. Enjoy. Warning. This chapter may contain scenes that may be uncomfortable for some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. Eventually he was able to get the cloaking device to work, and just 2 days before the sports festival started. He literally quadruple checked to make sure he had properly logged the proper way to install and activate it. The test went smoothly, with the drone disappearing as if it weren't there at all. He decided to take a break for the days leading up to the sports festival. He just felt completely out of it after that cloaker failed him so many times. He would have skipped watching the festival too, but he knew it was necessary to log what he could for the future. Not to mention he didn't for another reason. A day before the festival his phone dinged, showing he had just received a text message from someone. He was at home, just taking the day to relax. His mother was home too, so he knew it couldn't have been her. He unlocked his phone and checked his messages, only to see that it was his new friend that had sent him the message. He had forgotten they had exchanged phone numbers. Kodai. Hello. It was a simple message, but Izuku still got flustered over it. A girl was actually texting him. They had exchanged numbers too. Why was this just happening now? Probably because of the fact the day at the beach was filled with too much emotion to handle. Yeah, that'd do it. You. Hi, how are you, Kodai? I am pretty good, you. Exhausted. My brain needs a break. Kodai, because of schoolwork or something else? It was risky to tell her about him graduating school early, but so was telling her his name, and he did that anyway. Perhaps it was in spur of the moment he did that. He would have to ask her to keep him a secret from the people at UA, especially Bakugo. I actually graduated high school through online classes a while ago. I'm just working on some other personal projects. Kodai. That's pretty cool. I wish I was smart enough for that. What kind of projects do you work on? Nothing interesting, just forget I said anything. He had said a bit too much there. He didn't want to expose everything, but he got too caught up in talking with his only friend to realize. Speaking of her, she didn't respond right away. He could only think of why. Kodai. Alright, Kodai. You know I'm a hero student, right? Izuku wondered why she was asking that. He already knew, yeah, but still wondered why she'd ask. He answered realistically though. I sort of figured after everything. Why, Kodai, and you know the sports festival is coming up, right? Yeah? Why are you asking though, Kodai? Did you get a ticket? No, I wasn't able to. They sold out before I had a chance to get one. It was true. After being so preoccupied with his cloaking device and then the events at the beach a few days ago, he completely forgot to get a ticket. When he tried, they were completely sold out. He would have to watch it on television. Kodai. Good. Ouch, why, good, Kodai. I asked one of my teachers to let me invite someone to the festival. He was sure the teacher was all might, but he didn't let that bother him too much. He was probably just being nice to his successor or something. It's not VIP or anything, is it? You didn't tell your teacher about me either, did you? Kodai. No, it's near the front of the stadium. I hope you don't mind. Also no, I didn't tell him about you. I won't reveal your personal information without permission. I just told him it was for a friend who liked heroics. He just gave it to me and told me to get out so he could take a nap. He let out a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about any of that. Also, not All Might then? What kind of teacher did she ask? Thanks for that. And I don't mind the seat, I really appreciate it, actually. Kodai. Smiley face. He didn't really know what much else to say to her after that, so the remainder of their conversation wasn't anything spectacular. She had asked him where he would like to meet up for his ticket, which he just told her at the beach again. He wasn't ready for her to come to his home yet. He didn't think he or his mother would be able to take it. So they met at the beach an hour later since she had something to do first, with Izuku arriving a little earlier because he wasn't doing anything anyway. She arrived only a few minutes after him with a bag of groceries, which reminded him of the first time they met, and gave him his ticket. She told him she had to go because she had frozen things in the bag that needed to be put away and asked him if he would walk back with her. He politely refused, instead taking the time to think alone at the beach. She reluctantly left him alone after that. He started to think that she thought he may be suicidal or something. The next day, Izuku had gotten on the train for the sports festival. He unfortunately wasn't able to bring his mother, but she didn't mind. When he told her that a friend had invited him, she was confused and happy at the same time. She knew his goals, so that probably confused her, but her happiness for him outweighed that and she inevitably crushed him in a hug because of it. He loved his mother, but her hugs could be deadly. After the train, he got held back by an accident nearby which was creating detours and wasn't able to make it before the speech. All he knew was that Bakugo gave it and left the audience with mixed reactions. Good or bad he couldn't tell. Not much happened in the first and second rounds that were highly notable. The youngest Todoroki was the main anomaly to Izuku. He, for some reason, just refused to use his fire. He took that as an insult, personally. Here someone was with two powers, refusing to use them because of some stupid reason while he was there quirkless. He made sure to watch Kodai too, and he would admit that she was the really interesting one though. It seemed like she figured out a new use for her second quirk, able to generate a unique lighting around her body as she moved at slightly faster speeds. This quirk was just getting more and more interesting. The race ended with Kodai winning, mainly due to her newfound speed and agility skills. Perhaps this was why she needed that break the other day. In second place was Bakugo, and he didn't seem too happy about losing, but he also didn't seem like he was about to explode. It was odd. In third was Todoroki, who possessed a similar expression to Kodai, except now it held a focused anger and intimidation. The cavalry battle event wasn't too much, but it was entertaining. Kodai ended up teaming with a 1B student, Uraraka Ochako. Her quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to make objects weightless. Pretty simple but highly useful in a variety of different scenarios. Her other teammates included some support student with pink hair and Fumikage Tokiyami, who possessed a very interesting quirk as well. What really surprised him was that Kodai was actually one of the horses, with the Fumikage kid on top. It was a smart move, since he could have Dark Shadow protect the headband more freely. The other people didn't really concern his as much, but he did note their quirks and abilities down in the notebook he decided to bring for later. His doodling and writing speed had really picked up. Needless to say, Kodai's team won, but it wasn't without trouble. The other teams were very persistent in taking their headband. It was the third event of the festival where things really heated up, literally. Bakugo and Todoroki got one another and faced off first. Somehow, Bakugo was able to spark Todoroki's flames into coming out. He had said something to him that the audience couldn't hear. Endeavor was having a field day about it too, yelling and screaming over on his side of the stadium. Izuku scoffed. Even with his flames, Bakugo was able to pull through and knock him out of the arena. Izuku didn't really expect that to happen either. Other than that, the other matches weren't that interesting. Kodai managed to knock out her opponent, Ashido Mina, rather fast. Another kid, Shinso Hitoshi, was also interesting. He had some kind of brainwashing quirk that was unsuitable for the entrance exams because it was voice-activated, not to mention useless against robots. He had to face Kodai in the second round. She didn't respond to any of his prompts to get her to speak, not that she was much of an enthusiastic talker anyway, but she did show facial reaction. Izuku could only wonder what Shinso had said. When Kodai knocked him out, she said something to him with one of the sternest looks he had ever seen. He said something back to her and they both walked out. A few minutes after that, Kodai messaged him saying that she wanted him to meet someone after the festival. Oh, so she wanted him to meet Shinso? He told her he was willing to do it. The rest of the third event leading up to the final round wasn't much interesting at all. There was one thing though that was exceptionally entertaining. Ida went up against the support student, Hatsume Mei, and their match got made into a commercial. It was funny. Though he had realized while watching the match Hatsume Mei's inventions were nothing to laugh at. She was incredibly talented. He'd have to keep an eye on her in the future, perhaps. The last round of the third event was Kodai Yui vs. Bakugo Katsuki. Kodai was easily able to dodge most explosions with her new speed and she used any rubble from the arena to enlarge and throw back at him. Bakugo would then respond by blasting the rubble to bits and continue to defend or attack. As they fought, they seemed to have been talking about something. Unfortunately, the audience can't hear it much. Whatever it was, it stirred a reaction from Bakugo and made it so he was able to hone himself enough to eventually knock her out. And so, Bakugo ended up winning the third and final event, winning the whole festival, but he seemed pretty let down. All Might had given him a hug and a medal whilst mouthing something to him, but nobody could hear it. Bakugo did have a reaction to it though, so that was something. As Bakugo stood on the podium while the audience shouted, "Plus Ultra," and All Might messed up, he just suddenly decided to survey the audience with his eyes. Izuku didn't notice Bakugo was looking in his direction until it was too late, and by the time he noticed, Bakugo was looking at him with wide eyes. Izuku had gotten up to leave, getting some attention to the people around him. As soon as Bakugo leapt off the podium when things wrapped up, he knew Bakugo was coming for him, so he needed to leave. He messaged Kodai and asked if she could bring the mystery person to the beach where they usually meet. It took a while to reply, but she agreed. At the beach, he waited for Kodai to arrive. It was only expected that he would get there early after he left so suddenly at the festival, so he just sat in the sand and waited. She showed up with Shinso, as he expected, a half hour later. He didn't mind the wait, since it was his fault they had to meet there in the first place. He got up from where he sat as the two approached. Shinso looked confused as to why he was even there. It seemed like Kodai was vague with him as well. She stood off to the side and he and Shinso looked at each other. He gestured to Izuku first, "Shinso, this is Midoriya." She then gestured to Shinso, "Midoriya, this is Shinso." He put a hand up in greeting, "Hey." Izuku did the same, "Hi. Tell one another your quirks." They both looked at her like she had just said the most idiotic thing, and checked to make sure it was just a joke. Newsflash, she was completely serious. Shinso decided to go first, despite his clear uncomfortability. Izuku gave him props for that. "My quirk is called brainwashing. It allows me to give people commands after they respond to something I say to them." He let out a sigh as he looked at Izuku expectantly. "I know you're going to say that I have a villain's quirk, just get it over with." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I wasn't going to say that at all." Shinso seemed surprised for a moment. "Your quirk is actually really cool, incredibly useful too." He gave Shinso a reassuring smile, just to help the point carry across. It seemed he got it and returned it. "Thanks, Midoriya. What about you, though, what's your quirk?" Izuku froze for a second, using his go-to calming strategy of taking deep breaths before responding. "I'm quirkless." It was Shinso's turn to freeze for a moment. He seemed guilty about something. He looked down and put a hand to the back of his head, scratching it nervously. "I'm sorry, Midoriya." He turned to Kodai next. "I'm sorry for saying what I did back at the festival." Kodai shook her head disapprovingly. "No, don't apologize. This is why I had you two meet." When Izuku and Shinso looked at her questioningly, she started to explain. "You two are very similar. You were ridiculed for something you couldn't control, and for something that is ultimately a part of what makes you, you. I brought you two together here to talk." After that, talk they did. Although they were both reluctant to share their experiences at first, once they started it was actually hard to stop. They got along well and had more of a similar past than any of them realized. Shinso too had been bullied, hurt, criticized, and more, but what really surprised Izuku the most was that he was still trying to be a hero. They had to stop talking when the sun began to set though, since Shinso had to take a train home. However, they exchanged numbers before he left. It was only him and Kodai left. They were stuck in an awkward yet relaxing silence that they didn't want to break, but both of them had to go home. They walked with one another back. No words were said the entire time, but for him, it was still nice. When he got home he started to think again. He started to think about everything. Someone that went through similar experiences as him was still actively trying to become a hero. Was he cowardly by making this choice? Did he make a mistake? Despite those thoughts, he still knew the system was corrupted. He needed to fix it, but in order to do that he needed to get his hands a bit dirty. He didn't want to be a real hero if he was doing that. But he then considered that it might be better if he cut off contact with his new friends completely. He didn't want to compromise because of their closeness if he were to ever get caught. He thought about that as he fell asleep that night. Months then started to skip by. With nothing else to really improve on, Izuku began to start focusing on mass production of his drones. This was mainly so he could have a larger arsenal. He also largely needed more drones for the projectors and his suit, not to mention what he had in mind for attack combinations. During that time he talked with Kodai and Shinso. They didn't talk too particularly often, but he spoke with Kodai a lot more than Shinso. They were probably really busy with their UA work, so it was only reasonable that they didn't message all the time. Shinso did message him once to tell him that Eraserhead had given him an opportunity to train with him in preparation for a hero course transfer. Izuku congratulated him, and despite his own feelings on the matter, he knew Shinso could be a great hero one day. During his talking with them, he had also bonded with Kodai a bit more. They sometimes met at the beach, but it wasn't often, and typically talked about themselves or how life was currently going for them. Izuku had confessed to her that he was a sort of quirk nerd, but she didn't seem to mind. In fact, she enthusiastically asked him for tips about her quirk, which he excitedly obliged to do, even though he really shouldn't. Hero internships had begun for UA students as well, and something that Kodai had told him about. They had to pick hero names too, and she decided to pick Rule. He liked it and told her that it fit. She mentioned that she was interning under someone named Gran Torino, but he didn't ring any bells to Izuku. Upon looking him up, he found that he was a retired hero but not much else. He didn't think it was much cause for concern. Something else to note was that the infamous hero killer Stain had been arrested in Hosu. There was also another attack by the League around the same time, but that was of little importance. It was all over the news that Endeavor had saved 3 UA students from the hero killer. Apparently said students were Iida, who notably had a brother in critical conduction, courtesy of the hero killer, Todoroki, who was most likely interning under Endeavor, and Kodai. Izuku knew better than what the news said though, but he decided not to say anything. He had no proof anyway. At least they didn't care about the credit of the capture, which he majorly respected. It had occurred to him sometime later that the drones themselves could be a huge asset in combat. Then it also occurred to him that he may have already written this somewhere before, but if he did he couldn't find those notes, so he was writing them again. Anyway, using the drones' enhanced capabilities, including the cloaking, hovering, the projector, the sonic cannon, etc., he would be able to use them on people specifically to make them hurt themselves. A more specific explanation is this. What if he used the drone's projector systems to broadcast an illusion around a particular individual, or multiple depending on the situation? He thought it was pretty genius, and if he could stoke and prey on the person's fears and insecurities, it would be an invaluable weapon. Additionally, he would have to find a way to hook up the drones to a better control system, preferably something either his eyes, voice, or mind can handle. Sometime after that, Kodai had mentioned something about going to Island for some kind of trip, so they couldn't talk for a while. He wished he could go, but alas he was not able to. He would have liked to study some of the technology there. When Kodai had gotten back, she hadn't said too much about the trip. The only thing she really mentioned was that it was fun, and that there was an incident that had been resolved. Nothing more, nothing less. He supposed it didn't matter in the end, anyway. Anyway, weaponry was greatly considered for his drones. He didn't want anything too bad, but something better than the sonic cannon would help. So he then started thinking up ideas for suitable weaponry that would work well with his drones. He didn't exactly want to commit mass murder, so weapons of mass destruction were out. He thought perhaps a type of missile would work. He didn't want anything extravagant, so one with a low acceleration and minimal explosion would do. He doubted he'd use it directly on people anyway. Perhaps a secondary function as a torpedo would be useful if he ever needed the drones in an underwater scenario. He also found that perhaps a type of mini-machine gun would be helpful. He didn't want it to be too powerful, as to not kill anybody, so perhaps a way to adjust the power of the shots being fired would be a nice feature to have if it were to be included. In case he did add those in, he skillfully and to the very last detail designed the function of how the drones would work with them. For the missile, torpedo, a flap on the bottom would open and shoot it out. It would only be able to carry one though, so it'd have to count. As for the guns, he designed a mechanism to open a compartment in the drones to open if he switched them to combat mode. Basically what the MCU drones look like and function. While all of that was happening, some things were happening over at UA. The final exams had come and gone, with the majority of the students in both classes passing. However, some of the more enthusiastic students that decided to rush it and or underestimate their opponent did not pass. Apparently 1A and 1B did joint final exams as well. He found that a bit weird, but he thought it could be handy to fix classes and fight against real opponents every once in a while. Not to mention, for a final exam it would be useful for some of the students to team up with people they don't know to put what they practiced with their class to the test. Kodai and Bakugo surprisingly teamed up fairly well against All Might during their exam. Izuku didn't pay attention as to how it happened, since he didn't much care about the final exams, but he knew they had won somehow. Kodai was actually the one that informed him of the fact they were happening soon, and told him she wouldn't be able to talk to him for a while. He understood that and let her be. The day of the exams though, she messaged him, in what he assumed was happiness and excitement, telling him that she had passed. Even though he knew already, she just told her he was happy for her and congratulated her. Not too long after that, the UA students had gone on a training camp trip which was taken off of their schedules and plans, so he didn't even know where they went. It was kept completely off of the books. Kodai told him about it as well, because he would have had no idea it was happening otherwise. She didn't tell him where it was though, probably because she had no idea. However, they had gotten attacked by the League once again, with Bakugo getting kidnapped in the process. None of the students were too severely injured, though some had to stay in the hospital for some time. It was by this point Izuku considered that Ua had a potential spy. Since they had completely taken that trip off the record, he couldn't even find it, so someone had to have let that information leak. Izuku went to see Kodai in the hospital late during the day, a day or so after he found out about it. She apparently had completely broken her arms fighting the villain Muscular, and Recovery Girl had to come and do a lot of healing on her. When he asked why she pushed herself so far to beat Muscular, she had told him it was because of some 12-year-old boy that was in danger. He admired her for that and noted to himself to look into the boy. He was worried about her, but she basically told him to forget it ever happened and that she was fine. He left 10 minutes after that upon her insistence. Following that, the League was counter-attacked by All Might himself along with a task force of other heroes. Izuku was too caught up in the fight between All Might and someone labeled as All for One to pay attention to the specifics. From what he read, the League escaped. Reckless UA students showed up to save their classmate, ending with All Might effectively retiring and exposing his skinny form to the world. Additionally, Izuku ended up doing some side research about this All for One. Apparently he was a huge symbol in the underworld that kept villains in check. His quirk, which was his name, All for One, was able to steal quirks from people and give them away. Now that he was gone, more villains would start popping up out of the ground. He decided to watch the new broadcast of the event too. To his utter shock, Kodai was there. Was that why she wanted him to leave so soon? He felt upset, yeah, but he could understand why she did it. Todoroki, Iida, a 1B student, Yaoyorozu Momo, and another 1A student Kirishima Eijiro, went to save him. He couldn't help but consider them to be real heroes. Speaking of which, while Izuku had been checking black market sites to see if there was any weaponry suitable for him to use, he discovered a new site posted that specifically advertised one thing: a quirk erasing bullet. The effects were temporary, but it was still incredibly useful in combat situations against heroes, especially ones that countered him, like ranged and widespread attack heroes. They were expensive, but his website was still a roaring business and he was making a lot of money, so he was fine. The site was by some people called the 8 Precepts of Death, or the Shi Hasaikai as some called them, and listed a contact number, leading to a private channel for more details. He thought, why not? And decided to try it out. He got in contact and set up a meeting date in a week from the conversation. He would use his illusion suit for the meeting, and depending on how the meeting goes he may do some other things as well. In preparation of the meeting he decided to make a little bug of sorts that had a very tiny camera on it as well as an equally tiny listening device. He had gotten the materials off of the black market a long while ago, initially intending them to go on his drones, but this seemed to work fine too. Oh, and he thought it would be best to put a tracker on it as well, just in case. He was able to get his weapons order in. He would have to go pick them up himself and go to a physical meeting with the dealer and all. He ended up finding a suitable double machine gun he could install into his drones, as well as ammo that wouldn't just kill anyone if they were shot. The ammunition would definitely hurt, but it wouldn't kill anyone. He also found a suitable missile, torpedo as well. It would take time to install them into the drones, so he would be going to the meeting without them. Did he mention that he bought their entire stock of these items? By the time the meeting arrived he was able to confirm the completion of around 12 total drones in his arsenal, with many more as a work in progress. The process of building everything was getting faster and faster now that he was constantly working on them over and over again. He was basically just getting used to it to where it's become muscle memory. He was also able to switch manual control over to a glass mechanical dome that could be operated with his eyes. It was more useful than the tablet he previously used, but he still carried that around his wrist for some other, separate controls. In addition, he was able to hook up an AI to the drone's computer interface, which allowed for an easier command. They could switch to attack mode, protection mode, idle, hover mode, etc., or a combination of some. The only one that was mostly unavailable was attack mode due to the lack of weapons, but the sonic cannon did count and would utilize that if the mode was switched to active. The meeting location was an abandoned warehouse somewhere in a closed-off part of a small town. These guys really didn't want to be followed or found. The drones began to cloak and project the image of his suit over the mocap suit he wore, as well as his mechanical dome. Now he fully spotted his digital suit, fishbowl and all. It even came with a semi-voice modifier that somewhat muffled his voice as if he were really behind the helmet. It looks like the MCU suit, by the way, and the projection lights cannot be seen. Inside was some simple furniture including a couch, a few chairs, and a table. That's very little stuff for such a big place. On the couch was the leader, or he thought was the leader, with some of his men nearby as either guards, support, or witnesses. Across from the leader was a table and 2 chairs. They each wore these plague masks for some reason as well. "Ah, there you are. Welcome, you are right on time," the one on the couch said, gesturing to the chair in front of him. "Please, sir, we have much to discuss." Izuku wasn't worried about sitting since the projection wouldn't have any issues, and so, he sat down across from the man. The leader had bent forward with his fingertips together, staring intently at Izuku. "My name is Overhaul, and you are?" Izuku has thought long and hard about what his name would be, finally settling on Mysterio. The man nodded his head, still staring intently at him. He performed a very sharp intake of breath before speaking again. "You look like a hero." It was a straight accusation. "I assure you I am not with the heroes." Izuku glared behind his illusion-covered face. "You know what I'm here for." The man glared at him, but before he could speak a small black creature thing started stomping its feet in anger. "Don't you know who you're talking to? This is Overhaul, leader of the 8 Precept of Mimic, enough." Overhaul shushed him. "I admire your boldness in speaking. We do have what you requested, though the amount you ask for is quite expensive. Do you have the funds?" "I have enough, yes," Izuku answered in his changed voice. "However, I will only forward payment once I have what I want." Overhaul nodded and motioned for 2 of his men to come forward. In their hands they carried medium-sized crates. Each crate has exactly 15 bullets in them, making it 30 total. "That was the amount you requested, correct?" Izuku nodded. "Good, where do you want them?" "Let me see first." One of the men dropped a crate in front of Izuku for him to see for himself. He opened it and they did indeed have the product he had requested. He closed it and backed away, addressing Overhaul again. "Ask your men to set it outside. I'll pick it up before I leave." Overhaul ordered them to do just that. "Now, my payment?" Izuku lifted his left arm and began playing with his tablet. It was hidden under the illusion, but he could still see it through the dome he wore on his head. To them it may just look like he was pushing buttons on his suit. Eventually, after a few minutes, the payment was sent. "Your payment has been delivered." "Confirm?" One of the men checked their private bank for any new amounts of income, nodding when he confirmed the payment had gone through. "Very well then, I believe we are done here." Overhaul stood up and turned his back to leave, but Izuku was curious about something. "If I may ask, how do you make these bullets? From what I understand, in order to get rid of someone's quirk they need to somehow affect the person's quirk factor. How do you do it?" The question made Overhaul stop walking away, and everyone else froze. Overhaul slowly turned his head toward Mysterio, a striking glare piercing him. Then, in a voice that was too calm for his liking, Overhaul responded, "Do not concern yourself over matters that don't involve you." With that, he turned around and began to walk away again, his men turning their backs and following behind him. Izuku knew something was wrong, especially now. He hit a button on his tablet and one of the drones silently fired a bug onto Overhaul. He didn't know where it landed, but he had the drone aim for his mask. It was small and almost like a speck. He shouldn't be able to see it. Izuku then went outside the warehouse with his illusion suit still activated. The crates were there and still filled with the bullets. The problem was, how was he going to get them to his warehouse again? After about 2 hours of lugging those crates all the way back to his warehouse, he decided he would do some experimenting. He opened one of the crates and took out a bullet from the inside with full intent on studying its components. He couldn't start now though, it was too late in the day and he didn't have the right materials at the moment. So, the next day he went out and bought himself a microscope and some other things so he could actually do the task. The first day was basically dedicated to him carefully trying to dismantle what he could without the main component on the inside coming out. The next day was much more disturbing. He was able to extract the material from the bullet and effectively study it. When he found out, he had to fight the urge to vomit. The damn thing was made of somebody's flesh and blood. A human's flesh and blood. Like, what the hell? Needless to say, he went straight home and checked the bug he had planted on Overhaul. Luckily, Overhaul had not noticed it. Izuku assumed that they were now in their main base of operations, so he used the bug to lock onto any devices in the area. There were some big ones, and a pretty hefty computer system at that. It was their main base all right. He had hacked them without them knowing at all, covering his digital footprints every step of the way. He would admit, UA had a tougher system to hack than this one. He started to investigate. He made copies of their files and started going through them. He found their base layout, which was something that was incredibly useful, as well as their bank information. He would come back to that later. What he really wanted to find was information about the bullet. He eventually did find it, after a while of going through unimportant junk. Apparently, they used the flesh of some girl designated Eri, with the quirk rewind to essentially reverse someone's quirk factor. They were even experimenting to try and make a permanent one too. They apparently had a few permanent bullets ready. The process was sickening. Overhaul would use his quirk on this Eri girl to kill her and get her flesh, then use his quirk on her again to revive her and do it again. He wanted to vomit, he really did. He didn't even want to use the damn bullets now. He found more information on this Eri girl in another file. She was, currently, around 12 years old, but the file had it listed as it not being certain. Her mother had given Eri to her grandfather, the former leader of the Hasaikai, to care for after she had accidentally rewound her father out of existence. Speaking of her quirk, rewind is an incredibly powerful ability. It only worked on organic things, but it can essentially rewind people to a previous state in their life. When her quirk developed, she must have accidentally rewound her father to before he was even born, or worse, a fetus. She still must not be able to control it too much now either. Any more effects weren't listed, but Izuku pondered the possible uses and drawbacks of using a quirk like that on other people. He surveyed the cameras in search of Eri's room location. It took a while, but he was able to locate it. It was very dark in there. He could barely even see what was in there without the night vision setting. In the room itself, Eri was curled up on the bed while dolls and other toys lay scattered around the room. The poor girl was being tortured since she could use her quirk. He felt awful. He felt like he would be sick too. But he came to a conclusion. He would save Eri. But first, he needed more tools. First thing was his weapons. He would be meeting with the people in a few days' time, and he was supposed to be getting a lot of them. Perhaps now would be a good time to set up a magnet to his drone so they could lift the things, huh? So he did just that. He altered his already existing drones to have a magnet at the bottom, and made damn sure the cloaking device still worked. Like hell would he want to deal with that thing breaking. They should be able to lift whatever crates he receives now, but he still may have to have them make multiple trips since they could only carry one box at a time. The meeting with the dealers had gone as well as he had hoped. Nobody asked any questions and the deal went smoothly. The drones had trouble lifting the crates at first, but with a little experiment regarding hovering and flight power he was able to get them to do it. They had to make a lot, and he meant a lot, of round trips, since he literally bought out their entire stock, but everything went fine for the most part. Then came the part where he altered the drones to be able to even use these things. At least he had the designs and plans ready ahead of time for him to just follow. During his altering time, Kodai had told him that hero license exams were coming up for her and that they were practicing super moves. She wanted his opinion on some ideas since she knew that he was interested in quirks and the like. He agreed to meet her at the beach the next day to help her out. When the day came, the two met at the beach as planned. He had purposely scheduled their meeting for early in the morning because he wanted to have time to tinker with his drones during the day, and she had to get to class. Izuku first asked her about whether she was focusing on both her quirks, only one, or a combination move between them. She had told him that she had intended to cover all of them. Izuku pulled out his notebook and flipped to her page. He made sure she didn't see, and she was well-mannered enough to not insist on viewing, which he highly admired and respected. First off, he started with her quirk size. He suggested that she may be able to carry small stones or some other small material somewhere in her suit for her to easily grab and throw. It would be an easy way to always ensure she had some kind of weapon. He then went to her next quirk, which they had decided to designate super power. Apparently, he suggested that she could use her speed to discombobulate and confuse her opponents in combat. Use it like super speed, almost. Run circles around the enemy, get crazy with your movements, make yourself hard to see and predict, is what he told her. When she asked about a possible combination move for the two, he simply suggested to combine those two super moves. Utilizing her advanced speed and agility, she could confuse the enemy. While the enemy was confused, she could throw her rocks at them, enlarging said rocks and crushing them her opponents under them, or at the very least knocking them back or forcing them to make an opening. She took those suggestions to heart and exclaimed to him that she would practice them. She thanked him before leaving. It was then he thought that it may not be the best idea to give possible future advertisers fighting advice. Throughout the rest of the week he had worked endlessly in upgrading his drones. The early tests haven't worked. The mechanisms were the main problem. Sometimes they would open, other times they wouldn't. Sometimes they'd malfunction and spark. Other times they'd create a feedback loop and just open and close constantly at a rapid speed. It was annoying, but not as annoying as the cloaking device. He eventually got the mechanisms to work as intended, and by that time Kodai had messaged him to let him know that everyone in her class, except Todoroki because he had gotten in a petty fight with another kid, had passed. He told her he was proud and happy for her while asking how the super moves worked, in which she told him that they worked almost flawlessly. He felt proud and scared at the same time. Even with the mechanisms working, he needed to ensure the weapon systems themselves actually operated as intended. So, he dedicated even more time to that. It was complicated, and the weapons took up more room in the drones than he would have liked. It took a painful amount of time to actually figure out the right way for it to work. As for actual testing, he couldn't just fire missiles and shoot machine guns as the beach. Instead, he opted to just test them in the warehouse. What could go wrong? A lot of things, as a matter of fact, could go wrong. He was smarter than that. How did he let himself be so dumb? He fired one missile, and it exploded a bunch of his spare materials. Luckily it wasn't big enough to cause too much damage or draw any unneeded attention, but it was still a loss of valuable materials and it could have gone so much worse. But on the bright side, the weapons were a-okay. Izuku also finally utilized another version of his laser specifically for breaching. He thought it would be incredibly useful for his upcoming attack on Overhaul, so he installed a beaching laser cutter into every one of his drones. Speaking of the drones, there wasn't much else to add anymore. He had added what he wanted to add and was now having trouble thinking of any other possible additions. Now was the time to start mass production on them again. Hopefully he would have a suitable amount by the time he decided to raid the base. Kodai had called him a day or so after he began working on his drone production, mentioning something about a new internship and how she was being thrown into some kind of secret project. She told him that she would be unable to talk to him for a while again, which he didn't mind and understood. Throughout the conversation her voice seemed shaky and worried. Perhaps something happened. He'd ask her about it some other time, since she didn't seem like she was in the mood to talk about it anyway. While he was working on his drones he had remembered that he wanted an actual suit to wear, not just using his illusion suit. He talked to his mother about it and she told him she would work on getting it made for him by some secret friends of hers. Even he didn't know some things about his mother's life. She asked him for the blueprints for the suit, as well as the design, and he gave them to her. Regarding what was on those designs, he basically just had the suit specifics. However, he made sure to specify that he wanted it to possess light armor as well as some basic durability. He didn't want to be too vulnerable but also didn't want to be completely weighed down by heavy armor. He didn't have any gadgets on the designs, he didn't think they were needed, but if he decided he wanted one added he could always do it himself. He had made his third drone after starting production of them again when he came up with a particularly useful combat device. He thought about utilizing his sonic cannon again, but this time as something he could mount to his wrist and fire on command. He halted drone production to work on it. It only took around a day of work to complete, but he had a version of the sonic cannon that was able to be strapped to his wrist. He adjusted its field of coverage, making it less wide. An extension that also adjusted the range to its reach was much farther than before. He had an amplifier attached as well in case he needed to change its power as well. He had built his fifth drone when he finally decided that it was enough for now. He made one last quick upgrade to the ones he had currently in use, a small gun in the middle that would fire a singular quirk erasing bullet. He only had 29 left, since he used one for studying, but he felt like this was a good use for them. It was time to raid the base. He felt like he was more than well equipped to deal with the Yakuza now. He developed his strategy, and decided to go for it the next day. When the day came, he left in the early morning to strike swiftly. He was able to get there without any trouble either, his now 17 total drones accompanying him while cloaked. As for how he got there without any questions being asked, he just had his drones project normal civilian clothes over his mocap suit. It was simple, yet effective. He had studied the base's blueprinted layout very precisely. Its upper portion was very basic and was layouted as a typical Japanese house. But underneath it was something much, much more. Underneath was an underground labyrinth that went on for miles. It was intentionally designed that way for many reasons, but the main one was so that they could move people in and out of the hideout efficiently and secretly. There were many entrance and exit points, and he was able to find the most optimal one. Once he found the entryway he was seeking, he ordered one of the drones to begin breaching the wall as some of the others began forming his illusion suit around the mocap suit and dome he wore. The upsetting thing about breaching having the drones use their weapons was that they had to uncloak to do it. The machine gun worked, but only if he lowered its fire rate by a small margin and decreased his damage. As for the missile, he found that he could improvise a bit. If he had the drone uncloak for a moment, fire the missile, then recloak again, it would work. Or, alternatively, the better option, he could just have another drone project onto the firing drone so it couldn't be seen. Additionally, he could project onto the missile too so it was completely hidden as well. He would have to see, he supposed. About midway through his breaching, he got a breaking news alert on his dome screen and tablet. Apparently heroes were also attacking the same base he was. Great. This wouldn't intervene with his plan at all. Overhaul likely was already on the move through the labyrinth with the girl. He would have to improvise a bit. At the very least, Overhaul's men would be spread out and too preoccupied with the heroes to worry about him. The drone had breached the entryway a few moments later, making a big enough hole for him to enter through. There was a massive stairway leading downward into the large labyrinth below. He made sure all of the drones filed into the room before he started to advance. There were a large variety of hallways and paths to go down, not to mention rooms and other places. It was a literal maze. Luckily, Overhaul was an idiot and still hasn't found the bug he had planted on him. He used the tracker placed within the bug to locate him and then started to navigate the labyrinth appropriately using the camera systems and file maps. As he had expected, Overhaul was indeed on the move. He had Eri with him, as well as his second-in-command and personal assistant, Chronostasis, following with him. He carefully made his way toward them at a fast rate. They were moving quite slowly, so most likely they were walking, but Izuku was running when he could. He certainly did not want the heroes to find him before he could do what he intended to do. He was able to get ahead of their current path and intercept them. When he walked out of a branching path, the two of them stopped moving. Overhaul looked rightly pissed. "You? What are you doing here? You set up this attack, didn't you? You're with the heroes." Mysterio stepped into the middle of the hallway and faced them. "What I said back then was not false," he confirmed in a confident tone. "I am Mysterio, and I have no allegiances." He crossed his arms and glared behind his illusion dome. "However, I did find out how those bullets were made and I'm not a fan of it. Hand over the girl before she or anyone else gets hurt. This is your only warning." There was silence for a moment, but before long soft chuckling was heard, which soon developed into striver laughter. "You think that we'll surrender to you? You have one thing, and that's guts. Nothing more. Chrono, do it." Mysterio watched as Chronostasis opened up a red box which included 4 permanent quirk erasing bullets. Chronostasis casually loaded a bullet into the gun as the walls around Mysterio began to enclose, courtesy of Overhaul. The drones were fine though, he had them move out of the way. Eri looked at Mysterio, or Izuku if you will, with shocked eyes. She looked like she was going to cry any second, mumbling things like, "Stop," and, "Don't," as Chronostasis loaded his gun. "You made a mistake coming here, Mysterio," Chronostasis mocked as he fired the gun. The bullet shot out of the gun at a rapid speed, and next thing anyone knew Mysterio had been shot in the shoulder. Or, it phased through his shoulder? The bullet made a loud clang as it hit a metal wall further back. Overhaul and Chronostasis stood there shocked. They had clearly miscalculated their odds and underestimated their opponent. They knew that now and began to start their physical attack. Mysterio began to walk forward, uncrossing his arms, putting them to his sides. "It was you who made the mistake, Overhaul. I'm afraid this is where your time ends." As he stepped forward, he opened his palm and pointed it at Chronostasis. A great beam of energy, masked in a sort of green smoke, hit him in the shoulder right. Chronostasis felt as if he had been shot by something as he fell back and onto the ground. Eri, who stood next to Chronostasis, jumped back as he fell to the ground. Mysterio did the same for Overhaul before he even had time to react, hitting him with the same beam. Overhaul felt an intense pain in his left shoulder where he was hit, kneeling down on the ground while clutching the wound and glaring at his adversary. As for Eri, the girl was just massively confused and disoriented. She looked at her 2 captors as they sat there hurt, contemplating what to do. "Eri," a voice called out to her. She turned to the other side of the hallway at the person she now knew as Mysterio. He lowered his illusion dome so she could see his face and motioned her to come to him. "Come, quickly, it's safe." It was like she had been waiting for this moment her entire life, which she actually was. Making a split-second decision, she dashed over to Mysterio and grasped him tightly. He embarrassed her back, and she felt safe. He had caring hands, gentle and nice. The only other time she felt this about someone's touch was then she had met those 2 heroes in the alley, but they let her go. But, this time, she felt like she wouldn't be let go. He let go of her and got her attention. He looked down at her, making eye contact. "Listen, Eri," he started to tell her, "you need to get out of here before anyone else shows up." He then pointed down the hallway he had come in through. "Go down that hallway until you reach the intersection. I'll meet you there soon." She looked at him, pleadingly and worryingly. "Do not worry, I won't leave you behind." He looked up at Overhaul and glared. "He won't kill me, either." He looked back down at her and pointed toward the corridor. "Now, go." She did as she was instructed and fled down the corridor. He prefabricated the illusion dome around his face as he watched Overhaul stand, still clutching his shoulder. "You," he mumbled, taking deep breaths. "You're ruining everything." He then quickly removed his hand from the wound and slammed it onto the ground. But, nothing happened. Nothing moved or changed. Overhaul stared dumbfounded at his hand in the ground. "What?" He glared up at Mysterio. "What did you do to me?" "I did nothing you haven't already done to others. How does it feel being in the receiving end of something you've created?" Mysterio started to take a few steps forward. "I've seen what you've done to the girl. I've read the files. How would you like to experience what she did?" "What are you on about, Chrono?" Overhaul attempted to order Chronostasis to attack, but before he could even attempt to do so, Mysterio blasted him with another beam from his right palm, knocking him into the way and around 20 meters back, knocking him out. "Let's see how you like it, Overhaul." Mysterio stopped moving as the entire hallway behind him turned into a black abyss, engulfing him and making him disappear. The darkness then proceeded to spread out quickly over to his side of the hallway, and Overhaul couldn't help but shield himself in preparation of a hit. But no hit came. Instead, he was surrounded by a black void that seemingly had no end. He looked around, confused and somewhat frightened. All he could see was himself, nothing more, nothing less. He had no means of defending himself and he had no idea of what Mysterio was capable of or planning. After a moment of complete silence, the area around him began to change into an operating room, with surgical equipment scattered around. An operating table was behind him, prepared for some kind of surgery. The lights in the room were dim and blinking, almost like a horror movie, but this was very, very real. His breathing increased, as did his heartbeat. He felt fear, and he had no means to stop it. That's when loud footsteps began to approach from the only dark portion of the room left. A figure began to emerge from the darkness with recognizable long, pale blue-gray hair. She had a sweet, almost innocent-like smile on her face as she emerged. But the smile also carried an unseen horror that Overhaul couldn't wrap his head around or even process. The older form of Eri inched closer every second, a scalpel appearing in her right hand. A horrifying smile was plastered on her face as she continued to approach him. "No matter how much you beg, Overhaul," she said, her voice haunting and chilling to the core. She cornered him against a wall, his eyes actually quite scared as he visibly shook, something he never thought would be possible. She ripped the mask off of his face and held the scalpel to his eyeball, only centimeters away, forcing him to look straight at the sharp point. "I will never stop." Her eyes expanded into a more craze-filled stare as her smile became wider and laughter escaped from her mouth. "Just like you did to me." She then lowered the scalpel straight onto Overhaul's eye. Hard, she backed away a bit as he fell over, screaming in agony while he covered his eye with his hands. She held the scalpel to his face again. "We're not done." She slashed his cheek roughly, causing blood to gush out and spill across the room. Some blood had hit her face and clothes, but she didn't seem to care much at all. He let out another scream of pain. She continued to torture him, slashing all across his body in the most painful places imaginable, even his private ones. No matter how much he begged or pleaded for the suffering to end, she wouldn't stop, just as she said she would. Eventually she stopped cutting him, finding Chronostasis's gun nearby on the floor. She walked over to pick it up, then walked to somewhere else in the room to load the gun with ammunition, before coming back to Overhaul's practically dead, rapidly convulsing, body. Then, after a quick bang, it was all over. Overhaul was dead. Eri stood in the intersection as Mysterio had instructed. She was worried and scared as to what could be happening. Should she go back? Should she stay? She didn't want anyone to die, so maybe that was the best option. Before she could contemplate it anymore, she heard footsteps coming down the hallway. She looked toward the sound shakily and unsure. But she was happy with what she saw. It was Mysterio, walking down the hallway, alone. He had some blood on him, but she didn't quite care when she rushed up to him and gave him a tight embrace. He had saved her, and she could finally leave. He embraced her back, comfortingly and reassuringly. He pat her back as she cried into him. She is 12, but had been through so much torture in her life that she had no idea what affection truly was. He swore he would teach her what he knew and help her out of the gutter she was in. When he brought her home, his mother was shocked and Eri was frightened. She had initially thought he kidnapped her from somewhere, but he quickly debunked that and explained everything to her. He told her that he rescued her from the people that were torturing her and using her to make weapons. He had also explained to Eri that Inko was his mother, and that she raised him. He told her that Inko was a very nice and caring person who would help take great care of her. Eri trusted her savior. Inko understood her son's reasoning, and despite all of her concerns about how he saved her or even knew about her situation in the first place, she welcomed the young girl into the Midoriya family. Eri and Inko cried with one another that night. Speaking of that night, Izuku also took the liberty of hacking into the Yakuza private bank and stealing all of their money. It was easy, and now he had even more money to spare in case he needed it. The next day Kodai had messaged him, asking to meet at the beach where they usually met. He agreed, wondering what she could want to talk about. It concerned and worried him that just a day after his attack on Overhaul she would want to meet with him. After all, she did tell him that she wouldn't be able to talk to him for a while. He wondered what could have come up. When he arrived at the beach, she was already there. She looked out into the ocean as other people passed by. He approached her, greeting her with a simple, "Hello." She turned to face him. Her face was visibly saddened and completely unlike her usually stoic and neutral expression. She looked at him, almost unsure as to what to say. He decided to speak first. "Kodai, is something wrong?" "I failed," she answered quickly. It surprised him, and it took him back a bit, but he recovered and waited for her to say more. "I failed, Midoriya." He looked at her sympathetically. "What did you fail?" She looked down at her feet. "I failed to save a girl that needed help." Izuku froze in place. She was there. She was a part of that raid. It made sense now. Why hadn't he figured it out sooner? "Tell me, please." She looked back up at him, her eyes pleading at him. He looked into them, awaiting her question. "Am I a good hero?" She looked at her hands, forming them into fists. "Do I fit the ideal form of heroism?" Izuku was taken back by the question. He didn't expect her to ask this, nor would he ever have. He knew how to answer it though, straight from the feelings he knew in his heart. "Yes, you are." She looked up at him questioningly. "But, I failed." "But nothing," he interrupted. There was silence for a moment as he contemplated the wording for what he would say next. He sighed, moving closer to her and embracing her in a hug. Sure, you failed. But everyone fails at least once. Everyone has their wins and losses. You can't expect to win every battle, and that's something you always need to remember. He felt her arms tug at the back of his shirt as he said this next part. To me, you're the image of what a hero should be. Selfless, caring, willing to put themselves at risk for innocent people that need help. Never forget that. They stayed in an embrace for a while after that, enjoying the moment with one another for as long as it lasted. Eventually, they broke apart. She rubbed her eyes with her sleeves as he looked at her, a soft smile on his face. Kodai, are you, Yui? She interjected. He widened his eyes for a moment in surprise. Call me Yui, please. It took a moment to shake off his sudden shock. He had the tingle to stutter, but he was able to hold it back to say this. Then you can call me Izuku, Yui. They walked home together after that, splitting paths once they reached the first apartment complex. Izuku had mixed feelings even more now, but he still needed to do what he had to do. He would first dedicate a lot of time to teaching Eri the things she needs to know, basic things learned in school that she was unable to learn because of her situation. He would skip the unnecessary stuff, being things that aren't necessarily required in the real world. Then, and only then, he would begin to teach her the more complicated stuff, but only if she was interested in the subjects. He should be able to get through most of her school stuff in a matter of months, since it's mostly basics, although it depends on how fast she can pick it up. While he helped Eri with learning, he would dedicate time to creating more drones. He estimated that he would have at least 50 in 2 months, time permitting, of course. His mother had also informed him that his suit was in production. She said it may be done within a month if they rushed, but he insisted that they take as much time as they need. There was no hurry now. Then, and only then, would he begin to move on his plan. He had it figured out. All he needed was the resources and preparation. Of course things may change between now and then, but he felt fairly confident in his position as of now. He would soon enact his plan and accomplish his goal. Though, he couldn't help but feel bad. Maybe his friends were affecting him too much. Either way, it wouldn't change anything. Watch out world, because Mysterio is finally here. That took forever, again. I know this was a pain in the ass to read, since it was so long, but I hope you enjoyed it anyway. I actually had a lot of fun making this. Also, Mysterio is finally officially born. You finally got to see him in action and defeat such a big villain. That was only a taste, might I add. You won't be seeing him again for a little bit longer though. I still need to develop the other 2 major characters first. Character development is always the key to a good story. Also, I'm not going to explain in depth what Mysterio did to beat Overhaul. You guys should be able to figure it out from what you are given. The Master of Illusion is quite masterful, don't you think? I hope you enjoyed that illusion scene. I think I did pretty well on it. Overhaul may be a bit OOC, but I think it fits. He had lost his quirk and had no idea what to expect from his enemy, and when he started to see what he saw he panicked. Anyone would when faced with something like that, I think. Also, yes, I'm aware this will greatly influence the story since canon has been altered in such a way. Most notably Mirio still has his quirk and Night Eye is alive. I know this. I have plans for this. Eri has now been introduced into the story as well. She'll play a bigger role later. If you were hoping for a better coverage of the canon events like the sports festival and whatnot, don't worry, the Bakugo and Kodai chapters will cover them. However, I'm considering combining those 2, but I probably won't. 234 Chapter 4. From Bully to a True Hero A.N. Here is Bakugo's chapter. Here, you will see his development since the sludge villain incident up to where Midoriya's story left off. Also, in the official translations for the show and manga it is Bakugo, not Bakugo, so I'm just going to go with Bakugo here. I should probably tell you that I purposely left out the cultural festival from the last chapter. I plan on making that the start of the main story, so to speak. I need to develop all of the main players first before I can do that, though. I should note before this begins, that even though this chapter is centered around another character, this whole story is revolving around Izuku, Mysterio. Everything is connected to him. One last thing, the chapters are narrated like you're in the character's head. So for Bakugo here, it won't be the same as Izuku's. Expect to see some cursing. Anyway, here's Bakugo. I hope you guys like what I did with him. If you want to review and let me know what you all thought of it, that'd be cool, I'd appreciate it. Bakugo Katsuki grew up thinking he was the best. He grew up thinking that, with his amazing quirk, he would eventually become the #1 hero, taking all my place. Was it really his fault, though? Perhaps yes, but also perhaps not. He was always sort of groomed to think that way. People around him always had something good to say about him or his quirk. Constant praise, especially as a very young child, can quickly get to somebody's head. That's what they did. Every day of his life, they would praise him. The other kids did it most of the time. As he grew older he knew why. They wanted to be a friend of the future top hero. The teachers and school administration were almost the same. They wanted to have a name in his history as well, to tell the world that they were the ones that trained and taught him. Yet Katsuki still let his ego run amok. He had a best friend when he was really young. Since they were born, more like. The first 4 years of their lives were full of nothing but good memories with one another, albeit he couldn't remember much more as he grew older. But the time came when they would get their quirks. At 4 years old, Katsuki got his quirk. Explosion. An incredibly powerful quirk, which in summary can create explosions from his hands using his own sweat. Anyway, he asked his friend when his quirk would come, but his friend always said it hadn't yet. Months went by after that and Katsuki has started to get praised a lot more than he previously did. He still talked to his best friend, but it wasn't that often he did so anymore. One day some kids pulled him aside for some reason, much to Katsuki's confusion. They told him that he should stop talking with someone, and he quoted, "Quirkless," and a freak. They said that if he talked to someone like that, he would never make it to the top. And, being the gullible egotistical child he was, he took their advice. It wasn't long until his friend, Midoriya Izuku, came to him. He told Katsuki that he wouldn't get a quirk. Ever. Katsuki remembered what everyone had said to him then, and responded to his former best friend. He remembered the hurt in his eyes that day, but he chose to not let it get to him. Instead, he would move forward and become the #1 hero. Just like All Might. As the years went by, he would still follow him. This kid, who he designated as a useless, quirkless, freak Deku, still followed him. He was desperate for his approval. He wanted to be friends, just like when they were young. Katsuki was annoyed and was going to have none of that. He would make sure the green speck in his story knew its place. Deku still had that meaningless dream going into middle school and beyond. How had he not realized it yet? How many times did Katsuki have to show him he had no place in the hero world? He took his notebook one day, burned it, and tossed it out of the window. Deku cried, and Katsuki felt something. What was it? Was it guilt? Surely not, but he would admit he felt the same thing for years. Before he left the room, he became the most idiotic person in the world. He said something he shouldn't have ever said, and it would soon forever haunt him. Katsuki suddenly stopped walking only a foot or two away from the door, and with a smile he turned around with a wicked smile. You know, there's a quick and easy way to get a quirk. He noticed that Deku had perked up after hearing that. Take a swan dive straight off the roof, and believe you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. The two suckers with him had laughed while Katsuki gave a small chuckle. Deku cried and Katsuki felt like shit, even though he smiled. He shouldn't feel bad, this was the only option for him. Later he found himself in an alleyway with the two kids from before. They were talking to him, but Katsuki was too lost in his own thoughts. Katsuki thought about his feelings, but he would never say that out loud. He thought about the feeling he had carried for years around Deku. It always came back when he hurt the greenette, but he would think nothing of it. But when he said what he did today, it hurt more than ever. It was guilt, Katsuki concluded. He was torn. Why did he feel guilty? People had always told him this was right. Wasn't this the right thing to do? Quirkless people shouldn't go into heroics, it was too dangerous for them. But was he going about it all wrong? Katsuki kicked a bottle across the alleyway, which ended up hitting a pole. The cap blew off of it and whatever the contents were inside spilled out. Katsuki let out a very loud sigh, exposing the can he was previously drinking from, finally deciding to pay attention to what the two lackeys were saying behind him. Want to go to the arcade? Katsuki grunted, turning to face the one who asked him for a second. Yeah, whatever, not like I got anything better to do. That's when a large shadow began to engulf the alleyway. The two lackeys began to quiver in fear, much to Katsuki's confusion, but when he turned around his eyes widened as he began to shake. A villain made of what he assumed was sewage started expanding into a bigger entity. It looked at him with big eyes while smiling with a huge mouth that could swallow him whole, an invisibility cloak with a great quirk. Before Katsuki could even attempt to flee, the sludge shot at him and trapped his limbs. He then brought Katsuki to him, encasing him in the sludge. Katsuki, on instinct, let loose the largest explosion he could muster up at that moment. The explosion devastated the alleyway into a more open section as fire began to sprout around them. The lackeys became trapped by the flames while Katsuki was slowly being suffocated by the sludge villain. Heroes came, but were ultimately useless in either the environment or situation. Death Arms couldn't punch the villain, then proceeded to stand there and do nothing. Mount Lady couldn't come in because of the single lane, but Katsuki screamed in his head that she could just shrink and regrow to fit. Kamui Woods was at risk due to the fire, but he saved the lackeys and other civilians, and Backdraft was trying to control the flames. Katsuki was suffocating and most of the heroes that showed up were idiots. He literally saw his life flash before his eyes. At that point, he completely thought he was going to die. He would die with regrets and poor life choices he could only think about now with no way to make amends. But by some miracle before he passed out, All Might showed up and punched the villain to Kingdom Come. Katsuki was able to breathe again, move again, he was free. He stood up, slowly. His vision and hearing were still disoriented and off focus. Heroes came up to him and started to talk to him, but he couldn't hear them nor did he care to. He looked at the palms of his hands which were held out in front of him. His vision was still blurred, but he could tell they were shaking. His hearing was coming back too, but it was still muffled. Katsuki had a moment to think about everything. He was wrong. This entire time, he was wrong. He couldn't just blast his way out of this. He wasn't the strongest like everyone had always told him he was. He was an ordinary kid with the same ordinary weaknesses as any other kid. He had always berated Deku for being an idiot, mostly because of his far-fetched dream of becoming a hero. Now, Katsuki was the idiot. He was an idiot because he let his own ego blind him from what was truly right and wrong. When his life flashed before his eyes, he realized that for most of his life, he was the villain of the story, not the hero. The worst part was it took a near-death experience to figure this out too. The heroes were talking to him still. Katsuki considered the possibility that they may not know exactly what his condition was and were trying to get it out of him. When his hearing came back, however, he heard something else. That was amazing toughness. And that quirk, once you're a hero please come to my agency. Was this bozo serious? This fucking idiot was coming to him about his agency. Now, right after he just narrowly survived death. Katsuki looked up at the hero who was just blabbering to him about how great his quirk was and whatnot. He fixed him his own intimidating glare, which caused the hero to stutter. He glanced around for a moment after that. It seemed that as quickly as All Might had come, he had gone, leaving everyone else in the dust. He supposed it was fine, since he was probably busy or whatever. Death Arms and some other heroes began to approach him. What bravery, young man! Death Arms praises, his hands on his hips and a smile on his face. You held your own against that villain admirably and well. I'm glad you were all right. Katsuki didn't say anything at first, looking down at the ground in front of him with a thinking stare. Then, he let out a mumble. It was barely audible, so nobody heard it but they knew he had said something. The heroes all looked at each other in a concerning manner as Death Arms held out his hands, still smiling. What was that, young man? We couldn't quite hear you. Something just sort of snapped inside of Katsuki after that. He was keeping it back, but just listening to their voices was pissing him off. His eyes snapped open into a wide stare. His fists clenched at his sides and his head shot yo to look at them. He yelled straight to their faces. I said shut the fuck up. The volume at which he yelled got the attention of everybody in the area. Reports, civilians, other heroes, anyone nearby had heard him. They all looked at Katsuki, who was seething with anger by now. His fists were clenched so tightly that those who could see it swore blood should be coming out. He began, I almost died. He aggressively pointed at the hero who was trying to promote their agency. I almost died and you feel like it's necessary to fucking promote yourself. Get fucking lost, you wanna be trash. The heroes were starting to sweat. News crews and reporters were only feet away and were now pointing their cameras over in their direction. It was clear to Katsuki that they didn't want any negative light shown on them. Oh, he was about to have a field day. Death Arms, the ever most competent hero he was, tried to reason with Katsuki and calm him down. Listen kid, we know you've been through a lot. But let's just take deep breaths and… Shut the fuck up, Katsuki exploded at Death Arms, who physically jumped back in natural fear. His voice was so loud it echoed through the entire alley. Katsuki aggressively pointed at Death Arms next. You tried to punch him once. Once? That was it. Then you just fucking stood there while I was suffocating. Then you have the nerve to tell me to take a deep breath? A few minutes ago I couldn't even breathe? Katsuki growled at them as he noticed journalists behind him start writing things down. Good. Katsuki scanned the heroes for who he would expose next. His eyes eventually landed on Mount Lady, who was trying to sneak away. The fucking nerve of her. You. Mount bitch. Katsuki yelled at her, causing her to jump and yelp in surprise. You could have just fucking shrunk yourself to fit in the alley. Then you could have easily regrown. Are you fucking stupid or were you not even trying? Katsuki had to catch his breath. He was letting out all of his anger out on these heroes who didn't do their damn jobs. He'd probably get yelled at by the hag when he got home, but it was worth it. He noticed the journalists writing more in their notebooks and the news people seemed to be getting as much footage as possible. The fact that the heroes had no counter-arguments was making their situation worse. He felt like he was done for now anyway. He'd done enough and carried his point across like he wanted. He couldn't stand idiocy anymore. First it was Deku, then it was him. Now it was these heroes who didn't know how to do their fucking job. He shoved past the heroes, who didn't even try to stop him at this point in fear of provoking him. Katsuki wasn't completely done talking though. He stopped in front of the news cameras. The cameramen had turned them to get a full shot of his face. Katsuki then spoke. To all of you heroes that don't do your job properly, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm going to become a hero and show you how it's done. All of you better watch out. He left after that, without even looking back. Luckily nobody decided to bother or follow him. His message was sent and that was what he wanted. All those heroes better get their fucking acts together before he made them. Deku, even though he was as quirkless as anyone could get, would have done so much better if a job than them. He would have actually tried. Midwalk home, he ended up getting lost in his own thought again. He knew he was wrong, but what did he do now? Apologize? He didn't even know if he could do that, and even if he could he was sure that Deku wouldn't accept it. Would he? He was always nice to him no matter how much of an asshole he was back. Also, should he still call him Deku? He had called him that for so long it became a habit. He looked at his right hand, remembering all of the times he had used it to hurt his old friend. He clenched it into a fist. He was an idiot. Just because he was quirkless didn't give Katsuki the right to play judge. He thought of all the alternative things he could have done, but stupid him decided to have an ego. He should just talk to him. Yeah, talking. Katsuki was an expert in human interaction skills so it should be no problem. He would talk to Deku at school. Deku wasn't at school. The next day when they had school, Katsuki immediately noticed that he was missing. The teacher didn't say anything about it either, he just carried on the lesson like normal. Was it normal, though? To Katsuki, the teacher seemed to be smiling a lot more than he usually was. He wondered why that was. Katsuki could understand why Deku hadn't come in though. After what he had done yesterday, if he were him Katsuki wouldn't have come in either. Katsuki sighed and looked toward the window as the class went by. The next day, he still hadn't shown up. Katsuki felt nervous. He felt like something was very wrong, like he had a part in something that should never have happened. He brushed it off. Deku would be there the next day, he was sure of it. He wasn't there the next day. Katsuki felt sick. He went to the nurse's office and was able to get out of school early that day. He tried to keep his mind away from the possibility, but the more he considered it the worse he felt. A week of school had gone by and he hadn't shown up. He had heard nothing about him since that day. Katsuki feared that perhaps something happened. He hoped it wasn't the worst-case scenario though, he didn't know if he would be able to take that. A month of school went by. No Deku. Katsuki got sick that morning and was allowed to go home early again. Katsuki felt as if he didn't deserve to be where he stood, to have the quirk he had, or to even consider the possibility of becoming a hero. He deserved none of it. Why? Because he drove Midoriya Izuku to suicide. It was his fault. He literally told him to do it. He stood there after beating him up and told him that he should take a swan dive off the roof. Was this why the teacher was so happy? Had he not heard about it because nobody could give a damn about a quirkless kid? His mother didn't talk to Auntie Inko anymore so he couldn't confirm, but it made sense. It really did. Katsuki slammed his fist into the wall. The impact created a loud bang that could be heard through the entire house. It hurt, but he didn't show it. In fact, he deserved the pain. What are you hitting up there, you brat? Nothing, shut up you old hag. Katsuki was just over it all. He was over idiocy. He would become a hero, but not for the same reason as he once did. No, he didn't want to be the best anymore. Instead, he would become the prime example of a hero. He'd show those incompetent fools how to do their fucking job. He realized that being a hero wasn't just about winning, but also about saving. You can't win if you don't save. He failed to save Midoriya Izuku from death. He caused someone to die. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Instead, he would help them. He would help the people who had dreams achieve them. He would show that it was possible for anyone to become a hero, just like All Might did. That's the hero he wanted to be, because he was sure that's the kind of hero Deku would have been. The entrance exam came in a flash. Katsuki stood outside the gates of UA, looking upon the massive building. He was nervous, he wouldn't lie. He wasn't the same person he was over a year ago now. Instead he had tried his best to mellow out. He tried to restrain himself a lot more. He asked his mom to sign him up for anger management classes, in which she promptly dropped the plate she was holding in shock. Was it that hard to believe he was willing to do anger management? He put his hands into his pockets and started to walk through the gate. He would have made it inside without any issues, but things didn't always turn out the way he liked. Are you the guy from that fiasco a while back that called out all of those heroes? A nervous voice asked from his right. Katsuki stopped walking and decided to look at who had called him out. It was a girl with a round face, pink cheeks, brown bobbed hair that went to her shoulders, and Katsuki didn't care anymore. Yeah, what of it, round face. Her face heated up to a dangerous degree as she started to wave her hands nervously in front of her. And no reason. IJ just saw it on the news a while ago and I thought you were sorta cool, he grunted. So that was it? She sort of reminded him of Deku from the way she spoke. He examined her from her face to her legs. She looked like him too. Katsuki didn't want to have a duplicate around, he didn't think he could take it. Can you please stop glaring at me? Oh, was he glaring again? He looked away at a quick speed and began to trudge forward. Yeah, sometimes he tended to glare at annoyances. As he walked, he raised his right hand in a backward wave, not looking back. Thanks, round face, but I'm not here to be praised. Go find someone else to bother. He didn't bother listening to what she had to say after that, or what her facial expression surely morphed into. He just found his testing room and waited for it to start. It took about 2 hours, but everyone was finally starting to funnel into the auditorium. The written test was too easy for him, since he'd been studying non-stop for over the past year now. He'd quickly realized that Deku's analysis skills were very handy. As he waited for everyone to come in, he noticed the empty seat to his left. He knew who was supposed to be there. He didn't ponder on that for too long though, or else he'd get worked up again and nobody liked it when he did. Eventually, everyone finally got their slow motherfucking asses into the auditorium so President Mike could begin to go over the exam. Katsuki didn't much care for a boring explanation, so he just tuned most of it out and only started to listen in again when the important stuff came up. In summary, there are 3 robots, 1 pointer, 2 pointers and 3 pointers. Destroy robots for points. Katsuki couldn't help but think that this test was dumb. What about the people with less combat-oriented quirks? There are support heroes too. During the explanation, some 4-eyed prick decided it was a good idea to call out the teacher for something he hadn't gotten the chance to explain yet. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. Katsuki already hated him. We examiners are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Who did this guy think he was? Some elitist? In addition, you over there with the spiky blonde hair. Katsuki's full attention was now on the blue-haired kid. You've been loudly grunting this entire time. If you're not going to take this seriously then you should leave immediately. Katsuki glared down at him with a hard look on his face. You got something to say, 4 eyes? How dare you accuse somebody of not taking this seriously? You seem to have this backwards, since I'm not the one acting unprofessionally by jumping out of your seat to ask something President Mike hasn't even explained yet. The people in his general vicinity, including 4 eyes, flinched. 4 eyes didn't seem to have any comeback either, only proving to Katsuki he was right. He wanted to use his more enhanced language but he needed to remain professional. Good question, but the spiky blonde boy is right. I was just about to explain it. President Mike tried his best to keep the atmosphere from dropping to something too awkward, and it worked for the most part since most people started to pay attention to him. The blue-haired boy that acted like a robot spoke again. Oh, my apologies. He bowed to the both of them before sitting down again and continuing to watch President Mike. Katsuki let out a TCH before sitting down himself, crossing his arms and also continuing to watch the explanation. Apparently the thing the kid made a big deal about was the 0-pointer, an obstacle robot that didn't give any points. It wasn't a big deal, damn it. It finished up soon after that and everyone started getting on buses for their respective testing zones. He had Battle Center A. He couldn't help but notice that everyone on his bus tried to specifically stay away from him. He clicked his tongue on the roof of his mouth. He didn't really care. He wasn't there to make friends. Eventually they all stood outside of their respective zones. He stood close to the gate, ready for them to open so he could blast through and get it over with. Go! A voice boomed over the loudspeakers as the gate snapped open in seconds. Katsuki didn't waste time, using his explosion quirk to blast his way into the battle zone at an explosive speed. The other examinees didn't even move, thinking it was a ruse. Katsuki smirked. It was their loss, not his. Something he always knew and remembered was that there was no countdown in a real battle. It didn't take him long to find a cluster of robots. A lot of them seemed to pile up in one spot, in a sort of defensive formation almost. It was interesting, to say the least. 3 pointers were sitting around the middle while 1 and 2 pointers were littered around the large area in overlapping hexagon formations. Now a bad formation. Katsuki continued to blast toward them. There was a single 2-pointer in the middle of the road, which he set course for. He hit it head-on, using his hands and feet and cushion his impact a bit against the robot before using one of his hands to blow its head straight off. It collapsed to the ground after that with Katsuki standing over its downed form. The other robots turned toward him, muttering something about eliminating him. The 3 pointers locked onto him with their missile launchers while the 1 and 2 pointers began to charge. The 1 pointers were coming in a lot faster than the 2 pointers, and it wouldn't be long before the missiles fired. He had an idea. He first drew in the one-pointers and used them as shields against the missiles. The one-pointers were destroyed almost immediately by their own team. The two-pointers were too easy to deal with as well. Katsuki used his explosions to quickly skip between them and blow each of them up. The three-pointers were easy once he got within 10 meters of them, since their missile launchers couldn't lock onto him at close range. He destroyed them swiftly as well. Katsuki was sweating by now. He had to do a lot of moving around to get all of them, but at least now his explosions would carry more firepower. He didn't bother to keep track of time and points. It wasn't necessary, really. More robots began to file into the open area from connecting roads, making Katsuki smirk. This would be fun. Minutes went by, and he was forced to move around the battle center. He was starting to get pushed out by the robots, mainly because some fucking three-pointers figured out how to snipe him from the roofs of buildings nearby. He couldn't do anything about it since he was too preoccupied on the ground, so he had to leave. Katsuki didn't know how much time was left, nor did he care since he was positive that he had enough points to pass anyway. As he exploded his way through the battle center, he saw a purple-haired kid with tired-looking eyes getting cornered by some one- and two-pointers. Now if it were the old him, he would have just left the guy to fend for himself. But now, he was different. He changed course for those robots, letting out a powerful blast that took out the one closest to the kid. The robots shifted their attention to him, beginning to strike. A two-pointer started to jab its tail in Katsuki's direction, only for him to use his explosions to jump up and above it. He landed on top of the two-pointer's back, steadying himself as it started to flail around recklessly in an attempt to shake him off. The only thing it ended up doing was flinging its fast-moving tail into its teammates, destroying them. Katsuki promptly destroyed it after that. He turned to the purple-haired kid he had helped save. He had fallen to the ground, and was now sitting up against the wall of a building. He held a hand out to the kid, surprising him. "Come on, get up, the exam's not over yet." The kid took his hand and Katsuki yanked him up. Pretty roughly, actually. The purple-haired kid, who Katsuki now dubbed as Tired Eyes, took a minute to catch his breath. Katsuki turned to leave, but something the kid said stopped him. "Thanks." Katsuki didn't say anything, standing there still. He eventually turned his head back to the kid and gave him a nod, before blasting off once again. The rest of the exam was nothing interesting. Katsuki just continued to go around the battle center and destroy robots for the remaining amount of time. However, that damn zero-pointer was huge. What the fuck? Even he didn't feel like dealing with that. He did help a few people up when they had fallen down running from the thing though. He was sure Deku would have done the same. He left the exam feeling, admittedly, extremely exhausted. Though he didn't mind, since he was confident he passed both portions of the exam. UA just let them go home after that, which began his 2-week wait for the results. A few days later he found himself lying on his bed staring at the ceiling, lost in his own head. Though he knew that he passed, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Nervous about other things, mostly. He turned onto his side, changing his view from the ceiling to the wall. He still felt unending amounts of guilt for killing the one person who would truly stick by him. He killed someone. Well, maybe not directly, but he influenced it. So, did he deserve to be a hero? Was he worthy of being a hero? He didn't think so, but he knew he still had to anyway. He wanted to honor the person he inadvertently killed. He only felt that it was the right thing, despite how wrong he was in life. He took a silent vow, that he would change and become something better. Deku was the image of a true hero. He would put himself at risk for those who needed help, not caring at all about his own injuries. He figured that out way too late, but it was something he knew he had to become now. About 2 weeks after the entrance exam was when his letter came. He opened it, and, as he expected, he was accepted. He got the second highest score at 93 points. He wondered who beat him. But, what surprised him was that All Might was the one telling him he passed in a projection. He said something about teaching at UA now. Deku would have loved that. The first day at UA would be something Katsuki would probably remember for a long time. So, where would he start? The very beginning, of course. He had woken up and gotten to the school fairly early, mainly because he wanted to figure out where everything was on the first day. UA was a pretty big building, so navigating it could be a bit difficult and he could risk arriving to his class late. It turns out he was right to be prepared because it took him a while to find the class. The door was huge, probably for people with growth quirks or something. He didn't really care about it that much. He went inside, quickly found his desk and promptly sat down. But, apparently, the four-eyed guy that yelled at him during the presentation ended up passing too. And, when Katsuki decided to kick back for a bit by putting his feet on the desk, the prick came running over to yell at him. He moved his arms robotically, he was all stiff and he was just plain annoying. Katsuki really wanted to punch him, he really did. Turns out that the guy was actually a stuck-up elitist after all. His name was apparently Tenya Iida and was from Somei Academy, a private school. No wonder why he thinks he's above everything. But, despite wanting to argue back, he just compiled and removed his feet from the desk to shut him up, which thankfully worked. After a minute more of scolding, he left. What was his name again? He'd just call him Four Eyes. As more students began to funnel in, he began to examine them. Someone in the back had a really bored expression on his face, his hair having white on the right and red on the left. He'd keep an eye on him, since he had a feeling that he'd be something special among them. Another guy just walked in with yellow hair and a black zigzagged line running along the left side of it. He was really chatty with some midget with purple balls for hair, who sat 2 seats behind him. How did he already know that the yellow-haired kid had an electric-type quirk? He'd probably call him Pikachu. As for the purple bald-haired kid, he'd call him Balls for Brains mainly because he was ogling the breasts of the girl that sat behind him. Speaking of her, she seemed shy, almost. However, he noticed that she had this type of official, or proper, aura around her. Was she another elitist? He'd keep an eye on her. He tried to think of what to call her, when it suddenly hit him. A stroke of genius. She had a ponytail, so he'd call her Ponytail. Some girl with a mutation earphone jack quirk came into the room soon after Pikachu and Balls for Brains. She seemed nervous as fuck and desperately scanned the room for people to interact with, eventually finding Ponytail and actually starting a conversation. They seemed to get along well. Katsuki would call her Earphones. Another came in the room with holy shit that was some shitty hair. He had sharp teeth and red shitty hair, which is probably what he'd call him from now on. He was also really chatty with a pink-skinned girl that went to the next class over. The girl had some of the weirdest eyes he'd ever seen. He'd probably call her Raccoon Eyes. More people started to walk in, one with orange hair and another with black hair that reached her shoulders in a bob cut. They were talking with one another in a friendly sort of way. He couldn't help but notice that they were both extremely fit, accompanied with a good amount of muscle to boot. The black-haired girl had a neutral expression that could kill, while the orange-haired girl seemed all cheery with a "go get 'em" attitude. He'd call the black-haired one Neutral Face and the other one Orange Hair. Neutral Face sat behind him and Orange Hair sat somewhere else. A kid with a bird for a face entered in after them. And, oh my god, did he seem like the edgiest kid here. Like, he just looked like the kind of guy that would have black as their favorite color and talk about depression or some shit. Katsuki continued to look at him as he took his seat further back in the classroom. What would Katsuki gave off a scary, amusing chuckle that made some of the people around him either flinch or raise an eyebrow. Birdbrain, he'd call him Birdbrain. It was genius. A girl with white hair, looking like a ghost, entered in with a girl that looked like a frog and another girl that had vines for hair. He'd call them Ghost, Frog and Vine Hair respectively. There was also an octopus-looking guy that he'd just call Octopus. There was also a girl somewhere in the back that looked like she had little to no confidence and she seemed to keep to herself, not letting anyone near her for what she could see. He couldn't discern a suitable name for her yet, so he'd do it once he knew more about her. Some kid on the other side of the room really weirded him out. He just acted so, would gay be the word. He always spoke in a French accent or something and Katsuki felt disgusted by the way he looked at people. He'd call him gay, maybe that'd make him set himself straight. Eventually Katsuki just got bored of watching people come in, so he just looked at the front of the classroom until whoever their teacher was arrived. It seemed like everyone was here too. That's when he noticed something outside of the door, a figure in a yellow cocoon. A giant caterpillar. He slugged his way into the room, eventually making his way to the front podium. Most of the class hadn't even noticed him in the room yet. This guy was their homeroom teacher. He got out of the sleeping bag and, Katsuki swore he was a hobo. How'd this guy get into the building? After a few more seconds of chatter, he decided to speak up. It seems that this class has a lot to learn about being heroes after all. The class promptly shut up at that remark, looking at the hobo in front of the class. It took you way too long to quiet down. Those precious seconds of talking could have cost someone's life on the field. If you're here to socialize, then get out now. This is the hero course. He had a stern look in his eyes, along with the bloodshot and tired look he already had. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. The class screamed in confusion after that. Katsuki guessed that's probably the reaction his mother had when he asked for anger management classes. He understood so much more now. This is sudden, but put on your uniforms and meet outside on the field in 10 minutes. After that, they all followed his instructions. Katsuki and the other guys went into the boys' locker room to change, as did the girls in their own locker room. Katsuki was approached by Shitty Hair. He asked about the sludge incident and the way he talked back to Four Eyes during the presentation about the entrance exam. Katsuki only brushed him off, because looking at that damn friendly smile started to remind him of a certain someone. They all met out on the field within 7 minutes of the 10 given. Good, you're all early. He complimented. It's always good to show up early to unknown situations. It was vague, but Katsuki understood what he meant. Basically, they just played the parts of heroes responding to an emergency situation. They put on their hero suits and showed up to the situation. Being early is always a good thing because you never know who might need help at any given time, and always being exactly on time can cost a life. You're going to take a quirk assessment test. The class screamed again. They were annoying. At least Neutral Face and a few others were docile. Someone asked about the orientation crap. That's probably just incredibly boring. Katsuki couldn't care about it. This was going to be more interesting than that by miles. If you're going to be heroes, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Aizawa started to explain. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Some of the other students straightened themselves in preparation, as Aizawa turned toward us. You kids have been doing this sort of thing since junior high, so it should be no issue. This time you just get to use your quirks. Whoa, really? Some energetic girl exclaimed from further to his right. That sounds like fun. Fun, you say? Aizawa mumbled, but it was still audible to everyone. Katsuki knew that this wasn't going to be good, at least for them, not him. Fine then, the person who places last on this assessment, or if I deem you unworthy and without potential, will be expelled on the spot. The class erupted into a fit of protests, but a few people stayed quiet. Neutral Face, the dual-haired kid, and Katsuki were the main three that stayed silent. Then, someone had the nerve to say it wasn't fair. Unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time and place cannot be predicted. Innocent people, every day, get caught up in those things, and this is unfair. The world is covered with unfairness. You're going to be heroes, so get used to it now, because heroes are the ones that can reverse those situations. In the field it's often do or die. The next 3 years at UA will only give you one hardship after another to prepare you for that. So, overcome it with all you've got, because if you don't, well, you know what happens then. Everyone remained silent, processing the speech they were all just given. Katsuki knew he was right, because over a year ago he was in one of those situations and almost died. It wasn't fun. Aizawa turned toward Neutral Face. Kodai, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? All eyes fell onto her now, as she looked at their hobo teacher and nodded. So, this is who scored higher than me in the entrance exam's practical test. I wonder what quirk she has, Bakugo thought as he watched. Neutral Face nodded her head at the teacher's question. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 51 meters, sir. She responded, no real tone to her voice. Aizawa tossed her a ball. I know you have a particularly unique situation, so you may do as you please with any one of your quirks. Or both, if you want. Just don't leave that circle. She walked over to the circle as Bakugo became lost in thought. He stared at her curiously. What did Aizawa mean? 2 quirks. But it was impossible for someone to be born with 2 quirks, right? He stopped his train of thought as the girl prepared to throw the ball. First, she enlarged it in her hands to around twice the size, out the ball in her left arm, then reeled her arm back. However, what Katsuki noticed was that there was a peculiar energy building up within her arm. It retreated further up her arm into her index finger, and as the ball rolled onto said finger, she launched her arm forward to throw the ball. The energy that built up in her finger went straight into the ball as she threw it, making it skyrocket out of there at a lightning speed. The entire class, Katsuki included, stood there dumbfounded at what they had just witnessed. Katsuki simply couldn't believe what he had seen. 2 quirks. She had 2 quirks. They were so powerful too. Katsuki looked at their teacher, who was just looking at the device in his hands as if it were just a normal day. Eventually, after probably about 25 to 30 seconds, the device made a ding sound which caught the class's attention. Aizawa showed it to them. It showed an astounding 1,532.7 meters. Katsuki glared at her. How dare she have 2 quirks when Deku had none? She was hogging 2 to herself like that. She must think she's so above us by showing off like that. Small pops erupted in Katsuki's hands, catching some eyes from the other students. Needless to say, some of them flinched when they saw his menacing glare and outright terrifying snarl. The pops in his hands started to evolve into bigger explosions as his teeth progressively clamped harder around one another. But, he stopped. He clenched his hand into a fist and stopped making pops. He took deep breaths to try and calm himself, because if he lashed out now he'd ruin the progress he had made up until then. Eyes were on him, including Neutral Face and the hobo, so he calmed himself down. Aizawa didn't seem to care about the near explosion by Katsuki, only continuing to explain the assessment after he had calmed down. It seemed that eyes were off of him for now too, but neutral face was still looking at him. He glared back at her, but she didn't have any outward reaction to it, which made him angrier. He decided to just completely zone everyone else the fuck out for the rest of the day. He'd only pay attention to the people he wanted to keep an eye on. Neutral face was an anomaly, and he would watch her like a hawk. Something wasn't right and he sure as hell knew it. The 50-meter dash was first. Katsuki was up against Birdbrain, and it didn't seem like it was anything too much to worry about. He had some sort of sentient quirk, he knew because it popped out once, but it didn't help him with this test. Katsuki simply used his explosions to cross the line in 4.13 seconds. Neutral face was up against Orange Hair. He didn't know what Orange Hair quirk was, but apparently neither of them could use them to assist with the dash. They both ran normally, but they were quick. They reached the goal in a little after 6 seconds, with Orange Hair coming in a little faster than Neutral face. It made sense as to why Neutral face didn't use either quirk. Size manipulation wouldn't help during a run and her strength enhancement seemed to take her limbs out of commission. Her finger was still swollen, but she still continued like it didn't bother her at all. The damn hobo even looked proud for some damn reason Katsuki couldn't understand. On a side note, the dual-haired board guy used ice to accelerate himself. Katsuki figured that he had almost 2 quirks as well, but he knew it wasn't like Neutral face. Neutral face had 2 completely unrelated quirks. This guy had 2 elemental ones, fire and ice, which he read somewhere are able to somewhat bond genetically onto a weird mutation, sometimes. This guy was able to shoot ice out of his right and fire from the left, so he officially dubbed him Icy Hot. Ponytail had some sort of creation quirk. It had something to do with her body, but that's all he could really determine for how it worked. She created roller skates to accelerate herself. This class was interesting, wasn't it? Grip strength was next and Katsuki nailed it with 101.3 kilograms. There was an octopus guy in the class that got around 540 kilograms, but that was beside the point. Orange Hair used her quirk this time. It was some kind of growth quirk. She used it to make her hands grow larger, resulting in an increased strength and durability. She used that strength to almost crush the device she needed to simply squeeze, but it was more than enough to pass it. Neutral face though broke another damn finger over a stupid grip strength test. She used her left hand's pinky to destroy the thing. She passed, but what the fuck, you didn't need to go that far. Icy Hot couldn't do anything with his quirk and Ponytail just created a vice to squeeze it for her. Standing long jump was next. Katsuki simply used his explosions to propel himself across the entire thing. Icy Hot did something similar with his ice, but he used it to build a tower over the starting position so he jumped from a higher spot and cleared the jump. Ponytail created a trampoline and bounced as far as she could across, didn't stick the landing though. He realized the way she makes these things is incredibly revealing, in which he just didn't care but looked away. It seemed balls for brains and Pikachu really enjoyed it though. Katsuki wanted to punch them, because if they were just there to look at girls then they had no place as heroes. Orange Hair was able to use one of her enlarged hands to launch her over the jump and use the other to catch her on the other side. Neutral face just did it normally since she clearly didn't want to break a leg, literally. Repeated side steps was where balls for brains really shined. He used the balls on his head to continuously bounce himself off of. Clever use of his quirk, Katsuki would admit. Mostly everyone else, including Katsuki, was forced to do it normally because their quirks simply didn't really help with it. Finally, the ball throw had arrived. Neutral face was exempt from the throw since she had already done it. Orange Hair used her large arms to launch the ball. First, she extended them out as much as possible, then spun them around in a circle a few times to build velocity before launching the ball. It got far, 371.3 meters. Ponytail created a cannon to shoot the ball. Personally, he'd have used a tank, but whatever. It got farther than he thought, 846.9 meters. Icy Hot used his ice to propel the ball into the air, but it only got to around 463.8 meters. Katsuki would have thought he'd use his fire, since it would be the better choice for this one, but perhaps there was a reason he wasn't using it. When it got to Katsuki himself, he grabbed the ball and went inside the circle. He needed to surpass Neutral Face's score. He wouldn't let her be on top with her 2 quirks. He reeled his arm back and prepared the biggest explosion he could muster, and let it rip. The ball exploded into the air at a record speed. Katsuki was still standing back up straight when the ball went out of sight. The machine in Aizawa's hand beeped not too long after, and it showed a score of 756.7 meters. Katsuki let out a loud and angry grumble as he went back to the rest of the students, but accepted his score. The remaining tests were nothing special and something nobody needed quirk assistance for. Sit-ups were just a plain race between people to see who could get the most done. Katsuki ended up losing to Orange Hair, who didn't even look out of breath. Where the fuck did she come from? Neutral Face didn't do too bad either, only finishing a little before he did. Ponytail apparently struggled because of her large breasts, but she was able to pull through and finish in the middle somewhere. Icy Hot did the fourth best in the class behind Katsuki. Seated toe touch was absolutely nothing and dumb. There was nothing to note about that one. The long distance run was interesting though. Aizawa said he'd let us use our quirks for only 10 seconds when it started, then it came down to whoever had the best athletic skills. He got third. Orange Hair and Neutral Face has some sort of athletic power too that enabled them to have such long-lasting stamina. Katsuki and Icy Hot managed to finish pretty close to one another in time, while Ponytail sort of dragged in the middle somewhere. Balls for Brains and an invisible chick he hadn't even noticed until now were dead last. With that done, the results were in. As were the complete list of Katsuki's appropriate names for his classmates. The results are as follows. Yui Kodai, Neutral Face. Momo Yaoyorozu, Ponytail. Katsuki Bakugo. Kendo Itsuka, Orange Hair. Shoto Todoroki, Icy Hot. Tenya Iida, Four Eyes. Fumikage Tokiyami, Birdbrain. Mezzo Shoji, Octopus. Eijiro Kirishima, Shitty Hair. Abara Shiozaki, Vine Hair. Reiko Yanagi, Ghost. Pony Tsunotori, Horse. Suyu Asui, Frog. Yuga Aoyama, Gay. Hanta Siro, Tape Arms. Kanoko Komori, Mushroom. Denki Kaminari, Pikachu. Kyoka Jiro, Earphones. Toru Hagakure, Inviza Bitch. Minoru Mineta, Balls for Brains. Even though he was exceptionally pissed he got third, he understood why. For one, Neutral Face had two quirks, one an incredibly strong strength enhancer that let her dominate 2 of the 8 tests, and an incredibly high fitness bar. He figured that she must run and work out often. Ponytail was a similar case. She was also incredibly fit, but her quirk was also incredibly versatile, allowing her to create literally anything, at least from what he could tell. It was perfectly reasonable as to why he lost. Balls for Brains dropped to his knees rather dramatically. He began to cry loudly as well, drawing everybody's attention. Vine Hair went over to console him, as did Frog. Aizawa looked down at Balls for Brains. Mineta, why do you want to become a hero? It was a simple question, but the answer could greatly differ from person to person, and Katsuki already had a hunch about what Balls for Brains would say just from this morning. He sniffled dramatically with fat tears and snot coming out of his nose. I wanted to become a hero B because it would get NN noticed by all the GIIRRRRLS. The girls consoling him promptly backed off when he started motioning his hands as if he were groping a girl's breasts. Katsuki glared at him for his reason of becoming a hero. Aizawa let out a disappointed sigh. Mineta, go get your things and report to Principal Nezu's office so we can transfer you to General Studies. You are hereby expelled from the hero course. What? Ponytail suddenly exclaimed, making people look at her. It wasn't a logical ruse to make us work harder. Katsuki decided to step in at this point. Hell no, it wasn't, Ponytail. Some people were confused by the name he had given her but eagerly waited for him to continue. Last year he expelled the entire class of A-1 for being unqualified for heroics. Katsuki made sure to do his research before his first day, just in case. Ponytail suddenly paled, as did some of the other students. Oh, was all she could really say to that, as she hung her head down in embarrassment. As for the rest of you, Aizawa spoke again, completely ignoring what had just happened, go back to the classroom. There are handouts with the curriculum and whatnot there, take one and look over them. He then walked over toward Neutral Face, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. He walked away after that and let everyone do what they needed to do. The rest of the day was nothing to note either, as everyone just changed clothes and eventually went home for the day. The next day was mostly spent introducing ourselves more thoroughly and establishing what would be learnt in our general classes. It wasn't until basic hero training came in the afternoon when things got more interesting. All Might was, as Katsuki had guessed, teaching the class. Ever since All Might announced himself to be a teacher at UA in the hologram, Katsuki had been trying to determine what class he would teach, but quickly concluded he would teach heroics. It was obvious in retrospect. He had taken them out to ground beta for some kind of battle trial. They each had to change into their respective hero costumes. Katsuki himself had the design he'd finalized years ago. It was composed of a tight, black, sleeveless tank top, with an orange X across the middle, forming a versus neck. It also has a metallic neck brace worn with rectangular ends that have 3 holes on each side. His sleeves reach from within his large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps. The belt, which also carries grenades, for practical use or for show he wasn't sure yet, holds up his baggy pants with knee guards, below which he sports black, knee-high combat boots with orange soles and eyelets. The mask was jagged and black, and as it goes around his eyes, a large, orange-rimmed flare shape protrudes from each side. He wasn't particularly interested in much of the other costumes, but he did decide to look at the people who interested him. Icy Hot had a particularly weird costume with ice covering over his fire left. Nothing much else to note about that. Ponytail's costume was revealing and made of some kind of special fabric. That's all he would look at regarding her. As for Neutral Face, her costume consists of a simple red bodysuit with a white collar trim, a matching V pattern running over her chest and around her upper arms, which also includes a short white skirt with a red design at the front, dipping so it follows the one in her chest. She wore plain vambraces, as well as a hat which resembles the front of a baseball cap, colored red with white U-shaped lines around the sides, with a metal piece resembling a fin attached at the back of the strap around her head. An accessory Katsuki noticed was a belt at her waist and straps around her shoulders. There was what appeared to be an oval-shaped gemstone set between them on her chest, and each was adorned with a small pouch. Katsuki considered that there may be small items in there for her quirk, but he wasn't sure. Orange Hair's costume was nothing too particularly special to Katsuki. She wore a turquoise knee-length kipao, over which she had a black double-breasted corset, ending just below her breasts. She also sports black short pants under the kipao. As for accessories, she wears a loose brown utility belt around her hips, a satchel attached at the back, a thin black domino mask around her eyes and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reach down to her toes, filled in with white slips. While it was questioned that they wouldn't receive any basic training, All Might pointed out that practical experience taught better, and that they taught the basics along the way. Katsuki could get behind that. He figured All Might would know a lot more about it than any of them. They ended up drawing cards for a random teammate. Katsuki wasn't paying attention, but apparently Four Eyes, who was dressed in a full set of armor, started complaining, and it started a small little thing. Speaking of Four Eyes, he was drawn as Katsuki's teammate. Katsuki actually loudly groaned, much to some people's annoyance. He didn't care to note anybody else's teams. He would pay attention to the teams when he found his adversaries and had to watch the other ones. Speaking of his adversaries, they would be Orange Hair and Neural Face. This would be interesting. Katsuki was already smirking. He and Four Eyes would play the villains and the other two would play the heroes. They were each given some time to come up with effective strategies. Katsuki and Four Eyes went to the bomb on the top floor while the heroes studied the layout of the place. It would be beneficial for us to come up with a viable strategy. Four Eyes reasoned, looking at Katsuki for a response. Katsuki, however, was staring intently at the doorway. He really wanted to charge down to the lower levels and bring the fight to them. However, that'd be stupid. He'd be at a complete and utter disadvantage. He would have to play with the team for a while. He was a bit confused when he turned back to Four Eyes to respond. How exactly did he cooperate in a team? He had never really done this before. Maybe he just needed to think like yes. That was perfect. Alright, listen up Four Eyes, because I'm not going to repeat myself. Katsuki yelled at the engine quirk user inside of battle armor. Four Eyes perked up, looking intently at Katsuki and waiting for him to continue. Alright, so first, we're up against a nightmare team. This means that their quirks suit each other pretty well. What do you mean, Bakugo? I mean that they can easily flow with one another. Neutral Face has a size-altering quirk and Orange Hair has a quirk that alters the size of her hands, effectively making it so she can lift larger objects and have a larger shield. If Neutral Face was to grow let's say, a small rock into a bigger boulder, Orange Hair would be able to chuck it at us. Four Eyes considered this for a moment, putting a hand to his chin dramatically to think, you're right. Although I don't condone the names you give our classmates, I must say you have logical reasoning. Do you have a plan? Katsuki smirked. As a matter of fact, I do, Four Eyes. Katsuki pointed to the bomb. First off, we're keeping that right there and we'll wait for them to come to us. The bomb being in the room will limit their area of attack regarding projectiles, since if they hit it there's a high chance the bomb would explode. Katsuki looked back to the doorway. Second, it would probably be best if we section them away from one another. Opposite sides of the room, he pointed to their left and right, preferably one of those sides, since this room is fairly big. Doing this will prevent them from relying on each other too much, and if we're always on the offensive during the fight they can only focus on blocking or evading. Katsuki turned back to Four Eyes to see if he had any objections or interjections. Who will each of us take on them? Surely you've thought about it. Yeah, he definitely thought about it. I'm taking on Neutral Face. I have a score to settle. You take on Orange Hair. But will that hinder our success or not? You have to think about. I already did, Four Eyes. Katsuki unconsciously shot him a glare that made the armor-covered kid flinch a bit. You're fast, right? Then you can get close to Orange Hair before she can enlarge her hands. She takes a few seconds to get them completely enlarged. As for neutral face, I'd be best if I take her on anyway. Her objects could end up getting stuck in your engines and that'd be a problem, or they could just obstruct your running space. My explosions can just blast them away so it won't be a problem for me. Four Eyes nodded his head. Solid reasoning. Very well, we shall wait for them. Wait for them, the two of them did. It seemed to take a lot longer than either of them would have liked, even after All Might started the match. Eventually the two girls found their way up to the top, and Katsuki glared straight at neutral face. She noticed and went on guard. Four Eyes stood there with his arms crossed staring intently at Orange Hair, which she also seemed to pick up on. It seemed that the opponents were mutually confirmed silently between both sides. Orange Hair stood in front of Four Eyes on the right and neutral face stood in front of Katsuki on the left. After a few moments of having a silent standoff, waiting for the other team to make a move, small pops began to sound from Katsuki's fingers. It diverted everyone's attention to him for a few seconds before Four Eyes and Orange Hair began to stare at one another again. Katsuki then suddenly blasted off at a roaring speed at neutral face. She was prepared though, because when Katsuki thrusted his forward, aiming for her face, to hit her with an explosion, she quickly ducked her head to the left to dodge. He ended up exploding the wall instead, making it crack and fall apart. As neutral face jumped further to the left to gain some distance, Katsuki looked at Orange Hair. Maybe he'd assist Four Eyes a bit. He quickly raised a hand to Orange Hair's stomach and blasted her with an explosion before she could do anything. She was blown to the other side of the room, and Four Eyes seemed to notice the opening and began to rush her. Katsuki looked back at his opponent, the two silently glaring at one another again. Katsuki charged forward again, this time going for a right hook. It was dodged again, but Katsuki kept going on the offensive. He repeatedly threw punches in places that would make her move but unable to counterattack. He was forcing her back toward the wall, and once she was close enough he aimed his hand at her chest and set off an explosion. She was prepared, however, and ducked under it. She then swiftly swept him off his feet using her legs, making Katsuki fall onto the ground and barely catch himself with his hands. She made a run for the bomb but Katsuki quickly recovered and caught up to her using his explosions. She opened one of her pouches and threw some small things at him, like screws and rocks, quickly beginning to enlarge them. He blew them away, mostly to the size, before they could delay him too much and continued after her. He swung at her with his left hand but she saw it coming, ducking around it again and turning around to try and punch him with her right fist. He moved his head back, making her fist fly up in front of it. He grabbed her fist in his hand and forced it to his left side. She tried to punch him with her other fist, but he grabbed that one too and forced it to his right. He was stronger than her, and they were stuck in a biased hand lock, with Katsuki slowly forcing her downward. He grit his teeth in frustration. She was stronger than she seemed, as it was getting progressively more difficult to hold her down. Something bugged him, so since he had the opportunity, he asked, "Why aren't you using your other quirk, neutral face?" He put more force down on her. "You can easily take me out with that." She, who also had her teeth grit, repositioning her right leg into a better supportive position under her in a split second. Katsuki kept pushing through, despite her resistance. "Is that why you hate me?" She quickly asked, surprising Katsuki. She was perceptive, he'd give her that. "Because I have a second quirk." She was barely able to talk, because doing so would divert her full attention from keeping Katsuki back, or, is it because of something else? Katsuki grunted in annoyance. His grip tightened on her fists as he began to bend them upward. "I have my reasons." He then brought his knee up and straight into her stomach. It took the wind out of her and allowed him to force her to the ground. He took huffs of breath after the struggle was over, standing over her as she also caught her breath. He was about to restrain her, but he unexpectedly got hit with a large rock and slammed into the wall. He was discombobulated for a moment, wondering what the hell had just happened. But, before he could even do anything, the speakers boomed, "Hero team wins." Katsuki's eyes widened as he stood back up, moving the boulder off of him. What? How in the actual fuck did they suddenly win? Then, he realized it. The items she enlarged and threw at him earlier. He had only knocked them away, so Orange Hair must have found them and used them to her advantage. His teeth grit tighter than before and his hands enclosed into fists. He calmed down though by taking deep breaths. His anger management classes worked like a charm. He looked over to the other side of the room, seeing Four Eyes' area enclosed with some of the items Katsuki previously knocked away, restrained on the ground. Neutral Face must have continued to grow the items a bit more while she was still running away. Katsuki cursed himself for not noticing anything was up and getting so easily distracted. Katsuki walked over to Four Eyes while Orange Hair went over to Neutral Face, freeing him from the restraints Orange Hair put on him. Four Eyes stood up on his own as Katsuki simply walked back to the observation room. They all regrouped back in the observation room after a few minutes, with Orange Hair helping Neural Face walk. Despite All Might's insistence on going to Recovery Girl, she refused. Speaking of her, she was declared the MVP of the match. Apparently she was complimented on a few things, like how she came up with an effective plan and backup plan in case things went south, how she was able to improvise the situations and allow her teammate to gain an upper hand, and finally for sacrificing herself for the team to succeed. It almost did go to Katsuki for his incredible analysis of the situation and strategy. However, it didn't because of the way he was easily distracted during the fight, letting his opponents take advantage of openings which ultimately led to their victory. Katsuki was mad. Pissed, even. He glared at Neutral Face while he sat in the back corner of the time in the observation room, the entire time. Only once did she look back at him, and even that was only for a moment before she continued to spectate the other matches. He didn't even feel like doing that. The only thing he really picked up on was that Icy Hot dominated his match by freezing the entire building and inevitably his opponent, giving him easy access to the bomb. The day ended soon after that, and Katsuki was quiet. While the others went back into the classroom, he decided to leave. It was the end of the day, after all, and he didn't feel like sticking around any more than he needed to. He heard footsteps behind him once he reached the gate. Bakugo. Someone called him, making him stop and turn around to face them. He saw Neutral Face a ways back, looking at him with a hint of concern. He glared at her. He seethed, "What do you want? Why do you hate me so much?" She asked, simply. She even looked a tad downcast by that. "I can see it in your eyes every time you look at me. What did I do? I want to remedy it." Katsuki wasn't sure what to think. It was true he held a strong dislike for her, but he didn't think it was that bad. The girl seemed pretty upset by it too. "Cry me a river, Neutral Face," was all he said, turning his back to her. He wasn't going to show her any sympathy while she hogged 2 quirks and others out there got bullied for having none. He would tell her just that. "You can't remedy the existence of your 2 quirks." Katsuki's face darkened as he started to walk forward, through the gate. "People out there get bullied and pushed to suicide for having no quirk at all, when you sit here with 2. And for that, I will always hate you. Nothing can change that." With that, he left her standing there as he exited the school gate. He didn't bother looking back to see her reaction, not much caring about it. Only a few seconds after he left the gate, a single tear rolled down his cheek, but he wiped it away and continued to move forward. This is going first because it's a priority message I want to get out there. Okay, so, I'm leaving Bakugo's chapter here and I'm going to begin Kodai's chapter in the next one. The reason for this is, well, because it's going to be easier to just knock through them at the same time rather than rehash everything again for the 3rd time. It's just easier that way. So the next chapter will leave off around here as well, and then it'll be a joint chapter from there. I may change my mind, I'm not sure yet. If anyone has a better way to do this then feel free to PM or review it. As for why I had to leave it here, it's already at like 13k words so, really long. Also, I think this ending fits really well. I hope you guys enjoyed some of the fight choreography as well. Also, I know you guys want more Mysterio action. Trust me when I say, I do too. I like writing Mysterio Izuku in this story. But, in order to have a good story, I need to touch on the other characters and develop them first. I do hope you guys like how I write Bakugo here. I thought I'd be best that he'd be humbled after everything that happened, and with a sudden disappearance of Izuku he has more guilt than he knows how to deal with. He's right too, who would report about a suicide of some quirkless loser? They're basically ants in a world of quirks, and it's been shown a lot of times that society really doesn't treat the quirkless that well. It's perfectly reasonable to think he drove Izuku to suicide, and because of that I think it would probably shape Bakugo into someone a little different. If any of you caught it, what Bakugo says to Kodai will later influence the interaction at the beach with Izuku, not the first one but the last one, in which she indirectly offers him one for all. Alright, now, before anyone starts leaving a review or something saying, Aizawa doesn't expel his students, it's confirmed to be a logical ruse, let me explain to you why you're wrong. Multiple times in the manga it's been confirmed that he actually expelled his entire class the year before the canon takes place. You can look this up to confirm, and I can't really leave links here. Also, straight after the assessment in the anime All Might confronts Aizawa and straight up calls him a liar. The only reason Izuku wasn't expelled was because Aizawa saw potential in him. I needed someone gone for the open seat in 1A here. As for why Mineta specifically got expelled, I think it's pretty reasonable. His motivations for becoming a hero are the same as in canon, and Aizawa won't tolerate that reasoning. He was never asked in canon so he didn't face any consequences. Also, Mineta has a poor physical structure, so he can't really be of much use in combat unless he uses his balls, but that's not always a guarantee, if you get what I mean. Lastly, I'm not even sure how he got through the entrance exam. Like, he's, for one, incredibly weak, so how the hell did he destroy any robots? Second, he's incredibly cowardly, from what we see of him in literally every combat scenario after this he's running away or cowering in fear. He even did it in the fight against Midnight. 234 Chapter 5, From Quiet and Alone to Rising Hero. Here is Kodai's chapter leading up till the end of the battle trial. I'm still on the fence about what I'll do, but I'm pretty sure I'm just going to combine Bakugo and Kodai's point of views in the next chapter, which will feature the USJ onward up till, I hope, the Hasaikai raid. I have a little game for you guys to get more involved with the story in the author's note at the bottom of the chapter. Hope you guys have fun with that. I'm glad a lot of you are liking this version of Bakugo. Yeah, he was pretty hypocritical when he talked to Kodai at the end of the chapter, but you expect Bakugo to realize and admit that. Plus, his view has changed. Someone in front of him is sitting on two quirks, which one could have easily gone to someone with none. I hope you guys like this version of Kodai as well. Of course she's not going to be identical to the Kodai in another FIC, or even to the canon one, but still she'll have similar attributes to them. I hope you like this version. You'll see more of Izuku in this chapter and the next one, but it'll be stuff we've already seen just told through Kodai's point of view. So, not really much difference regarding that. So, I'll be honest, the first part of this chapter may be a little iffy. I may come back and change a few things if it is required, so there may be altercations with it. As I said previously, I'm not going to completely rehash the quirk assessment test since you all have already seen it. I'll run it over with a brief summary with Kodai's thoughts and commentary, but the entire event will not be replayed. I will do the battle trail again though since I think it's necessary to see Yui's point of view on it. The next chapter, and maybe the one after it, will be the last of the setup. Mysterio will be showcased once again in the following chapter, since it's the cultural festival. Don't worry, very soon you'll see more of him. Anyway, here's Kodai's chapter. I'll admit I had some trouble with this one. Leave a review if you want, I'll appreciate it, since I like the feedback. Again, sorry for any grammar mistakes, I'm trying to correct as many as I can, but if you see any major stupid ones that are absolutely ridiculous then please send me a PM telling me specifically where it is so I can fix it. Kodai Yui was never a particularly normal girl. No, never really normal in the traditional sense. She was always alone, in her younger years. Even when she got her quirk she continued to stay separated from her peers. Why? She didn't really know herself. It was more voluntary than anything, but it wasn't necessary that either. It was more of the way she was, than her actions or others. She didn't mean to be the way she was, it was sort of just the way she was. She was always sort of inexpressive, and unreactive. She never laughed at a joke, never really cried, and never really not mad. She was just sort of neutral in every possible way, including her voice. On top of that, she never had the best social skills. She couldn't hold a conversation to save her life and it always ended up driving everybody away. It made her sad, not that she could really express it. It's not like she was trying to dissuade people from being her friends, but it just happened. She supposed that she had gotten it from her family. Her father was pretty shy and feared social contact, in a way. He was bullied a lot when he was younger for having a virtually non-existent quirk. Her mother, however, was pretty much exactly the same as her, not giving away any reaction to anything or outwardly expressing anything with her voice. However, her mother expressed what she typically couldn't do with her voice and face with her actions. When Yui was a baby and upset, her mother always hugged her, soothing her with her touch and comfort. Yui, at around 4 years old, thought that she'd incorporate that into her social interaction. As it turns out, the other kids think it's incredibly creepy when a random person just starts hugging you out of nowhere. Needless to say, it drove people away still, and Yui was ultimately left confused as to how she should interact with people. As she grew, Yui ended up getting used to it. She adjusted and adapted to being a social outcast among her peers. No sort of bullying ever took place, which she was happy about, but she still was always sort of disconnected with people her age. Yui never experienced a friendship once in her life. She didn't know what it meant to have someone to talk to, spend time with, gossip to, and more. Sure, she could do all of those things with her family, but it isn't the same as doing it with a friend. Well, that's just what she read online, anyway. Even though she didn't have any social life, Yui didn't let it hold her back in her academics. She, in a way, let the lack of distractions funnel her focus into studying. She excelled in almost every subject in her early school years, all except physical education. She was even given the option to skip up some levels of school, but decided against it in hope of one day making some kind of friend. She never let her hope vanquish, even after so many years. Her analytical skills, much like her physical stature, was much to be desired. She couldn't read people for the life of her. The only way she could figure out that someone in her class was really angry, not at her, just in general, was when he started to punch the desk. She was a bit dense in that aspect. She was a late dreamer too. She didn't exactly know what she wanted to be when she was older, even through the years growing up. Everyone around her spoke of heroes in some grand light she couldn't understand. She knew they helped people, but she didn't know what was so desirable about the job. Was it because they wanted to spotlight? If so, she felt they should look for another occupation. Speaking of occupations, she wasn't sure what she wanted. Her quirk, size, was able to be used for a lot of different things. She just wasn't sure what she wanted. She began to narrow it down more and more midway through elementary. She had found that she had a knack for wanting to help others. She wasn't sure how she exactly discovered it, but her heart sort of screamed at her to do something more by helping people that needed it. She thought that, perhaps, it was because she always felt, in a way, helpless. Helpless in a sense that she and nobody there for her in her times of need console her. Her parents weren't home a lot due to work, so she was alone most of the time and ended up falling into a small depression because of it. She wanted to help people by telling them that they weren't alone, never alone, not like she was. She also wanted to protect them. She wanted to let them know that they'll always have a shield when faced with an opposing sword. She had witnessed many cases of bullying, and sometimes she would regret not being able to do anything about it, lest she get into trouble. She wanted kids to grow up being hopeful and bright, not shadowed in darkness and depression. She didn't realize that she was basically thinking about heroics until about a week later when her mother pointed it out to her. Only months later, when her mother asked her what kind of career choice she was considering for the future, did she realize it. Despite having the full support of her parents for heroics, she still wasn't sure about it. She didn't really think she was hero material, plain and simple. She often asked herself if she would be able to instill hope into people's minds. Was she the kind of her people could count on? It scared her, truthfully. She was scared of the job for many reasons. She was afraid of failing, first and foremost. She worried, if she were to become a hero, that she wouldn't be able to save people. She'd let them down, unable to save them from an impending demise. She didn't want that. But she was also afraid for her family, and herself. It was a dangerous occupation. You can die any day of the week, without warning. Then, her family can be in danger. What if a villain wanted revenge on her for some reason and decided to go after her family? She didn't think she would be able to live with that. And, if she died, she didn't think her parents could take it either. She expressed her worries to both of her parents and, for what it's worth, they seemed to take it quite well. It surprised Yui that they had such a lack of reaction, more so from her father than her mother. They sort of just smiled at her and said they supported her no matter what she chose. Then, they told her that worries were for naught. Basically, they brushed off her concern for them and basically told her that everything was fine. She was incredibly confused and a bit offended that they took it so lightly. She had no idea why they did. Well, when she thought about it that night, she knew very little about her parents anyway. She had no clue what they did for their job, or why their hours were from early in the morning until fairly late at night, not to mention they literally left at the same time and got back home at the same time. Heck, she didn't even know the full extent of their quirks. So, she confronted them about it a few days later when they got home. She had waited because she was unsure of whether or not they'd react negatively to her prying. She, quite bluntly, told them to quit their secrecy and tell her what was really going on with them. They seemed a bit reluctant for the first few seconds, but silently agreed to tell her. Apparently, Yui's parents were pretty well-known heroes, Molecule, her father, and Rule, her mother. Apparently her mother convinced him that Molecule was a good hero name, and to that Yui shook her head disappointedly. Her father's quirk, molecular change, was actually quite weak at the base. It allowed him to change the form of the molecules he directly had contact with, and when he released contact the time limit of control would only be around 15 seconds. There was also a heavy drawback on the user's mind, so when they use it the user has increased mental exhaustion and headaches. In order to use it effectively, the user needed to have a prodigious imagination and a sturdy mental will. He was incredibly acrobatic, allowing him to move quicker and allow him to touch more things in a smaller period of time. He also learned how to effectively multitask, so he was able to move and simultaneously control the changed molecules. He also trained his mind to think more openly, in a sense, so he was able to change his molecules into different forms. Molecule was extremely effective in ambush and capture tactics, but surprisingly he wasn't an underground hero. Her mother's quirk, Rule allowed her to apply rules to objects. The quirk itself is actually quite simple. She's allowed to change the property of one object at a time. For example, she could make a steel beam bouncy and gelatin as hard as steel. However, she could not change the size or shape of said object, not able to extend or flatten it, just the properties it has, weight, density, etc. She isn't able to change more than one object at any given time, and anytime she stops the change on the object it resets back to its original properties. Said effects of her quirk weren't limited to her touch, but more of her range. Her mother had to be within a certain range of the target object for the quirk to work. She wasn't exactly the right hero to be going solo out on the field. That was why her mother and father ran a joint hero agency and were full-time partners. That made a lot of sense in Yui's eyes, since they worked so well together. Her mother would change objects in the area to better suit her father's acrobatic abilities so he could cover more area with his quirk. Yui also supposed she had gotten a mutation of the two of their quirks to make hers, size, a quirk able to change any object she previously had contact with. She asked them why they kept it a secret from her. The reason was actually understandable in Yui's eyes. They wanted her to have a normal life away from heroism, since that was what she had expressed years back. Not to mention the fact that it could be a distraction for her in school, or if people at the school found out it could affect her social life. The last thing any of them wanted was for Yui to have friends based on some kind of status. They ended up telling Yui a plethora of stories from when they were young and during their hero careers. Yui found herself drawn into each story they told, fascinated by it. Of course, they spared some of the darker and more mature details of the job and made the stories sound more humorous than they perhaps were in reality, however Yui still found them interesting. For once, she found herself actually interested in heroism. It was hard to explain why she suddenly found herself in the majority of people wanting to be a hero, but she knew that it had something to do with her parents and their motivations. She wanted to help people and being a hero was one of the only, if not the only, thing she was interested in doing. She felt like being a hero could help more people, so, despite her own concerns, she'd pursue the path. Despite the fact that she wouldn't stand out at all, she would continue to be a hero. If people had a problem with it, then it was too bad, because she was going to be a hero. After the talk with her parents, she went to bed with a newfound determination to fulfill her new goal. The morning, when she looked in the mirror, she realized what she needed to do. Step 1. Get into shape. She was a tad chubby and out of shape, which was probably why her physical education was so bad. She hadn't necessarily exercised before, so that was probably why, but still, she needed to get in shape. So from that day and continuing for years to come, she made a habit of running when she got home from school. Yui started out small with a few laps around the block. About a month after she started, when she started to become less exhausted from just running a few laps around the block, she started to increase the distance. She extended the run to a few laps around 2 blocks. Over time she gradually increased the run's intensity until she reached the second year of junior, in which she started to consistently run about a mile a day. After school, every day, she would take an incredibly long route back home which she calculated to be around a mile. At some point around her first year of junior high, her parents decided that, if she were to become a hero, she could use some muscle on her. Yui agreed, taking into account that a lot of situations could require combat or heavy lifting. Having some muscle on her would benefit her in the long run. So, on the weekends, which were her parents' day off and the 2 days she didn't run, they trained. They went to a gym as a family on most weekends, mainly so she could get the muscle she needed. On others, they would sometimes practice some basic combat training. Yui was surprised because, even though he didn't look like it, her father was incredibly muscular. Yui wondered how in the world he was still as timid and shy as he was. That was basically her routine: run after school, then study, and if she had time, leisure activities. Then, on the weekends, she worked out with her family and practiced combat. The weekends were more free for her though, so when she had the time she sometimes went out on a stroll, relaxed somewhere, read a book, or did something productive. She kept that up constantly. Eventually though, parents thought she had learnt enough basic combat and ended that training, but she still went to the gym and worked out when she could. At some point during her second year of junior high, there was an incident involving someone her age. Apparently some kind of sludge villain went on some kind of rampage and took a student hostage, with All Might suddenly showing up to save him. Then, after he was saved, the boy blew up at the heroes that were trying to save him. Yui had to admit that his reasons were sound. She didn't like the thought of heroes just standing there while she died by suffocation. She didn't want to be a hero like that, not in her life. She set her sights on UA, the most prestigious school in the county. The acceptance rate was so unbelievably low that it deterred many people from even attempting to get in. Did Yui believe she had a shot? Yeah, she did. Would she be the best?
No, probably not, but she was okay with that. Her goal was to be the best hero she could be, not to become the best or sit at the top. Granted, if she did get in, UA had a different weekly schedule, so she'd have to tweak her routine a bit, but that was no problem. Her parents had asked her, multiple times at that, if she wanted them to file a recommendation form for her so she could essentially bypass the normal entrance exam test. She declined immediately, saying to them that it wouldn't be right to do so. She wanted to play fair, not use some sort of favoritism to get in. Her parents only smiled proudly at her. Besides, Yui believed that if she worked hard enough the exam would also be no problem for her. What was a problem though was her parents' constant nagging about them finding her a new place to stay while she attended UA. She really didn't think it was necessary, but her parents just kept talking about how it would be beneficial for her to start living on her own. Every single time she argued against it, they rebutted with something that sounded pretty convincing. Eventually, she gave up and let them get her a small apartment somewhere in Musudafu. She'd be able to move in somewhere around 4 months before the entrance exam, since it was apparently still being vacated and the current occupants needed some more time to pack up. Everything in her life was relatively normal up to around 5 months before the entrance exam for UA began. It was a normal day for her, at first, with her going to school, doing whatever work she needed to do, then doing her mile run home. However, during her run home, there was an incident. One of the buildings she always ran by, a joint residential apartment of 4, somehow caught on fire. She stopped her run to investigate the situation with some hope she could perhaps be of some help to the people who were saved. When she got closer to the scene, it was a catastrophe. Backdraft was apparently called, but wasn't there yet. Death Arms was just outside, watching the fire spread more and more along with some other heroes that could be putting in work to save people. Yui got tired of just standing around, and she wasn't going to let people die because heroes were too afraid to put their lives at risk. Yui dropped her things and instinctively jumped over the barrier the police had set up. Despite heroes and police attempting to hold her back, she was able to slip by. It was a 2-story building with 2 apartments on each floor and the fire had already done a lot of damage to the place. Yui didn't waste time, she knew that some people were already out of the building. She heard some conversation from the heroes and police about how they were the people from the left side of the building that knew about the fire before the others. If only the left side of the building was cleared, then it only left the right. She ran to the bottom right apartment first. She used her quirk on the door, shrinking it down so she could get in. Once the door was shrunk down, Yui was immediately bombarded with a scalding heat as active, spreading flames pierced her vision. Yui had to be extremely careful, since she obviously didn't want to get directly burned or scarred from the flames. She was probably going to have some kind of damage to her body from this though, but she didn't have time to think about it. She scanned the apartment more as she quickly threaded through the burning apartment. The apartments were small, the front door led to what seemed like a small living area with a connected kitchen. Only one door was closed, and it was one of the 2 bedrooms. She assumed the resident was still inside of that room. She made her way over to it, getting burnt a few times by the flames after she got a little too close, but it didn't stop her. She shrunk the bedroom door so she could get in. Inside the room, in a corner was an elderly man that seemed to be incredibly panicked and afraid. Yui's heart went out to him. She would do everything in her power to get the man out. Luckily the fire didn't hit this particular room too badly yet, so she was able to move a bit more freely. She first checked on the man to see if he was alright and unhurt. Despite his confusion, he nodded to her question. She needed to find a way out for him. There was no possible way that he would be able to get through the entire apartment with him. The only option left was to break down the wall with something big. The fire should have already decreased its durability a bit, making it weaker. She only needed to find something to throw at it, or find something heavy enough next to it so when it grew it just destroyed the wall. There was a small dresser next to the wall leading to the outside. It was her best shot, so she went over to it, touched it and then enlarged it. The dresser enlarged as Yui stepped away, her fingertips pressed together to activate her quirk. The wall was destroyed when the dresser eventually enlarged and stretched into the wall. She quickly shrunk the dresser down enough to step over it, grabbed the man from the corner with his arm over her shoulders and exited through the new hole. Once he was safely outside, she ushered him to the heroes. He left, but not before expressing his gratitude. Before the heroes could try to stop her again, she ran back in through the original entrance. She ran up the stairs into the second-floor apartments, choosing the right door again. She shrunk the front door to get inside, and right away she was once again blasted by the severe heat of the flames. This time, however, she could hear faint cries from somewhere. The fire's cracking and sizzling made it harder to hear, so it was faint, but it was enough. She maneuvered quickly and carefully through the apartment, careful to not burn herself too badly. The cries sounded like they were coming from the open bathroom. Luckily the flames had yet to severely make it there. She reached the open door and stumbled in, scanning the area around her. A mother and her young daughter were huddled up in their tub, scared and afraid as the fire spread closer. She supposed in their panic, they thought this was the best decision. The daughter was crying and the mother was just trying to comfort her. The mother did notice her, surprised a child rushed in to help them instead of heroes, but didn't say anything. Yui assumed the mother had noticed that she was in a deep concentration. Yui knew the situation was similar to the one downstairs. The fire had spread more and it would inevitably completely block them off. Currently there was still a chance to make it to the front door, but it was too risky. She had an idea, but it was also extremely risky. Though, she supposed she had no other option as of now, so what the heck. She quickly ushered the mother and daughter out of the tub, which they did as fast as possible. Yui then quickly touched the tub before shrinking it, holding it in her hand. If she was correct, then the building's structural integrity was extremely low due to the fire, so if she were able to destroy the building up to the exit wall, then they could have an easier time escaping. There were more variables, but that was the blunt explanation. She reeled the hand holding the tub back, preparing for a throw. She then shot her hand forward. Ha ha ha. She stopped her previous motion and quickly began confused. But, before she knew it, the roof ended up breaking apart and a tall figure stood before them. All Might was here, his fists on his hips and a large smile on his face. There is no need to fear. Why? All Might did one of his signature poses, because I am here. He boomed. He then quickly grabbed Yui, the mother, and the child before making a high leap out of the building. Yui had dropped the tub behind before they had taken off. As All Might landed outside of the burning building, a lot of the heroes present were glaring at her. Some of the citizens looked at her in admiration and gratefulness. There were also a few that looked at her with contempt. She noticed all of them. Did she care though? No, not at all. She didn't regret her actions one bit, because acting when she did could have saved those people's lives. If people had a problem with it, then so be it, but she wasn't going to sit around and let people die because others were too afraid to act. All Might let go of the mother and daughter, letting the paramedics that were on the scene take them. All Might stood there with his arm around her still as he spoke with a paramedic about the condition of the civilians. Yui looked to her side to see that Death Arms and another hero she didn't recognize were approaching. Yui attempted to leave, but All Might had pulled her back. The paramedic had since left and All Might was now looking down at her. She couldn't necessarily read his expression, but he could read his eyes. They were unsure, but also confident in something. He needed some kind of reassurance about something. You and I are going to have a talk. Is that all right? Yui could only nod. She was in too much shock to really respond to that. And so, before Death Arms could fully make it to her, All Might took her away. She didn't get to see his reaction to that. They landed in some remote part of town. There were a few districts here and there, but for the most part it was pretty vacant. She recognized the place, since she usually passed by on her normal run schedule. All Might passed her a bag, more specifically, her school bag. How he knew to pick it up or that it was hers was baffling to Yui. All Might suddenly began to cough, sometimes with heavy amounts of blood. Steam began to come off of his body, and before Yui could even think about trying to run over and assist him, the smoke erupted into something much bigger, covering the whole area. Yui coughed once or twice before the smoke eventually cleared out. Ahead of her, instead of the towering, muscular man known as All Might, was a frail, skinny man that looked like he hadn't eaten for weeks. She instinctively backed away in both fear and confusion, thinking that this was some sort of imposter. He held up his hands, coughing a few times before he actually spoke. It is all right. I am All Might, no need to fear. The voice, Yui would admit, sounded similar to All Might. She hesitantly relaxed herself, but she wouldn't relinquish her entire guard to him just yet. The man sighed. I suppose I owe you an explanation, now that you've seen me like this. He lifted his shirt, showing a nasty wound. Yui flinched. Around 5 years ago, a villain did this to me. Destroyed a good portion of my stomach and organs. As of now I can only do hero work for around 3 hours a day. Needless to say, Yui was speechless. All Might, the most influential hero of all time, was on a time limit of about 3 hours. That was a big deal. The hero sighed again. I saw what you did back there. He started, looking at her intently. Yui's eyes widened a bit before returning to her normal expression. I was out of time, and yet your actions are what inspired me to act. He gave out a small chuckle before coughing. I should practice what I preach, I guess. Yui looked at the frail man that was All Might as she quickly put the pieces together from what he had said. He must have been on the scene, unable to act because of his time limit having run out beforehand. Then, after witnessing her run headfirst into the building, he was able to push himself past that limit for a short period of time so she could help. Yui was honored and shocked that she, of all people, inspired All Might. What's with that stare? It's like you're looking into my soul. He joked, causing Yui to blush and look away. He chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. Anyway, as for the real reason I wished to chat with you, young. He was asking for her name, Kodai. Kodai Yui. He gave off a light cough. Well, young Kodai, I wished to chat with you because of what you did. She inwardly panicked. She hoped he wasn't overly upset at her or anything. Yui knew that her expression twisted a bit, but All Might seemed to either ignore it or just didn't notice. Top heroes have stories from when they were young, he started. Typically, they are from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Tell me, young Kodai, why did you do it? Why did you run into the building despite all of the risks? Yui looked at him oddly for a moment, truly thinking about the question he had given her. All Might was silent and let her formulate a response. It didn't take long, though. It wasn't a voluntary response, Yui commented. She noticed All Might perk up a bit from that, but she continued anyway. It was something my body did on its own. My legs, they just ran. I knew people were in danger, so I acted. It was the simplest response she could give. Truthfully, she didn't even know much more than that. It seemed to be enough to satisfy the hero though, as he boomed in laughter. Yes. He yelled into the sky, sort of startling her a bit. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. He pointed at her. You, young Kodai, have the aptitude to be a great hero. He pointed at her. As I said before, top heroes have one thing in common, and that is that their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. You two share that trait. He then spread his arms out wide, like he was about to give some kind of grand gesture. I deem you are worthy to inherit my power, my quirk, one for all. Yui had to take a step back on that one, and the face she made must have given something away because All Might started to laugh. That face, it's hilarious. He laughed. He was able to calm himself down enough to refocus on the matter at hand. Ahem, my apologies. He refocused on her, the serious mood returning to the conversation. What I speak is true. My quick has been passed down like a sacred torch for generations. Now, I believe I am ready to pass it on. He pointed at her once again. You are worthy to inherit this power, shown through your will and actions. I want you to be my successor. Yui couldn't believe it. Not only did the number one hero have a quirk that was able to be passed from person to person, but he was also nominating her to be his successor. It was all a little too surreal to believe. Was this even real? Should she pinch herself? He lowered the hand that had been previously pointed at her. Ultimately, it is you who must decide. I will not force this path upon you if you do not wish it. She had to respond, but she couldn't help but stutter and falter. I'm honored, All Might. But, what makes you so sure I'm the right choice? All Might raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling as to what she meant, but he didn't question it just yet, letting her continue. I can barely express myself. I have no social skills. How can I live up to you? How can I become a symbol of peace? Even though her voice was monotone, it carried the emotion across. All Might took it in and kept it warm before distributing it back out with this. I'm not asking you to live up to me. Yui looked at him, confused. Becoming my successor does not mean you need to become the symbol of peace. I know nobody would be able to reach that. He gave her a determined look, but, you can become your own symbol. The symbol of hope, the symbol of inspiration, and more. You don't have to be set to a specific standard. I'm choosing you because you have the heart of a hero, not because you can live up to my name. If you're afraid of failing, then that's okay. All heroes fail at least once in their career. But, you pick yourself back up again and keep going. He smirked at her. That's what you did back there, and I know you're capable of doing it in the future. Yui was, again, taken aback by the speech. It certainly had a lot of power on it, and it was clear All Might has a lot of practice with that sort of thing. It helped ease a lot of her worries, but also helped her reach some kind of clarity. She didn't have to be like anyone else. She didn't have to be a hero like her mother, father, or All Might. She could be her own hero, her own symbol of light in the darkness to people who needed it. She made her decision. She nodded at him, a determined stare looking upon the frail blonde. I'll do it. He was quiet for a moment, seemingly taking in the short and blunt confirmation. He boomed of laughter after about a minute, not even surprising the raven-haired girl anymore. That's what I like to hear. No more hesitation, great. From there, All Might insisted that he take her to get her burns healed. She actually had no choice to but comply, for multiple reasons that didn't need to be listed. So, he escorted her somewhere with no words spoken. She couldn't deny that it wasn't an enjoyable walk, but it had felt a little awkward. Eventually, they ended up at UA, much to her initial shock. Why All Might had taken her to such a place, now of all times, was beyond her. He led her inside, all without words, and up to the nurse's office. He knocked on the door. Chio, I need your help. The door opened and a small girl came into her view, poking her head out the door. What is it this time? Eventually her eyes fell on Yui. At first she was surprised, for multiple reasons. 1. Yui was covered in burn marks and somehow walking. 2. All Might was in his secret form next to her. Yui, of course, recognized who this was. She learned about her in school, after all. Recovery girl who possessed the quirk heal, was able to heal almost any injury using the person's stamina. She thought that was about right. Recovery girl quickly ushered them inside and made her lay on one of the beds. Yui did as she was told and recovery girl started to do her work, kissing her wounds and quickly healing them. After she had finished, Yui attempted to get up but was hit by a wooden cane. Yui rubbed her head in pain as she turned to recovery girl, who had hit her, to see that she was glaring at her. Take it easy. They'll be a little itchy and irritated for a little while. Take it easy going home too, as a matter of fact. No crazy movements or exercise for a day or two. Yui could only dumbly nod as All Might snickered, before the glare fell on him as well, which shut him up real quick. Yui figured that All Might must have been on the receiving end of this at one point too and was now getting amused because someone was in his shoes. Recovery girl dropped her glare after a few seconds and sighed. It confused Yui at first, but when she spoke it made a lot more sense. I suppose she will be the one, Toshinori. Yui looked over to All Might, now dubbed Toshinori, as he nodded. Yes, she is. I witnessed her spirit myself when she went into a burning building to save innocents while heroes stood about outside. Recovery girl glanced at her, muttering, I hope I don't see you every week in here. She turned back to the blonde, I suppose there is a little more to it than that, but if you believe that she is suitable enough for it then I will respect your decision. After that, the conversation stopped for a while. All Might had officially introduced herself and Toshinori Yagi, requesting that when he be in that form at any given time that she refer to him as such. She, of course, agreed. After about an hour she was cleared to leave. Recovery girl asked if she needed a change of clothes, but Yui politely refused. Hers would last until she got back home. Toshinori escorted her back outside before they had to part ways. He explained to her that he needed to plan out a few things regarding her training, which Yui understood since this was sort of sprung on the both of them within the hour and that she probably needed to do something to even get the quirk. Before he left though, he could stress enough how much of a secret this had to be. She couldn't tell anyone, not even her family. Yui took a hard hit there, but ultimately understood the reasons why and agreed to the terms. He had also asked about her quirk, how it worked, her maximum and minimum usage, and more. She gave him the information and he bid her goodbye. She continued to walk home from there, under recovery girl's order, taking an improvised route, refusing to take the train so she could get some walking exercise at the very least back home or well, soon to be former home. Most of her stuff had been packed up and ready to go and from what her parents have been telling her, it's only a matter of time before she can move in. This day wasn't what she was expecting either. Well, of course it wasn't. She, first off, rushed into a burning building to save innocents as heroes stood around and waited, which still irked her. Then All Might shows up and gave her an offer that basically blew up her mind even though her outward expression didn't show it. A quirk that could be passed down. It still blew her mind. The fact that All Might has a quirk like that, no wonder why his quirk was such a well-guarded secret to the public. She couldn't even tell her family about any of it either, which really hurt her on the inside since she could always tell them anything. Then, if things couldn't get any crazier, he offers it to her because he saw her worthy. Her, of all people, worthy of that kind of quirk. She was honored and scared at the same time. As she walked on autopilot since, however long ago, she ended up walking directly into someone else, falling flat on her butt and accidentally slipping out a small, oof. She rubbed her head, since she felt a little dazed. Suddenly, someone reached a hand out to her. She looked up to see a boy around her age, probably shorter than her, with broccoli green hair and eyes giving her the friendliest smile she'd ever seen, but it was a bit shaky and nervous. He stuttered out, sorry about that, I wasn't watching where I was going. Yui's mouth twitched just a little bit before returning back to her normal, neutral expression. It seemed that he also had some trouble with natural human interaction, albeit in a different kind of way. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy. Yui eventually realized that she had been staring a bit. He'd probably think that she was weird now. She ended up grabbing his hand and he helped her up. She quickly balanced and adjusted herself before looking at him, shaking her head. No. Don't apologize. I wasn't paying attention either. She knew, very well, what it was like to have their mind plagued with thoughts. She noticed his grocery bags behind him, so she went over to them, picked them up, and offered them to him. You dropped these. He simply nodded. Yui noticed how he was oddly staring at her, similarly to how she stared at him. So they were both weirdos then. He snapped out of his daze and ended up taking his groceries back. His expression morphed into one of mild concern as he asked, "Are you alright? You seem a bit." She could only assume he trailed off to avoid being rude. But, now that he had pointed it out, she did notice how she was a filthy, dirty mess. Despite her wounds being healed, her hair was still messy and her clothes were torn, burnt, and ruined. No wonder why he was concerned. She didn't want him getting too worried or involved in her mess, so she nodded. "I am fine. I only got caught up in something earlier." Her monotone voice and unchanging expression made it even more convincing, based on his bewildered expression. His eyes still displayed a glint of concern, which she couldn't help but admire, but he accepted her word anyway. He didn't say anything on it, only nodding. She decided to be polite and give him a small smile, as well as about to show her thanks. They left one another without another word. She would remember him though, since she had a feeling that she would see him again. She didn't know when or where, but she knew she eventually would. She continued her walk home from there with no issue. The next day, she felt sore. Like extremely sore. Like, I can't get out of bed sore. She regrettably called out of school that day but swore on her life she would go the next day. About a week after that, her parents helped her into her new apartment. It was actually quite roomy, and she felt it was a little much for one person. Still though, the place looked comfortable enough and it wouldn't affect her schedules or anything too much, so she was fine with it. About a week and a half later, All Might, or Toshinori, had contacted her. He sent her a message, requesting her to meet him at Dagoba Municipal Beach, or something. It was actually quite close to her new apartment. She met him like he asked. He was in his buff form, in the middle of piles upon piles of garbage. She went down the stairs and stood next to him, waiting for him to say something. In summary, they stood there for around 2 whole agonizing minutes with All Might having a fist on his hands in a heroic pose. Yui, at long last, decided to break the silence. "Why did you suggest we meet here?" She didn't think it was possible, but his smile grew even bigger as he laughed, "Ha ha ha." Yui figured he was either getting a kick out of this or just excited. He settled down and looked at her, pointing to her. "Your body is not yet ready to handle one for all. If I gave it to you now, your limbs would explode." She felt a little insulted. She worked hard to gain the muscle she had now. "You do possess a lot of muscle already, so this will mostly be an additional workout for you." It was like he read her mind. She understood though, she could still gain a little more. "I also apologize. We should have begun a lot sooner than this, but I had some trouble coming up with a suitable fitness plan for you and your quirk." Well, that did all make a lot of weight. What the heck? What did he say before all of that? Ignore what she looked like on the outside, she was freaking out on the inside. Her limbs could explode. She couldn't formulate a response to that, only, Eventually, she was able to mentally calm down enough to actually say words. "We're here because I need to build a little more muscle to handle it." Just how powerful was this quirk anyway? All Might nodded to her, "Correct, but that is not the only reason." He moved over to a large fridge, putting his hand on it and crushing it down flat. "After some internet research yesterday, I found out that this beach has been like this for many years. Apparently, the current drifts objects here a lot, and because of that, people take advantage to hide their illegal dumping." That was actually mildly concerning. Heroes these days do a lot of showy stuff, but sometimes hero work is about helping the community. Yui looked around at all of the trash that had been here for who knows how long. This was something she would love to do. Helping the community out was something she thought all heroes should do, so she'd do it too. Were her words of undoubted acceptance. "You're also allowed to use your quirk," All Might told her. "This is meant to be a training exercise, so don't hold back. Test your quirk, bring it to its limits and improve it. However, you still need to follow this plan I made for you and prioritize gaining muscle. I know this is a lot harder due to entrance exams starting in only a few months, but you can do it. Go beyond, plus ultra." She didn't even realize he said the UA catchphrase because he shoved a training schedule into her stomach. He looked at it and it actually wasn't too bad. She would be able to do this in 3 months. All Might provided a pickup truck for her to put all of the trash in so he could take it away. They decided to start right then and there too. She adopted a bit of a routine. Every day, weekends included, she would run to the beach and begin her work. She would first practice her quirk, seeing if she could improve any of its properties or discover new ones while at the same time moving a plethora of garbage by shrinking it down. Once she felt she had done that enough, she would move some of the heavier objects without her quirk to help herself gain extra muscle. Then, once that day was done, she would run home. Sometimes All Might wasn't there with his truck, so she would have to sort of pile it all up at the top. He had given her a section to work with, a pretty small one at that. But, why stop there when there was a beach that needed cleaning? She wouldn't stop there, oh no, she would clean the whole beach. While she worked, she evolved her quirk greatly. It surprised her at first, it really did, but she eventually practiced the changes and got used to them. The first thing was rather easy. The speed for her to either grow or shrink an object had massively decreased. It only took a second or two to enlarge something to twice its size, the same to shrink to around half. She had gotten used to her quirk's feeling and was able to, essentially, use her quirk more fluently or smoothly. She liked to compare it to butter in some ways, not that it helped literally anyone else understand. All Might and her parents both had literally no idea what she meant by using butter as a reference. The other thing was that she was able to evolve her quirk enough to where she was able to use it with pure mental command instead of pressing her fingertips together. Her cousin, who was also applying to UA, had a similar activation, but Yui had been able to evolve from that. She could still activate it like that if she wanted to though. While practicing the ability, she had gotten a severe migraine. She assumed it was from either overuse or that using pure mental command did a toll on her mental capabilities. The migraine was temporary and about 10 minutes after it she stopped using the ability and it had gone away completely, so she would have to be more careful. Through 3 months of hard work on her part, Yui was able to clean up the entire beach. All Might was surprised she went out of her way to go and do outside of the section he had given her, but he was ultimately proud. There were only 2 days until the entrance exam, and All Might has bestowed upon her the prize. Eat this. Yui could only stare at the hair he had just plucked off of his head and displayed to her as a morning snack. He couldn't be serious, could he? Upon her questioning gaze he explained that One for All could only be transferred via digestion of DNA. Needless to say when he presented the alternatives she gagged and just swallowed the hair. He told her that it would most likely take an hour or so to kick in completely, so he recommended going home to rest for a while and take the next day off too in preparation for the exam. Would she listen to that? Yes, actually, she would. She didn't want to risk anything just 2 days before the exam. Besides, it gave her time to study all of the material again before the written exam. Not to mention she wanted to greatly think about One for All and how it could be used, not to mention the risks. The 2 days went by in a flash, and Yui ended up in front of UA once again after first doing so a few months ago. The entire place was swarming with people, so she figured it would be best to enter the building as soon as possible and find her testing room, since she never exactly preferred crowded places. She found her exam room with little to no effort and soon enough, once everyone else filed in, took the actual exam. It was too easy. She had been studying for this like I'd be hard but she felt like they were all just too many levels below her. She was the first person to finish in that room and only had to wait for everyone else to finish. Eventually they all gathered in an auditorium in which Present Mike would give a presentation about the practical portion of the exam. About maybe halfway though, she didn't really know, some blue-haired, stiff-moving guy yelled out a question. It was incredibly distracting and Yui had a feeling Present Mike was literally about to talk about what he had asked. Then, as if he couldn't get any worse, he turned around and started to yell at some other kid for grunting. Then, that other kid yelled back at him and started a shouting match. Yui recognized the other kid as the one involved in the sludge villain incident over a year back. Ever since her own incident regarding heroes that didn't do their job properly she'd taken his words to heart, in a sense. Eventually, the blonde kid that was initially yelled at finished shouting back at the blue-haired one. It seemed that the blonde cornered him, making him unable to respond to whatever he said. Yui didn't care much for the details of their little conversation, instead trying to refocus herself on Present Mike who was starting to talk about the practical again. During the presentation, Yui suddenly widened her eyes in realization. Present Mike was literally explaining it as if it were Super Mario Bros. She wasn't exactly a gamer girl, or whatever kids in her old school called that, but when she was younger and before she started to exercise more frequently she actually played a lot of video games. She had a lot of useless video game knowledge in a locked section of her head that literally nobody else, other than her parents, knew about. When all was said and done everyone was herded to separate buses to go to their individual testing zones. At this point Yui wondered where her cousin was and how she was doing. They both had goals to attend UA, so she should be here, but perhaps they weren't in the same testing zones. Yui's bus had stopped at Battle Center C, along with another bus. Everyone stepped out and waited by the door, as did she. She wanted to be ready to go as soon as the word was called. Being prepared to go in any situation as a hero would be vital. They waited patiently at the door for a while. Yui's nerves, which had been extremely faint earlier due to the distractions she had to occupy her kind, started to come more to the surface as the tension grew. Her heart was beating at around a mile a minute and she could feel herself sweating. In order to distract herself from her nerves, she decided to think about One for All and how she could use it. All Might had said that, if he gave it to her back then, her limbs would explode from the sheer power it possessed when she tried to use it. Logically, the power would still be too great now. So, if she used it now, it's likely she could break her limbs. The fact that she was unable to control the quirk's power output was a problem, so she chose to not use the quirk unless the circumstances absolutely called for it. Go. The doors swung open suddenly as that one simple word exploded out of the loudspeaker. Yui snapped out her thoughts immediately and wasted no time, sprinting into the battle center, leaving everyone else who didn't realize what was happening in the dust. Running in, she was met with a plethora of one-pointers and a two-pointer. She was able to slip under them fairly easily to touch them, then pressing her fingertips together to shrink them before she destroyed them. She could use her newfound ability, but she didn't want to risk getting a major migraine in the middle of the exam, so she opted to use it either toward the end or in case of an emergency. She decided to deviate from the main pathways into some remote sections. There were bound to be robots piled up in the desolate and back area of the battle center. Sure enough, she was correct. There were a lot of them sitting in the back alleyways, just sort of camping out. Then, she found something interesting. There was one particular building that seemed to be infested with robots. 2 guards on the outside, more on the inside, and almost a boss robot on the second floor. Yui thought it necessary to raid the building. It was quite small and only had 2 stories, but there were still a lot of robots within, plus, it was good practice for her. She worked her way through the building, as stealthily as she could be. It was fairly tight-bun the building, and it was wider than it looked on the outside, so she had to be careful to not alert any other robots since she could be easily ambushed. Eventually, she successfully made it to the top of the building without alerting any of the guards. The boss robot seemed to be a special 3-pointer, with, instead of missiles, extra armor and possessed more enhancements special to melee combat. Funnily enough, that all meant nothing when one touch can enable her to shrink it to the size of a baseball and then step on it. After that, she had left the building to find the 2 other examinees were being pressed up against a wall by a few robots, 2-pointers and 1-pointers specifically. At the rate she was running, she wouldn't make it in time and they could get injured since she was still too bad back. There was some kind of fire in her at that moment. It was a large flame that radiated heat throughout her entire body. It was one for all, she was sure about that, but she couldn't risk using it on her entire body. She stopped running and focused on the fire, drawing it into her left non-dominant arm, which was now covered in streaks of red and orange. She could feel the intense, raw power radiating from the arm, and she knew that if she took even one major movement it could possibly shatter her bones. She once again focused on the flame. If she couldn't minimize the power output, then she would improvise by limiting where that power was released. She steadily moved the heat from her arm to her index finger, pointing it at the row of robots ahead. She flicked the finger forward, creating an intense wave of wind that sliced through the weaker joints of the robots, breaking them. The 2 examinees looked to her in shock, expressing their thanks before running off in separate directions. Yui felt an intense pain on her finger. Looking down, she found it was swollen completely in red and blue, most likely broken. The pain was high, but she could take it. She had trained intensely in more than one way to counter pain, so she could deal with this for the remainder of the exam. The only problem was that she could not use her fingertips for her quirk anymore, so she had to use the mental route and risk a heavy migraine. Instead of risking herself any further with injuries, she decided to just help out as many people as possible. Yui felt like she had gotten enough points to pass anyway, like, over 60 points maybe. She wasn't sure, but she was able to farm a lot of them from the alleyways and the buildings she had infiltrated. She doubted there was a lot of time left to go robot hunting anyway. It turned out she made the right decision. There were actually quite a few people that were having trouble with the robots, either injured or getting cornered. She did her best to help each of them by destroying their attackers or just helping them get to cover or safety. She had only needed to use one for all one more time, and that was once again a distance issue. She used her middle finger on her left hand that time too. She had just finished helping someone when the battle center started to shake and rumble. She almost lost balance as she found herself in a large street in the center of the battle center. To say she was shocked at what she saw would be an understatement. There was a large robot, the 0-pointer, rolling its way toward her. The thing was several stories tall, making it incredibly huge. There were also people behind her fleeing from the robot's seemingly unstoppable advance. She would have run too, but she prioritized the other examinees first. She knew she could save herself in most situations, but could they? She helped some people stand after they tripped and fell while still scanning the area around her. As she scanned, she suddenly heard painful groans coming from behind her, closer to where the robot was. A girl with orange hair was falling behind, coming out of an adjacent alleyway. Yui noticed that she was limping, mostly likely because a lot of the buildings had collapsed when the 0-pointer was first released and thus some rubble probably hit her, especially if she was in a back alleyway like that. Yui noticed that the girl was not going to make it to her in time and the robot had no plans on slowing down. She was too far to go up and touch it before it reached the girl, not to mention it'd take a bit to shrink something of that size anyway, so she'd be crushed trying. There was only one other way. Yui rushed forward, catching the attention of some of the other examinees behind her. She didn't pay any mind to it, her legs running before she could think properly. She reached a point where she stopped running and prepared herself for a giant leap, feeling the fire in her legs before jumping. She reeled her right dominant hand back, aiming for the robot's center. When she moved her arm forward, performing a punching motion in the air, the wind pressure completely dented the face of the robot and flung it back. It began to topple and fall onto its back as Yui stared in shock at the amount of raw power that had been displayed. That's when she started to fall. Her legs were broken, flopping around in the air, as was her arm and 2 fingers on the other. She internally panicked, reeling her left arm back in preparation to use the air pressure to cushion her fall. But she didn't need to. A giant hand caught her before she could even try or splat on the ground. The hand was soft and actually cushioned her fall really well. The hand lowered her and set her onto the ground, shrinking in size, so Yui instead laid on the concrete, looking into the sky in a daze. The orange-haired girl from before waddled over to her so her head was in front of Yui's, blocking the sun. Hey, are you okay? The girl's expression was full of worry and concern. Yui guessed that if anyone saw someone with 3 broken limbs staring expressionless into the sky, they would be worried and scared as to whether that person was even alive. Yui could only dumbly nod before the pain of her broken limbs became too much for her and passed out. But, before she blacked out completely, she heard someone walk up next to her, a wooden stick hitting the concrete. They muttered, "Toshinori, you found one almost too much like you." When Yui awoke, she was in the nurse's office. Everything was a bit blurry and a bit dreamy, but there wasn't anything else that seemed wrong. Her limbs were fully healed and her body felt like it was almost as good as new. The only other thing that was wrong was that she felt like she could just fall asleep and stay that way for days. She groggily got herself out of the bed, stumbling a bit before rightfully steadying herself. She felt dizzy at first, but after adjusting for a minute she felt a little more clear-headed. She inspected herself and there didn't seem to be any long-lasting marks, bruises, or scars. Recovery girl must have done overtime on this one, considering the fact she still felt like she wanted to collapse and sleep. Recovery girl came in not even a minute later and yelled at her for rushing herself up. Yui insisted on leaving, but Recovery girl was stubborn and refused to let her go until she was rested enough. After Yui kept pestering her for what was around maybe 10 minutes, non-stop, Recovery girl eventually relented and simply told Yui to take it easy for the next few days, maybe a week, so her body can properly recover from the experience. She had gone home that day a wreck, since she literally bobbed like a drunk the entire way home. Sometimes she would almost fall over and random people on the street would panic and try to catch her. Needless to say, she took the fastest route home, which included the train. The train was actually quite hard to sit through since she wasn't moving at all and was actually quite relaxed, so she just wanted to sleep even more. Yui had gotten safely though, or at least as safe as you can be when your state of mind is like that. She skipped the shower, quickly changed her clothes and messily flopped on her bed, crashing within the minute. The next day she had woken up to find out that she slept for around 14 hours. She must have really needed the rest. Her body was also incredibly sore, again. There were missed calls from her parents, as well as a few messages. From the texts they seemed to be wondering how she had done on the exam. She told them her estimated point score from what she had lazily counted while destroying robots and told them that she thought she did well. The next 2 weeks went by slowly. Very, very slowly. She didn't bother training for a while since her body kept being sore for days, not to mention she thought she needed a break. All Might hadn't been responding to her messages at all, so that was a bit annoying, but other than that she was bored. Eventually, at around 8 days since the exam, she started to run again, albeit a little bit and nowhere near a mile yet. During that time though, she actually got back into video games like when she was younger. Present Mike's presentation must have sparked it in her to come back. The letter from UA came in the mail at around the 2-week mark. Heck, maybe it was exactly 2 weeks. She wasn't exactly sure. She brought it to her room and opened it. I am here. As a projection. It was All Might, he appeared as a projection. She was surprised, to say the least. Yui figured that this may have been the reason why he never got back to her. She kept watching, with All Might greeting her familiarly and then having some sort of debate with someone off screen. It was sort of humorous seeing his face after he found out how much more he had to do, but after that he started to talk about the exam again. He complimented her for the amount of villain points she had gotten. Quite specifically, might she add. Not only did he compliment her logic for going down the seemingly abandoned alleyways, but he also praised her amazing stealth tactics against the robots in the building and how she risked herself to save the other examinees. She ended up with a whooping 75 points. That was way higher than 60. She realized that she must have farmed more 1-pointers and 2-pointers than she had initially thought. There was also collateral damage and extra targets to consider when she used one for all and couldn't see what was behind some of the other robots. There could have also been some robots that secretly gave more points, like the modified boss 3-pointer she found in the building. Then, as if things couldn't get any crazier, All Might says there was another point system. What the heck? So the times she helped all of those people had been secretly adding to her score. There had been a lot of people she helped during the exam, so she could only wonder how many points she got. The answer was 161 points. All Might explained that sacrificing herself to punch out the 0-pointer granted her 60 of those rescue points and the other incidents gave her points depending on severity and how she handled it. Even helping people up after they tripped gave her points. Then All Might told her that not only did she get the highest amount of points by a landslide but she set an entirely new record. Eventually, the message had ended after he officially welcomed her to her new hero academia. Later that day All Might requested to meet her at the beach. She accepted, of course, since she actually had a few concerns about some things. When she had gotten to the beach, it was dusk and the sun was beginning to set. All Might, in his skinny form, was looking out into the sunset. Yui walked down the stairs, over to him. Toshinori, she called out. He turned around, giving her a smile. Ah, Kodai, well done on passing the exam. By a landslide, as well. Yui could only nod. She didn't really know what else to say to that, but she did have a few questions. Before she could ask though, Toshinori started to speak again. Just so you are aware, I did not tell anyone that I've been helping you train or anything. Nobody knows that we know one another, so no favoritism was played. That was, indeed, one of her concerns. She didn't want to think about All Might using his influence to get her points, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. She did have another fairly big concern though. What about my quirks? I used them both during the exam. Toshinori put a hand to his chin in thought, that can definitely be a problem. Yui deadpanned at him, not that she didn't naturally do that anyway. It would be the first of its kind, but we could alter your quirk registry so you have 2 quirks. The only thing we would need is a different name for the quirk, a basic description and a reason as to why it didn't make itself known when you were 4. Yui quite easily came up with what they needed. We can label it as superpower. It is simple but describes the quirk well. For a description, we can simply say that it is an incredibly powerful strength enhancer. As for why it only appeared now, we can say that I did not have the required muscle to use it, as using it when I would have been 4 would have killed me. It was my body's safety against the quirk to wait until I had the muscle mass required to use it. Toshinori stared at her, bewildered at the fact she had come up with an excuse so quickly. He nodded. All the same though, that can all work. Give me some time to adjust your file, I know someone that can do it. Yui expresses her thanks to him. She still had a mild concern about her parents, since they'd be the first to realize that the claim in the file was completely false. She could make an excuse about her great-grandfather about how her father's side was able to change the molecules in their muscles into more of a strength enhancer, or something, but she would have to worry about that later. After that it was a pretty simple conversation about what was to come. The first day was soon, and Yui would be ready for it. She, for the 3rd time, stood outside of the large high school known as UA. It was all still so surreal to her. It was almost like it was all a dream. It felt so weird, but at the same time it felt right. She entered the building and began to search for her homeroom class. She had arrived fairly early as to be able to explore the building a bit, but she was already having trouble finding her class. Ah, it's you. She looked up to see the same orange-haired girl that she saved during the entrance exam. I never got to properly thank you for saving me during the exam. She followed up that statement with a bow. Yui rapidly shook her head. She really didn't deserve to be praised this much. Her actions are the sort of things all heroes should do. Don't thank me, it was nothing. Nothing. You punched a hole through the entire robot. The girl yelled excitedly. Yui had to back away a bit from the sudden shout, and the girl realized that she was rude and recomposed herself. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I get a little loud when I'm excited. She held out her hand for her to shake. Kendo Itsuka. Yui looked at the hand for a moment before shaking it. Kodai Yui, she greeted. You caught me, I should thank you. They needed their handshake there, Kendo raising her hands into the air in a deniable fashion. No, don't worry about it. No need to thank me. She then pulled out a sheet of paper. Have you found classroom 1A yet? I've been looking for it. Yui shook her head, showing Kendo her paper too. Same class. Ah, was all Kendo said in reply. Yui, looking at Kendo's body for some reason, couldn't help but note that they were similarly fit and had similar amounts of muscle on their body. Yui figured that she must work out and exercise a lot. Well, Why not find it together then? Yui felt like she had no choice but to accept the offer. She didn't want to seem rude or mean by declining, so she just went with it. As they walked, Kendo seemingly noticed that she had no social skills whatsoever and decided to try and make some conversation. It was really just the usual small talk, like, how was your day? And, what do you think is gonna happen this year? Yui didn't really know how to answer the second one, but she didn't like the weird feeling she had in her gut about it. Eventually, they reached the classroom and had to part ways. Yui would have stuck around outside to see if her cousin had made it, but didn't want to risk getting into any trouble or interacting with anyone she didn't particularly like. Yui would just have to get her contact information later, was all. She sat behind the same blonde-haired kid that had been in the sludge incident and participated in the shouting match during Present Mike's presentation. She also noticed the blue-haired kid was here too. She didn't want to interact with anyone right away though. She'd learn their names in time and perhaps will have figured out their personalities. She zoned out a bit, looking out the window as more people filed in. She wasn't really interested in them at the moment. It wasn't like she would have any competition with them or anything of the sort. She'd have time to do it later anyway. Eventually, someone that looked like a caterpillar or something slugged their way into the room and went up to the front podium. He was extremely quiet too, and if she hadn't had her experience with her own version of stealth then she probably would never have noticed. The other people in the room never noticed though. When the guy in the front of the room shed the sleeping bag that made him look like a caterpillar, Yui swore he looked like a hobo, or maybe one of those crooks she would find in one of those games she played. She couldn't remember the name of it. She shook off the thought and put her attention on him as everyone else kept talking. She did notice that the blonde in front of her noticed him as well. He must have gotten tired of waiting, because he eventually spoke after a few more seconds of chatter. It seems that this class has a lot to learn about being heroes after all. Literally everyone shut up after that and focused on their teacher. It took you way too long to quiet down. Those precious seconds of talking could have cost someone's life in the field. If you're here to socialize, then get out now. This is the hero course. He had a stern look in his eyes, along with a bloodshot and tired look. His voice almost sounded like hers too. She didn't know whether to be impressed, happy, or scared. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. The class dramatically screamed in confusion and Yui had to use every fiber of her being not to cover her ears. This is sudden, but put on your uniforms and meet outside on the field in 10 minutes. They all did as they were told, going to the gender-separated locker rooms to change. Yui did her best to change as fast as she could in order to avoid talking to anyone. She would worry about that later. First she just wanted to get through the first day without worrying about how much she embarrassed herself talking to others. She was the first one out on the field, as a matter of fact, and everyone else began to file in after her. She estimated that they all showed up at around the 7-minute mark. Aizawa complimented them for being early to an unknown situation which Yui understood, more because of her parents than anything. Showing up early could save a life, sort of thing. Showing up late can kill a lot of people, especially in any disaster situation. Aizawa then told everyone that they would be taking a quirk assessment test. Yui had to, again, resist flinching due to the noise everyone made when they screamed, again. Someone had asked Aizawa about orientation, in which he harshly told everyone that they didn't have time for leisure activities while in the hero course. He mentioned that this test was something they had all been doing since middle school and that they should have no issue with it, just having to use their quirks this time. Then, some poor soul said it would be fun. Aizawa then turned around and said that whoever got last place on the exam would be expelled. Yui understood why he was being like this. If you're in the hero course for fun or something along those lines, you had no place here. Someone then commented on how it was unfair. Yui half glanced behind her and glared. She didn't know who had said it, but it was ridiculous. She knew, majorly from her parents, that many hero-type situations were unfair. Life was unfair, in general. Aizawa ranted about the same sort of thing. The blonde, spiky-haired kid seemed to understand too from the glare he was giving off. Yui figured he would know too since he was caught up in one of those unfair situations in the past. Yui noticed Aizawa turn toward her. Kodai, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? All eyes fell onto her now, as she looked at Aizawa and simply nodded. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 51 meters, sir. She responded, her voice the same monotone it always was. She was unsure as to what Aizawa was going to make her do. Aizawa tossed her a ball. I know you have a particularly unique situation, so you may do as you please with any one of your quirks. Or both, if you want. Just don't leave that circle. Yui did as instructed and went to the center of the circle. She knew the class was curious about what Aizawa had said, regarding her two quirks, but she didn't really care at the moment. She had to consider how to do this, so she used her physics knowledge to figure out what she was going to do. First, she would enlarge the ball, then she would use her non-dominant hand to throw using one for all, utilizing only her finger, so she could have her dominant hand for later on if needed. Even though the smaller ball would be easier to throw normally, meaning it had a higher acceleration, that didn't really matter her. Using one for all at full power would completely get rid of that variable, meaning the heavier ball would launch the same way the lighter one would. Ultimately she would enlarge the ball due to air resistance, since the smaller ball would be affected a lot more by it than the larger one. By doubling the size and thus the mass it should go, maybe double the amount it would if she only used one for all on the normal sized ball. It was time to test that, though. She first enlarged the ball with her quirk, size. Then, she put the left ball into her left hand, reeling it back. She let the fire spread throughout her body once again, channeling it into her arm then letting it flow solely into her index finger. She then let it rip, moving her arm and hand forward in a throwing motion while expelling all of one for all's power into the ball as it rolled into her finger. It launched far into the air, creating donuts in the clouds above and making a boom in the air. Her finger hurt, badly, but it was bearable. She could make it through the rest of the assessment. Everyone seemed shocked at her display. Who wouldn't be after finding out someone in front of you had two completely different and unrelated quirks? The device in Aizawa's hand beeped, gathering the attention of everyone, letting them know that the ball had landed. Aizawa's expression remained unchanged through the ordeal as well, even as he showed the screen. Her score was an astounding 1,532.7 meters. Yui even surprised herself with that one. Then, small popping sounds had gotten everyone's attention. The blonde, spiky-haired kid was seething and glaring daggers at her while small pops came from his palm, progressively getting larger the more he seethed. Yui almost jumped back from the intimidation alone. He looked like he was ready to attack her. Luckily she was able to keep her composure. He ended up clamming down a little bit, clenching his hands into fists so the pops would cease. He must have realized everyone was looking at him too. Aizawa ignored it, probably because it hadn't escalated and there were other things to do. He started to explain the assessment again. When she got back to the other students, Kendo had come up to her and said congratulations, even complimenting her on how cool the quirks were. Yui didn't care much for the compliments but did appreciate the thought, if that made any sense. From there they all did the other assessment tests. Yui didn't feel like anything necessarily important happened, but the entire time the blonde kid, who she had learned was named Bakugo Katsuki, kept glaring at her. He would stare at her during the tests, and it would almost throw her off focus. She dominated a lot of the tests, though. Thanks to her exceptional fitness and strength she was easily able to power through a lot of the exercises, kendo as well. There was another test, grip strength, where Yui sacrificed another finger to break the assessment, but that was all she could really significantly note. Yui noticed that Bakugo was seemingly trying to one-up her, but he wasn't exactly having much success. She felt uneasy inside. Did she do something wrong? She never had much of any social interaction, so she was extremely worried that she had committed some kind of wrong. By the end of the assessment, she had gotten first place. She felt proud of herself, even though Bakugo constantly glared at her and made her feel incredibly insecure. Aizawa, thankfully, ended up expelling Mineta Minoru, a very small grape-like kid. Yui was not blind, she noticed the many attempts from him to look down her shirt and the same went for the other girls. His reason for being a hero was to get noticed by girls as well, so Yui had no sympathy for him. The funny thing was that almost the entire class was surprised when Mineta got expelled. Yui knew who this was, her parents had told her. They gave her a heads up about the infamous Eraserhead that expelled his entire class on the first day. Bakugo seemed to be aware of it too. Aizawa gave her a slip to go see Recovery Girl to fix her broken fingers before walking off to somewhere unknown. Yui had gone to see Recovery Girl after that while everyone had gone back to the classroom to get the curriculum. Recovery Girl, of course, whacked her a good few times on the head for injuring herself again. The next day was when they would take all of their normal classes, along with basic hero training. The day had gone by fairly quick, at least for Yui. She soon found herself waiting for their basic hero training course teacher to arrive, along with the rest of her classmates. I am walking through the door like a normal person. Yui snorted. Yeah right, like that was normal. But All Might had told her that he would be teaching this class, so what else did she really expect? He had taken them all out to ground beta for a battle trial of sorts. She didn't really know what it was all about, but she didn't know whether to look forward to it or cry on the inside. They all put on their hero costumes. Hers was customized herself, with help from her parents here and there. The costume consisted of a simple red bodysuit with a white collar trim, a matching V pattern running over her chest and around her upper arms, which also includes a short white skirt with a red design at the front, dipping so it follows the one in her chest. She wore plain vambraces, as well as a hat which resembles the front of a baseball cap, colored red with white U-shaped lines around the sides, with a metal piece resembling a fin attached at the back of the strap around her head. There was a belt at her waist and straps around her shoulders, each with pockets containing various small objects for her to use with her quirk, size. There was also a small oval-shaped gemstone set between them on her chest as a little decoration, something her mother added at last minute. She felt ready, in a sense. She already felt like a hero just by wearing the costume. She still needed to prove herself, though, prove that she could be a hero people could rely on. They all ended up drawing cards for a teammate, Yui pulling Kendo, surprisingly enough. Bakugo loudly groaned when he got the Metal Man as his partner, but Yui couldn't understand why. Speaking of Bakugo and the Metal Man, who she just realized was Iida Tenya, they were going to be fighting them. Fun. She and Kendo would be the hero team that needed to infiltrate the building and secure a nuclear bomb, while the other two would okay the villains and defend the bomb from their attempts to stop it. They had gone in ahead of them to plan and set up the bomb location while she and Kendo got a copy of the building's layout to study. While they were looking at the blueprints, Kendo looked over to her, smiling, "So, what's the plan?" Yui looked up and over to her, curiously tilting her head to the side in confusion. Kendo's smile never faltered. "I mean, I'm sure you've got a plan, right? You seem like the smart, quiet type." Yui didn't know how to respond to that. She wasn't wrong, but it was weird, was all. Yui thought for a moment. "Your quirk allows you to enlarge your hands, right?" Kendo nodded. "Does that also increase strength and durability?" Another nod. "Then we work well with each other." Now it was Kendo's turn to tilt her head to the side. "What do you mean? I get that I'm a heavy lifter, but I can't necessarily just toss stuff at them. There's a lot of things that can go wrong if I do that." Yui shook her head. "One of my quirks, size, allows me to manipulate the size of objects. I have some stored in my pockets." She pointed to the pockets she had that were filled with rocks, screws, and other things. "It depends on what they have planned, but we can use them to our advantage." Yui pauses for a moment, looking back at the blueprints. Logically, they're probably going to leave the bomb on the top floor. It's the best space to have it for them since the area is more open for Iida to run and Bakugo to maneuver in. Yui looked back up at Kendo. "Bakugo has been glaring at me since yesterday, so it's safe to say that he'll be fighting me. It's likely that with his personality, he'll pin Iida on you." Kendo put a hand to her chin. "That does pose a problem for me." She looked at Yui. "I think I get what you're saying. Since we'll be fighting separately, you want to do a hidden pass off with some items I can use to take him down. Am I right?" Yui nodded. "From the way Bakugo is, he will probably be too distracted in fighting me to realize what's going on." Yui then looked ahead into the building, suddenly saying, "This can all be ruined if Bakugo decides to suddenly charge me." Kendo gaped at Yui in mild surprise for a moment, but she found a question to ask and recomposed herself. "Wait, what about your other quirk? Why don't you use that?" Yui looked back at her. "Can't control it. Too risky to use in the building at full power." Kendo seemed to understand and let it go. It started soon after that. They had decided to just run up to the top floor, since being stealthy didn't matter when there was only one entrance to the room and they were both looking right at it. They got up there with little to no issue, finding their two opponents standing in front of the bomb waiting for them. Bakugo glared at Yui, which she immediately picked up, putting her attention into him. Kendo focused on Iida after he set his sights on her. They essentially had a silent standoff from there, waiting for the other team to make the first move. It seemed that after a few moments Bakugo had gotten tired of the silent waiting, getting impatient and setting off pops in his palm. Iida and Kendo looked at him for a few seconds before looking back at one another. Yui tensed herself, preparing for his attack. Suddenly Bakugo blasted off toward her, aiming straight for her face. Yui was prepared though, ducking her head to the right to quickly dodge. He ended up blasting the wall instead with a pretty large explosion, making it start to crack and crumble. Yui's heart rate increased at that. What if she were hit by that? Did Bakugo hate her that much? Why? Yui continued to jump back in order to gain distance while Bakugo decided to blast Kendo off to the side, most likely to help set the battlefield and to help his teammate. Bakugo quickly looked back at her though and charged forward once again, going for a right hook punch. She dodged it again, but he kept up his offensive by repeatedly keeping the punches going, making her dodge in response. She had trouble finding an opening to counterattack. Bakugo was incredibly fast and it was likely that if she presented more of an opening to him by trying to attack she would be blasted to Kingdom Come. It didn't take her long to notice he was subtly pushing her back toward the wall, trying to corner her. She ended up getting a little too close to the wall for comfort, making Bakugo take advantage to let off an explosion aimed at her chest. She saw it coming and quickly ducked herself under it, and while she was in the position used her legs to sweep him off of his feet. He fell into the ground unexpectedly, barely catching himself with his hands. Yui saw an opening and made a dash for the bomb. As she expected, Bakugo recovered quickly and began to pursue her, so she opened one of her pockets and threw some of the objects back at him. If all went according to plan, this would benefit Kendo. She began to enlarge them with her new ability while Bakugo quickly blasted them to the side with his explosions before they could reach and hit him. Good. He quickly reached her and swung at her with his left hand. Once again she saw it coming, ducking around it again before trying to punch him with her right first. He, however, moved his head back so her hand flew up in front of it, missing him. He then caught it with his left hand, holding it tightly and forcing it to her right. She then tried to punch in with her other fist, but he caught that one too and forced that hand to the other side. He was physically a little bit stronger than her and were now stuck in a hand lock. He inwardly flinched at the expression Bakugo was displaying. In a way, it made her feel depressed. He looked like he wanted to murder her. His glare was piercing and his teeth looked like they'd break on each other, not to mention it seemed like he was going out of his way to try and hurt her. What did she do wrong? She was starting to get forced further down so Bakugo was towering over her. He was pushing her hard. Why aren't you using your other quirk, neutral face? He put down more force against her. You can easily take me out with that. She grit her teeth from the physical frustration, repositioning her right leg into a better supporting position under her in a second. Bakugo kept pushing, despite her resistance. Is that why you hate me? She was able to quickly spout under all of the stress. She was scared, she would admit. Bakugo scared her. But, she had to ask, because I have a second quirk. She was barely able to talk, since doing so would require diverting her attention and thus her strength away from keeping Bakugo at bay. Or, is it because of something else? He grunted in annoyance, his grip tightening on her fists as he began to forcibly bend them upward. Yui resisted the urge to scream out in pain. I have my reasons, was all he had said to her in response before bringing his knee straight into her stomach. The wind got knocked out of her as she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He was able to force her to the ground after that, allowing him to take fresh breaths of air. Luckily, he didn't want to beat her any further and was going to restrain her. But, before he could, a large rock slammed into him from the side and slammed him into the wall. Hero team wins. Erupted on the loudspeakers. Yui figured Kendo had gotten the plan and was able to take out Iida and then use the remaining objects to take our Bakugo. Kendo came up to her, putting her arm around her shoulders to help her walk. Yui sent her an appreciative glance while Kendo gave her a small, friendly yet worrying smile. They regrouped back in the observation room to decide who was the MVP of the match and the like. Yui didn't care though. She was beaten, badly, and hurting. She didn't care that she was declared the MVP of the match. Being the best wasn't what being a hero was about anyway. She didn't even feel like paying attention to the other matches with how she felt. She only looked back at Bakugo once, and he noticed. She could only look away quickly before anything else was started. The school day was officially over after that. Everyone went back to the classroom to pack up and get ready to leave, but Yui was contemplating things. Bakugo, to be more precise. She wanted to know why he hated her so much. She wanted to cry, almost. She had never experienced such rage directed solely at her before. It took her a moment to realize he had left the class early, and despite how stupid it may have been, she had to confront him. She needed to know why. Bakugo, she said, surprisingly altering her voice to something louder and more emotional. He was almost out of the gate when she called out to him. He stopped walking and turned around to face her, seething. What do you want? Why do you hate me so much? Her voice began to mix with more emotion as she said it, putting a hand over her heart since it started to beat incredibly quickly. I can see it in your eyes every time you look at me. What did I do? I want to remedy it. Despite the truth of her statement, his expression remained unchanging. Cry me a river, neutral face. He turned his back to her, showing absolutely no sympathy for her. You can't remedy the existence of your two quirks. He started to walk forward again, through the gate. People out there get bullied and pushed to suicide for having no quirk at all, when you sit here with two. And for that, I will always hate you. Nothing can change that. With that he left, leaving Yui with only the words he said. She was confused, completely unsure as to what to do. She never felt like this before. She never had anyone interact with her like this. She shed a single tear, before wiping it away and going back in the building. She had a lot to think about. This took longer than I thought. It's hard to write Yui, that much I'll admit. I can't imagine how the next chapter is going to be. As for why Yui is a mess with emotion, especially at the end, is because she has had no previous interaction like she had with Bakugo. She doesn't know what it means or how to deal with it, so she's scared and confused on the inside, and that's causing her emotions to show a bit more. I've been considering giving Yui the role similar to Spider-Man. She'll eventually get Black Whip in the story anyway, so why not implement some of Zero's tactics into it, develop the ability, and give her the Spider-Man role almost. This is just something you can compare to. I'm not actually going to make her a full-on Spider-Man and make just her deal with everything. I have made the decision to add the multiverse into the story. It will not happen for a long while though, but I can begin to start setting it up. I'm still iffy on Infinity Stones, so let me know if you guys want that. Anyway, here's a list of possible villains I'm considering adding in the future. By this I mean that these villain characters will be implemented in some way, not all of them will be actual villains in this story. It'll be a little while before you see some of them, but these can be some of the ones you can possibly expect from me. They won't be limited to only Marvel or Spider-Man villains, so some are a bit varied. I want to be abundantly clear that there will be no major original characters in this story. The only original characters I may add will be extremely minor with their roles, like a store clerk or something. I should also note that they will not replace canon villains either. I'm not going to diminish the canon story like that. So, people like Tamura will still have a big role in the story. I may do things with others too, but I'm not going to say too much on that. I am also not going to tell you how they may appear in the story. That's for you to find out when it actually happens. But, just know that there will be no original characters appearing in this story. Everything here will solely be canon characters. Mysterio is not included for obvious reasons. With that out of the way, here's the list. Scorpion. Shocker. Mysterio 2 or Ultra Mysterio, still working on the name. Electro, for this one there are actually multiple things I can do for it. So I'm not fully sure yet on what I want to do. Swarm, more technical based and not with living things. Prowler, not confirmed but highly likely that he'll be morphed in some way, shape or form. Rhino. Chameleon. Hydro Man. Molten Man. Drive Octopus. Vulture, existence pending. If all goes well then I have some nice plans for him. I could always use a different version of him too. Ultron, this one is a bit iffy. Reverse Flash, love this guy, but it's also really iffy and will have to be included under very special circumstances. And more in the future, I'm not going to tell you all of them. Hey, so, you're probably thinking, but author San, how are you possibly going to implement so many villains without adding any original characters? Well, that's for me to know and for you to find out. No spoilers. Don't worry, I'm not going to go crazy and be like, oh cool, is that Tokiyami, you're the Reverse Flash now. I'm going to either alter characters into a new persona based on who they are or their quirk or do something else, which will be something I reveal in the future. I feel like messing with you guys a bit. I'll tell you guys what. If you leave a review and guess 2 out of the 4 characters right, meaning you know who they are, then I'll reward you. It'll be something big and not just a, congratulations. Think of it as me trying to get you guys more involved with the story. You've already seen Scorpion, Mysterio 2, Prowler and Electro in some shape or form, meaning they had their names dropped at some point in the story. Can you guess who they are? I'll give you guys a bonus if you can guess Swarm 2 based on the hint I gave you in the list, even though you haven't seen him at all yet. This one will be a separate prize. They can be anyone beside Izuku, Katsuki, and Yui. Remember that even though they are villains in their stories, in this one not all of them will be. This isn't confirmed, but as an example think whoever I make as Rhino will be a good guy, not bad. Like I said, that isn't confirmed, so don't hold to that. Keep that in mind while guessing. If you guess 2 out of the 4 right, I'll tell you and let you have your prize. I'll tell you which ones are right too, since you earned it. If you didn't get 2 of the 4 right and did get 1 right, I'm not going to tell you. I'll also explain my reasoning as to why I'm picking out certain characters like that to the ones who answer correctly. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Like I said, the next chapter, and maybe one more after it depending if I fit everything into the next one or not, will be the last of the setup before we see more Mysterio action. We'll be seeing Mysterio in action again very, very soon, don't you war?